too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy, I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch, let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher, we can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing, you look better on me.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Oh, your hips like that got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you throwing that back? I guess let's face it.
Look, yeah, I been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Oh, your hips like that got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you throwing that back? I guess let's face it.
If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it heard. If you want to ride away the pie, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Ride, 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 ride.
Did you find it with your luck? Got the remedy, we're riding through it all. So let's make it last a while. Yeah, let's make it last a while. Let's go out. We can have it all. We can set it all. Take me where you wanna go, and I'll be waiting for you when it comes around. Feels so good. Feels so right in my mind. Let's stay up. Feels so good, I'm alive. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's stay up. Feels so good, I'm alive.
Feeling fine when times are high. Moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's pleasant, but can only rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to lie. Yes, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. Holding pace when times are fast. Soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. One man's luck makes one man sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to lie. Yes, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go.
right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Touch it, own it, I can tune it, yes, erase the bar. Want it, feel it, know you need it, like a shiny car. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it, I'm on your radar. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it, I'm on your radar. Oh, let the rhythm go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Shake it.
Not that good.
去年の PCS サマープレーオフで自分では到底納得できないプレーをずっとしてしまって自分の成長度合いに苦しんでた部分があってとても悲しかったのですが 今年 LCP に参加させていただけることになって、絶対に去年とは違う自分を見せたいなという意思があるので、見ている皆さんも応援よろしくお願いします。
そうですね、去年のワールズは本当に1勝もできなくて、本当に残念な結果だったんですけど、今年もまたワールズに出て、去年よりもいい成績を、絶対に収めたいですね。
Well, for my expectations, like the LCP is a much stronger league than the PCS was last year. So there are a lot stronger teams now. It's going to be pretty hard to win the league, but I expect us to, by the end of the year, to be contesting for the world spot. And I'll do a Kratos cosplay if I make it to Worlds.
就是希望不管去到哪个队都可以每一年都在进步，然后变得更好。也没有特别想什么，就是打好每一场比赛，然后不要管对手是谁就好。
加入新队伍，因为也很久没有跟台湾人一起打了，然后就是很新奇，然后队友也都打得不错吧。跟当初的亚运，就除了我跟卡萨，其他都不一样嘛。我觉得是差不多，都是台湾最厉害的几个人了。
我觉得练的效果比我想象中的还好吧，因为一开始其实就是沟通上面不太顺利，但是现在就是用一些越南文跟英文来沟通这样子，然后我也大概听得懂他们讲的，就几个单词这样。
Ở năm ngoái thì thật sự thì mình cũng chưa đưa ra được một quyết định chắc chắn rằng việc mình sẽ giải nghệ trong năm 2024, và khi mà nhìn thấy giải đấu LCP được ra mắt thì mình nghĩ đây là một cơ hội rất là tốt để mình có thể nâng cấp bản thân, cũng như là mình thử thách bản thân ở một cái môi trường khó hơn, và mình được đại diện cho không chỉ là Gam Esports mà còn đại diện cho một đội tuyển đến từ khu vực của VCS, đến từ khu vực của Việt Nam, để cạnh tranh đến với những đội tuyển đến từ những khu vực khác và ở một cái tầm cỡ lớn hơn, với quy mô lớn hơn. Thì đây là một cơ hội rất là tốt để mình có thể thử thách bản thân và giúp cho những người đồng đội của mình có được một cái điểm tựa, tại vì mình đang là đội trưởng của Gam và có thể tiếp tục vươn tới những cái thử thách lớn hơn.
When times are fast, soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. Woman's luck makes women sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, and all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go. Come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to lie, yeah. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go.
I'ma say it with my chest now. I got you figured out. It's something that you got, babe. It has me going wild. It's the way you say my name, the way you touch my face. It's like a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way you say your name, the way you touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you gave me to say. Even this one greatness faces in your face. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah. the boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. How was I supposed to know this was the party of a century? That there was somebody that was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well. Anyway, I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know this was the party of a century? That there was somebody that was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well. Fear of missing what I don't know. Don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. This game fits in your pocket. Guaranteed to watch. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Splash, splash. Hand down, man down when I come through drippin'. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slippin'. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it. Oh.
get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack's success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT. One thing that I know, I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate and cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day it's gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop, won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by.
send your location. I will be right there, baby. You ain't got to be patient. I won't leave you waiting. I won't ever leave you lonely. As long as I got you right by me, and I'll give you my love. Promise I'll be everything you ever need. You know that's right, baby. I won't leave you, I don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse. Why you doing that bad? I guess that's basic.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse. Why you doing that bad? I guess that's basic.
Look, yeah, I've been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We are back. Night number 2, day number 2 of the LCP season here in 2025. And what a night we've got in store for you. We finally get to see the other 2 teams, the other 4 teams, in fact, in action. Find out sort of where we think the power level of everyone is. And of course, I will once again be your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it is my friend, Tally.
Excited to be back. You know, I'm just really ready for another night. I think we saw a lot of stuff yesterday. We were, kind of looking for some information because, the meta hasn't really changed, but, the game sort of has a lot more stuff to really be doing, a lot more objectives that people need to be thinking about. And now that, we're going into our second lot of teams, we see the rest of the 4 teams playing and our own favorites in the Chiefs. We get to, really see how everyone really wants to approach that first day or their first set of games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the exciting thing for me today, especially starting off here in our first series, which is going to be DFM going up against Team Secret Wales, is there are a lot of unknowns. I think more so than the rest of the teams, these 2 teams in particular, because Team Secret Wales is essentially a team of rookies, right? You do have some veterancy, if you want to even call it that, in their bot lane and also their top lane. But mid-jungle being so important for the entire map, and both being rookies, means you don't really have any real idea of how this team operates in the slightest. Same thing for DFM is, yes, they've still got some of their core together, right? The Ray Farki, they also have Harp, and they also still do have Arya in the mid lane. No Udapon, and especially just because of the length of that guy's career and how integral he's been to this DFM roster over the last 10, 11 years, is going to really tell a story of just how different this roster looks without him.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, for DFM's credit, while they did lose Udapon, I think that their identity was their mid-jungle previously. I think that they still have that strength, with Guon coming in from T1 Academy. We saw how well he was doing over there, and the fact they still have Arya, I think they're still going to have that mid-jungle strength be there, and Udapon was always just that very consistent carry. If in Oceanic terms, we think of him as like that Radiant player. Yeah. The one who's just always going to perform when he needs to. He's never really going to underperform, and I think that we'll have to see if those shoes are going to be filled by their new player, and I'm really excited to see if he's going to be able to step in and, perform when it really matters. Yeah,
absolutely, and of course, I mean, it'll give us a good sense, because I think coming in, because of the uncertainty surrounding these 2 teams, it's very hard to place them high up in the standings, right? But because of the uncertainty, they could just come in and be an absolute wild card and truly dominate. And it is a genuine thing that can happen. It's happened in the past where a team full of rookies, the fresh blood, different way of looking at the game, sort of how you interpret like one fresh rookie coming in with a bunch of veterans can change the perspective of those veterans. They can change the perspective of the entire league. I think a good example, and I always bring this team up because they were so good at it, was DCG last year in the PCS, where they were the team to look at, and we don't care what anyone else is doing, we're going to do exactly what we want to do. And they were first for the regular season almost the entire way through. And I think another team similar to Team Secret Wales can do very much the same if they are, equal skill as players, but willing to just play their own game.
Yeah, and I think that is such the, one of the really cool things about the LCP is, while you would on paper look at a lot of these teams and say this is a favorite, this is, an underdog, I think that the caliber of player is so high that anyone can just, perform or overperform and really carry their team. And I think that is, so cool. Even in yesterday's matches, we saw that a lot of those games on paper, we were saying those should have been, one-sided. But they were such close series, and even in those losses that there were, signs of teams fighting back. So let's see if that is going to be that same story going forward today.
Absolutely. Now, talking about stories, it's time for the 1v1. We're going to have Israel up against Draven, Arya against Dyer here for the side selection. And, arguably my favorite part of the night are these 1v1s, because you never really know what's going to happen unless someone picks LeBlanc and the other person picks Draven. So here we are, Israel, Draven. I think definitely more so than LeBlanc Draven, this is actually a skill matchup where Israel can play range, but if Draven's able to close the gap and get onto the Israel, it is just a non-contest, really. Like, maybe the passive from Israel, if it's stacked to 5, you can somewhat contest, but the extra 70 AD you get just from base levels in the Q stack, the Q whirling axes or whatever it's called for Draven, is generally just a 1v1 winner.
Yeah, also, for lore reasons, it's just very weird seeing Ezreal in a Noxus themed 1v1, but he's there, sure. And I think that Ezreal and Draven are probably the better 1v1 champions, and knowing that they are getting taken out of their respective champions pools so early is surprising, honestly. But you'll have to see how this goes, because on paper, when you look at Summoner's Rift terms, you'd say Ezreal's a decent answer into Draven, just because you can use those Mystic shots to target towards where Draven's axes are going to land. So it's very predictable how you do damage to it. But in a straight up all-in, of course it's going to favor Draven because he just does so much raw damage.
Yeah, I mean, trade hit fairly early on, and Arya missing one of those Qs actually means that very slightly Dire does edge out on that. Arcane shift away means now Arya pretty much Still, he's not under a lot of threat, as you said, both summoners down. Hopefully able to pick up these minions, but Dire certainly had an early advantage.
It's going to be a very tough position for Arya to dig himself right now because he is low on mana. If he does go for an all-in, it's going to be very hard for him to, cycle his spells. Because he's going to run out of mana before he gets off multiple Mystic shots, and all Dire really needs to do is just land his auto attacks, which he's not going to miss. So from his position, it's just going to be, I think Dire's just going to constantly just push over and over and over, chip down these plates, and even potentially look for a recall if he doesn't think he can get that lethal off. But Arya is trapped in this position right now.
Yeah. And that is one of the advantages, right, when you do get the push, is you get to control when the recall happens. And you come back with just a better wave position almost always. So Dire should feel pretty good about how things are looking, at least thus far here in the 1v1, as you touched on. Still, though, I don't think it's over by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, it did pull it back. You do get, honestly, a sane amount of resources back from those health packs. So Dire's going to get his own respective heal back, get some mana, get some health, and now, sort of back to even playing field. I think as the level 6s do come through, it will swing a bit more towards Ezreal. Do you think that True Shot Barrage is generally just a bit more powerful than the Draven ult? Especially with just how much base damage it does, but it's just a bit easier to land the Draven ult. I think the ease of execution is definitely going to be on the Draven side for this one, but Arya has the tools to outplay this.
Yeah, and building up the wave now as well means that Arya, using True Shot Barrage, actually is going to be able to clip onto Dire as well as hit those, the majority of the melee minions.
All four summons back?
Yeah, and he should be able to get a recall off. I think Ezreal looking for a recall. Not likely to go tier, as we traditionally see in Summoner's Rift.
Staying around.
Well, looking for it. Barry going to come out of both of these players. The Essence Flux, is it enough to ignite? Burning, just not quite. Still, Dire has to be really very careful. No Summoners. Arcane Shift coming back up for Arya probably will be the demise of the Draven.
Killed the wave, though.
Death, yeah, Whirling Death not going to be able to connect on the rebound.
Should be a forced recall here. There is no health pack available to Dire, so he's fortunately going to be pushed off the map here, but still not a bad position for him. He did get that wave killed, so he's going to have a lot of gold to spend here, and Ari's going to have to respond with his own recall and match this one up. And this is when we know Draven gets that, like big power swing. Like his base damage with items just goes up so much versus, Ezreal's items just aren't really that strong.
Yeah, he goes to Dirk.
Kit. So you're gonna have to see how this goes because the CS advantage is leaning towards Dire right now.
Yeah.
And it could, if this does come down to that 8-minute, Ring of Death coming in, or obviously we're gonna favor that Draven in that straight up 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat. I think Arya's done a good job of itemizing for that. Yeah. However, like going the Dirk, going the Tabis, he actually might just straight up have more power in a 1v1, assuming that passive is stacked up. Because you do get so much attack speed as the Ezreal if you do have 5 stacks on the passive. I'm not sure if it's enough, but it is certainly a nice idea I think we're seeing coming out of Arya here of how to navigate that all-in potential from Draven and try and have some fight back.
2 giant axes or a pair of steel-capped boots? Who wins?
Yeah, I mean, off what you said, I would think the 2 giant axes. However, after playing League of Legends as AD carry for enough time, I'm not so sure. Ari's going to not go down, actually. Able to get the barrier off on that last Q. Does have to dodge the Whirling Death and won't be able to do so. And so not only does he go down, give over that first blood, as well as so much gold to follow here, 2 towards Dire, is also going to give over the passive stacks as well. Bloodthirster, and see what else he can get, if anything.
That full 15-second death timer is so chunky.
Yeah.
Definitely,
Tabbies.
Definitely think Dire could go a lot more there, right? Potential play, pushing the second wave, but doesn't really need to. This is honestly my first time seeing a full item completed in the 1v1.
Yeah.
And the fact that he does have the boots on top of that, there is just no comparison in terms of the power and inventories between these players right now.
Yeah, definitely should be Dire's to win now. I think Arya is still being very smart with how he itemizes. However, the wallet gap, we've seen it time and time again in League of Legends. Often just doesn't matter if you're building smart when the other person just has better items straight up, as you're kind of seeing here. Dire able to just walk forward, throw auto attack. Sad B coming out Aria. I believe Team Secret Wales may be picking up their first map selection here. Whirling Death have to keep an eye on it. Very shortly will be coming up.
No
Good
barrier
job of landing.
quite yet. It's going to be a very easy dive.
Yeah, I mean, this is just over. I don't know where Aria... Nothing really you could do.
And that's it.
It was close. It was close up until the kill happened.
Yeah, that was actually closer than I expected, but I think every time we see Draven in his 1v1s, it is pretty hard to bet against him.
Yeah.
He is, you know, the duelist. He is just so strong against all, you know, categories of champions that we know in League.
Yeah.
And, well, I mean, the one saving grace for these other teams is, like, as soon as a team plays the Draven, it's gone.
Yeah.
They don't have it anymore, and you have that champion yourself, so... It's kind of that extra pressure. It's like when you pick that Draven, it's like you have to win. That's what's expected. And if you lose with it, then, you know, you're losing your best duelist plus your, you know, choice of pick.
Yeah. Oh, well. They are going to be able to pick up at least the 1v1 now. It is Team Secret Wales that are going to have side selection for game number 1. And they will have a second side selection if this does end up drawing out to a third game. So I'm interested to see if it matters. I think... I didn't keep a tally, but I'm pretty sure side selection has almost always lost in our games yesterday. I wouldn't say it's 100% loss rate.
Well, what about the 1v1 selectors?
Yeah, I think they've almost always lost, right?
Well, okay. Who won our second 1v1?
Who? I don't remember. It was so long ago, and that was a long night.
That was true. Night. In the AMs? The 4 or the 5 AMs?
yeah. It was a long night, but either way, I don't think the side selection has particularly mattered because a lot of blue has been chosen. And I'm pretty sure Red has won a lot more of our games so far.
Yes. So far, we have seen a lot of the teams wanting blue at the beginning of the series and then picking red later. And I think that that comes down to teams having an idea about what they want to play. And then, you know, as the game's go on, they're like, oh, you know, counterpick is kind of becoming very valuable because the Fearless is removing so many champions from the game. And they just want to get a very good matchup.
Yeah, and I think that does make sense. I think obviously just... Let's say there's no OP champions and it's just straight, oh, you can counter the enemy champ, then red side is just better because you get to counter that last pick. You get to counter, you know, mid or support or top or whatever you know, want to use it for. I mean, even yesterday we saw the Kindred come in. That was pretty much an entire composition counter.
Yeah.
There we go. And, you know, you can do things like that on the red side even if you don't necessarily have a draft prepared. You can sort of make it up on the fly better. Whereas on blue side, it feels like you need to be really... have an idea and stick to those guns the whole way through and just hope that you've prepared well enough to not have to match up against something that feels almost unplayable.
And it's not even necessarily that the counter picks are becoming stronger. It's the fact that there are less safe champs to blind pick as these games go on. As we get into the game 2, game 3, there's so many champs being removed, and a lot of the reason why a lot of champs are OP and competitive is because you can just pick them in any scenario and they just work, right? Stuff like Victors, the control mages, the safe 80 carries. The reason why we always see Barrios and Ashe being banned is they just fit into every comp.
Yep.
And, you know, when those are removed, it's like, oh, you know, I can blind pick more greedy champions and get away with it. And then you have to start thinking about a lot, you know, more intricate stuff as the draft goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see, obviously, especially for these two teams, as we already touched on, is there's a lot of unknowns. You know, there's some things we know, especially about DFM, I think a lot more is known. Ray Faki almost certainly going to be that really, really hard, weak-sided player.
Yeah.
He's completely fine doing that. He'll just pick a tank. And honestly, the meta is kind of in his favor right now because he liked being on those tank champions, and now it's sort of encouraged to be on those tank champs. Aria typically has been that like sort of carry force, right? The sort of the cerebral out of the team because Udapom never really was the cerebral one. He's always going to be very, very consistent, never ever going to be the reason you lose a game. But that's good. You sort of want that out of an AD carry, but you do need someone on the team to be cerebral. Generally, it does come from, you know, your jungle, your mid laner. Aria certainly is that player for this team. We'll see what Guwon's like because I think he has been very good over in the T1 Academy. Can it now transition to what is, you know, essentially, and you'd theorize are the better players in comparison to the Academy League over in Korea?
Yeah, definitely a really talented league. And I think that something that you really see from up-and-coming players is they get put into these role player positions where it's like really depending on the meta, especially when it's like that Maokai, Sejuani, Skana meta, you can't really do much as a jungler. You know, you can't be that level 2 invading, like creative gank party. You're playing a tank.
Yeah.
So you're kind of, you know, pulled off your resources, forced to help your team, being the person who face checks, being the person who dies the most in team fights. Unless you're really fed, it's hard to stand out. And also to touch on how we're seeing player identities, right? I think that since a lot of players coming out of the domestic leagues are being, put into the the Taiwanese ecosystem and playing on like Korean solo queue, playing a lot more, I guess, like hyper aggressive metas, you sort of like shift how you play, and I think that was evident in even yesterday's match with Evie, where he's a very traditional tank player to me. That's how I know him.
Yeah.
And we saw him pull out the Ambassador and have a really, really strong laning phase and a really strong game. And I think that was a new look, and we might even see that come out of like Ray Farkey tonight. Yeah. And it's just nice to see that even these players who've been playing for so long and have such core identities, really shifting it.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to see carry champs picked up by Ray Farkey, just because, I mean, throughout his entire career, he's been the quintessential tank player, right? Like, give me the absolute minimum amount of resources and I will do probably more than is ever expected of me 9 times out of 10. And I think that is probably just what we're going to see again. We'll have to see, obviously, going forward. Big shoes to fill that Udapon's gone.
Yeah.
And, credit to them. They picked up another Japanese AD carry. I know that, typically over in the LJL, there were a lot of sort of the Korean imports coming over and playing their AD carry role. Now, we do have another Japanese player filling the shoes of Udapon. We'll see if he can live up to those, or maybe even be better, because it's not like you look at Udapon and think, this guy is the best player in the world, right? There was room for improvement. He could be more aggressive at times. He could do more for his team at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, admittedly, never losing your team a game, which, when you do have that aggressive playstyle as an AD carry, you also have those games where you are the reason you lose, sort of just by the nature of how you play aggressively.
Yeah.
And so I'm interested to see. I think for DFM, you'd expect them to come in here and expect them to win, just because they're more well-known. Honestly, you don't really know what to expect out of the rookies, but because they're rookies, you can't really come in and expect them to perform at the level that other players like Aria can in particular.
Yeah, and I think that it is such a big thing coming in, and, because the team hasn't really shifted for DFM in particular. Their identity and the way they're going to play is going to be very similar, and I think that really depending on his playstyle, is he going to be able to fill the same shoes that Udapon had? Because there was 2 types of AD carry players to me, and from when I support a team, I definitely want to see that reckless, Udapon playstyle where it's just like 12 CS per minute, extremely strong at 3-4 items. They will carry the game, but they're not going to they're not a Jackie Love, right? They're not going to level 2 double kill bot lane. They're not going to 3v2 when they get ganked. They're not that player who's going to go 0-14 all of a sudden. But they never have those pop-off moments.
Yeah.
But they are very, very consistent, and that was what Udapon's role was for his team, right? He was never the player who just absolutely, was carrying these lanes. He was doing what he needed to do, and we'll have to see if it's going to be that same playstyle for him as we are going to draft.
Yeah, absolutely. We already see the Cassante band up against Ray Farkey. It's a champ that he favored last year, so considering it is still very good, just take that away. Viego will be the next ban there for Team Secret Wales, and on the other side of things, Nocturne and Victor. And there we are. We did have a name change for our AD carry here on DFM. It is Kakun now. So we'll see. Excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, and so far from yesterday, we had Skarner and Ashe both being 100% banned, so there's one of them being taken away. The fact that, we haven't seen any AD carry bans so far.
It's going to be Ashe.
Means, to me, that tends to mean they want to leave them all up. Because, when you ban one and leave up another, like, how do you really answer the virus at this point, right?
Kalista.
Yeah, want to play you Kalista, but at that point, it's very scary playing so much aggression in the ball lane, especially with how we think DFM wants to play around that mid jungle. So we'll have to see, is this going to be the Ashe first pick? And we've seen so many different iterations of the Ashe being built recently, right? We've seen a lot of, like, Blade the Rune King Rush. We've seen the classic static ship rush. We've seen the Flicker Blades go for that, UAV Ashe.
Yeah.
A lot more like tracking, but obviously you're not going to do much damage. I don't really think there is a optimal DPS build for the Ashe right now. I feel like you're kind of just picking this champ to get some priority, lane presence, track the jungler. That's really nice and competitive, but the Corki being taken away instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no reason not to just take Ashe now. Ashe isn't going to struggle against the Corki by any stretch of the imagination. Corki admittedly won't struggle too much against the Ashe either. But I just think Ashe provides your team so much as an AD carry. And honestly, I mean, you can look at yesterday as well. There was no game really that you looked and saw, okay, the AD carry has just completely ran over this game. That's just not the nature of League at the moment. And a lot of it comes down to the fact there is no longer a Giant Slayer passive. Blade of the Rune King's the closest you kind of get to it. And it's not that effective on AD carries.
Yeah,
just in general.
I think outside of that one Garm game where they played that Caitlyn Lux and they were moving around the map, it just really doesn't feel like the meta is that AD carry is just, 2 items, 3 items, game's over kind of thing. I think outside of Caitlyn, you don't really see that lane dominance, that absolute 1v9 performance out of the bot lane, but still a role that is extremely important for the game because it is the main DPS towards taking down these tanks. And we've seen how strong these tanks are and the reason why so many of them are hitting the ban phase. And taking the Zyra so early, this is very, last season meta.
Yes, can be support though, especially with Ashe.
That is
Ashe
true.
Zyra is a really oppressive lane.
That's what I've been hearing a lot of people saying. They're saying, a lot of these Zyra early picks are flex, right? But I think it's very scary to play into something like Corki paired with melee support.
Yeah.
You can win your lane in that 2v2, but the all-in pressure from how much damage Corki does, level 1, level 2, is insane. So it's very scary to deal with. But I really, really like Team Secret Rail's response into the Zyra. I think the Nidalee is a very, very underrated pick into these mages. You can match the clear, you can, fulfill that AP role, but the fact you have the sustain for your team to deal with the poke, and you can really, pair it with a lot of the engage that punishes these champs is so nice. And then playing poke is just the best way to beat mages because you just outrange them and they can't really play the game.
Yeah, I do kind of agree. I think right now there is no setup at all for a Nidalee Spear, which means if assuming the draft does eventually get some setup, it should be a little bit better, considering lack of mobility on the other side of the rift. But I quickly fear that this Nidalee turns into a have to get really far ahead early game, or you are just a heal bot. And while sure you get quite a lot out of the heal, you are kind of feeling like just a Yuumi, essentially, just a Yuumi that pivots herself and doesn't really provide a whole lot. Kind of do need some setup alongside it. I mean, you can still go for like a Renekton up in the top lane in theory, although Nidalee's not really the kind of champ that wants to be that solo AP. Yeah,
definitely not. And we'll have to see if they pick more tanks because when it comes down to that, it is, scary to have a solo AP Nidalee on your team. But I've never really been a big fan of Nidalee as a champion just because I think that when I verse it, I feel very comfortable because it's very easy to outplay the spear. That's the main damage. If you dodge that, you don't have to worry about it too much. But I think people really underrate Nidalee's heal in the late game. It is the biggest attack speed steroid in the game by quite a margin. So if you have a strong AD carry and having that extra, I think it's 70-75% attack speed, it is insane as a tank when you get close to an AD carry doing that much damage with that much attack speed.
For sure. I think Corki not the greatest user of attack speed, but I mean just any auto attack based champ isn't going to hate it. We'll see though what will come through. The Renekton is going to be banned by Team Secret Wales, so that's not going to be a champ there to set up. There is the Braum taken out, makes a lot of sense, just a champion you don't want to really verse as the Leona. As well as honestly the Zyra, not really liking the Braum, just almost for the ult and the zone it creates. Such a mobile champ. We saw what happens if you are in a mobile champ against a bunch of these champs that can lock you down. Yesterday against Garm.
The Yone is making a lot of sense to me here. It works so well into the champs that Team Secret Wales have shown.
Yeah.
Pairs so well with the Zyra and,
And Arya is cracked at this champ.
Yeah, and yes, Arya is very cracked at this champion. So, the fact that they did leave it up, decide to ban the Renekton Tristana instead, might mean something is happening behind the scenes in scrims. There's some freakish Tristanas jumping around the map that everyone is very afraid of because we saw how strong Tristana was as a champion last season before the nerfs did come through. So the fact that we are seeing a lot of the old meta champions come back into meta, the Corki, the Jace, the AP junglers, might be saying something about how they just function in the game overall, and the fact that consistent lane presence and scaling is saying something. But seeing the Misfortune being locked in.
0 lockdown, so it should just be crit.
Is very interesting because now you look at their team and that's 4 range champions, right? That is very, very scary. So it's going to be the Jace in the top. Obviously, probably going to look for that tank build.
Yeah.
Right, but you have the Corki in the mid lane into the Yone means you are very susceptible to just having no presence on the map in the early game. And when you have a Nidalee and you don't really have any lane control right now because the Ashe lane most likely should get the priority, be able to track you with the Hawk shots. You don't really have her in the map you can duel around. It's such a scary thing as a team. I think that Team Secret Wales comp has such a high ceiling for what it can do, but the way to execute it is very, very hard. And I think that for a team that doesn't really have a lot of experience together, it is a scary comp to pull out, but it's certainly not a bad position to be in at all. I think that both teams have tools to win this game, but when you look at DFM's comp, it's just the ease of execution is there, right?
Yeah, I think honestly, even just Leona and Ashe give you that ease of execution because there again, some of the easiest engage champs are the ones that you don't have to commit to the engage, right? And I think Leona, one of the best in the game at that, because ultimately you can just throw out a solar flare. If it connects, you go in. If it doesn't, you don't. And you also have the Ash ult that is entirely the same. Can look for picks, can look for team fights based on who you hit with that Ash ult, if you hit it at all. So I agree. I think this game's a lot easier for DFM. I think as the game progresses, they're going to have more side lane pressure, being that they do have that Ambessa and they do have the Yone. Nothing really matches it that well. The Corki is going to struggle for the very most part. I think at 2 items, maybe you find yourself at a position as Corki where you are feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
But then after 2 items, it starts getting worse again. Before 2 items, you don't really have the damage to kill the Yone in lane. He's just going to be able to heal up with that Doran shield, with the second wind, and you know, whatever else he tries to take. Probably absorb life. Maybe you'll go Triumph, but
just a lot of, for me, there is no clear like, oh yeah, this team comp just hard wins, right? It's gonna come down to the execution in these team fights, which is probably a very nice thing for a rookie roster. That's what they should be good at. You know, that the micro level gameplay is what they really have to worry about. You know, sidestepping the public execution, the Fate Seal coming out of the Yone means you win the team fight. If you don't, obviously you're gonna lose. But it's just these little things that in the back of your mind, these rookie players know, because they've been in these scenarios so many times, and they don't really have to worry about, oh, we need to go start Baron right now because it's 25 minutes and we're getting outscaled. You know, it's much, much more better and consistent for players who don't really have a lot of reps on stage to just be put into these micro scenarios and then, you know, feel confident when they start winning.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the other side, you feel very good as DFM as well, because you probably come in here realizing they're rookies and realizing there's probably going to be some mistakes made, some mistakes that, you know, perhaps some people with a little bit more experience wouldn't make, and maybe you can capitalize on them, get yourself at, you know, a slight item advantage. Even if you're half an item up, going into those team fights, you get your 3rd item, they're still at 2.5, and that can make the difference just by itself.
Yeah, and for, you know, DFM, touch on more by what you're saying, it's very hard to, you know, play your opponent and not just the champions. I think it's just, you know, in general more consistent that you go into the game and you just play your comp versus their comp. Because, you know, if you're versing the best team in the world versus, you know, the worst team in the world, it's very hard to not, you know, psych yourself out if you're versing a really good team. So, you know, just playing the champion, that's why I always tell people, you know, disable nameplates. Because you're playing your matchup, you're not playing
Bob Telly.
You're not playing Bob from IGA against Faker, you know?
Yeah.
So it's just better to always just play your matchup, not worry about the fact that you're playing against one of the best players in the world and whatnot, and, you know, psych yourself out. And that's just a way to stay consistent and to, you know, get reps in.
Absolutely, and now we are on the Rift here for game number 1 of night number 2 of the LCP 2025. Of course, the first time we're seeing both Team Secret Whales and Detonation Focus Me go up against one another, and for many of the members of Team Secret Whales, it is their first experience in not only a major region, but just a major, or a major league in a sense, where a lot of them haven't even played in the VCS last year. So very exciting to see how players like Dyer, we saw him in the 1v1, absolutely capable, at least on a micro level. We'll see how he does up against Arya, who is one of the more experienced members of our LCP lineup.
We see 4 wards going down level 1 and DFM going for the swap already. I think this might be a read.
Attempted read, yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, you look at the matchups and they definitely want to match what is happening bot lane. There's no reason for them to avoid this matchup. They feel favored in it. But, you know, they could potentially be swapping for the top lane matchup. I think it makes more sense to me that they are swapping for Guwon.
Yeah.
Because lane swapping sort of guarantees you can't be invaded. Because yeah, it's just very, very inconsistent and hard to track what is happening with the enemy jungler. So if Hitso does decide to invade, it is very risky compared to, you know, standard matchups and, you know, gathering information from your wards level 1.
Yeah. And ultimately, as sort of these mages like Zyra, like Brand, you get through your first clear, get your Faded Ashes, and you're not really that concerned anymore because you just one-shot all your camps.
Yeah.
And you don't really have to worry so much about the Nidalee. Obviously, Nidalee, if you do get found on one of your camps, is going to win that, at least jungle 1v1 almost every single time. Dyer doing a really good job here at getting Arya's health bar low. I think Arya at this point in time quite a bit lower than he would perhaps want to be.
So there's the potion inventory, and it's just the classic, you know, every single time you're going to go for a minion, I'm going to throw an auto attack at you. I'm going to throw a spell at you. So it's just, you know, good like usage of Dyer's resources to make sure that he's keeping his presence up in lane. And this is what you need to do as range versus melee matchups. You need to get them so low so that when they do get level 3 and they can start fighting back, they just don't have enough resources to be able to, you know, all in you or set up a potential game. So it's just really well played by Dai so far in this matchup, and we do see Arya going through the pot right now, and this is one of the really frustrating things about these millionaires last season was the fact that you would just go Doran Shield second, win fleet footwork, and
absorb life.
They would just run. You would run out of mana before you would. They would run out of health, right? But was nerfed a bit. A lot of these things have lost a lot of power, but you know, obviously still going to be played in circumstances where they need to. But we see right now the fact that Dai still has so much mana.
Yeah, I think importantly it's still strong. It's just not egregiously strong.
Yes.
And so now instead of just being even, if not up in CS because they've run out of mana, you typically do fall down a little bit because you do have to be somewhat concerned of getting below sort of the threshold of actually being able to go down.
Dai is going to stay around. Potential dive. Let's see if this Nilly Spear does land. TP is going on top though.
One here. They're going to go. Aftershock is going to be popped by Taki, and that is not going to be a successful dive. Hero going to be able to come here. Does get the flash away, but Harp will lose Ignite for it. And in the meanwhile, it's going to be really his toe that is actually benefiting as gets the invade on this bottom side. Going to be able to pick up the wolves. Will be able to pick up the Gromp almost only two if he chooses to do so. And with that, will find himself with a slight advantage in terms of those jungle camps.
And I really prefer this lane setup that we're seeing from Team Secret Whales. It's just, I like when I see supports defending dives with the top laners to make sure they don't lose resources and then just leave the AD carry to 1v1. Because AD carry is such an underrated role for getting solo experience, especially a champion like Misfortune who just does so much damage with levels. Having more points in that queue early on is such a big deal and will help in that 1v1. So with that first base coming through from all these laners, we're not really seeing the match happen right now. We're still seeing the extended lane swap, and we're probably just going to see Eddie just sit down in bot lane and just hit minions until the grub spawn, and he might be that level 6 going up as, you know, as a solo laner that whole time and be able to rock up and be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, tell me your thoughts, because sort of my interpretation on the roles, right, between like marksmen and mages is that mages are actually generally more focused on they need their items to do damage because everything relies on items, whereas levels almost feel more important as AD carries because some of the base stats you get off levels actually increase your DPS, whereas for mages it's lesser so. You know, you don't get AP because you've leveled up.
Yeah.
Whereas AD carries will be receiving physical damage, they will be getting attack speed every single time they level up. And so anytime there's a possibility for those AD carries to go mid lane, you do see them tend to go mid lane because they're going to get just as much, if not more gold for being there. And if they're safe enough to be there, they'll also get more levels. So Arya actually getting looked at to flash forward, and it's first blood for Hitsto. Manages to find it, and Dyer coming in here and just controlling Arya entirely this entire time.
Side of DFM is collapsing here. They're going to see Nilly without flash though.
Yeah, no flash on Nilly. Zenith Blade does connect, but a great jump away as Taki's going to find his way now into Gu1. Flash will go down. The Valkyrie, though, a lot of burn damage and will be able to pick up a second kill now for the side of Team Secret Whales. That'll be a third, and forward will still go this Nilly. The trap being placed earlier. One more will do it, but Arya's going to be able to turn back. No, only just will Harp survive, and Arya trying to turn one around. The heal's enough. Through comes Ray Faki, though. Can he be the cleanup squad they need? One is picked up, but he's not going to get the reset on that queue. And just like that, Team Secret Whales pick up 3.
And you look at the team comps and you would, you know, really favor DFM to have that skirmishing power in the early game, but this is just Team Secret Whales being first, right? They got the execution onto Arya. They recognize they need to escort their jungler out afterwards, and they were there, and just the power of you know, having these summoners up and being able to kite it out was so well played. You know, Hitsto got over the wall when Harp flashed him. No one could follow up. It's a Zyra, right? Can't flash in with the root straight away. Taken out by just the base damage coming out of the Conqueror stacked Corki and then Alistair. And just Nidalee, overall, you know, walking over these traps, getting the mark is just so much damage. And the fact that they are winning these early game skirmishes with the Corki just because he has lane presence in his 1v1. Straight up weaker champ than Yon in a duel, but he's just doing so well to chunk out his lane opponent and make sure that he cannot participate in these fights.
Well, coming back to live, it looks like we've got some more action. Taki getting slowed up by these Ash Auto attacks. Arya find his way in. Fate Sealed will be able to secure him 1. It's also the Void Grubs picked up 2 at least for the side of Team Secret Whales. Now as Arya goes back to his soul, is looking like he should be able to get out. Q3 over that wall, and 1 kill found back here for DFM. And a point I want to touch on in that fight, and it honestly didn't change much about it, but Harp only living because his bone plating came up in the middle of it is kind of crazy. Getting away with a bit of murder there, did Harp on the Leona.
thinking champion in the game. I don't know what to say. I don't know how many times I've seen a Leona just press W and just become immortal, but it happens.
Every single time.
And yeah, this is another case so far. But the game is still completely fine for both teams, right? Obviously, Team Secret Wales feel very comfortable with the fact that they are doing so well in the early game with, you know, a comp that pretty much needs to be on the front foot all the time. If they are the team down on tempo, if they are the ones forced to face check vision, it's just Taki who can do that. And as a support, you know, walking in and just getting poked out by Zyra and Ashe and, you know, being forced to pop your ulti, you are so susceptible. And as that solo engage tool, when you're not able to go in, the rest of your team cannot function.
Yeah, you do say that Hero will also be able to face check eventually. Right now, not so much, but can almost certainly guarantee tank items will be being purchased here on the Jace.
That is true. And I hate it. It's just so weird to me.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said, though. Especially with the Nidalee, you kind of have to be ahead, and I think, you know, his toe has done a good job, absolutely, but I think, honestly, Dire has controlled Arya so well that it's made it a lot easier. Harp, okay. Dire turning around a little early made it somewhat scary, but his toe will pick himself up another. 2-1-2 now on the Nidalee, and for his first performance here in the LCP, he's making himself look pretty strong. Definitely someone to fear if this is what he's going to perform like consistently. Leandri's now picked up for him on the Nidalee, certainly very far ahead of Gu1 at this point in time.
And we're consistently seeing Team Secret Wales being the team that is proactive. They're just always walking around as a ball with 2 or 3 members linked up and finding members from DFM that are just caught out, you know. Harp just trying to walk in and get shallow vision in his own jungle. Caught off guard. The fact that they are diving, you know, Arya getting put on low health. They are the first ones to come in and collapse and punish that instead of seeing DFM being the ones to defend him. It's just the constant aggression working out for Team Secret Wales and not really anything in response, especially with an Ashe on their team, and you would think that they have the better tracking of what is happening on the map with those Hawk shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Dire still having a lot of control in this mid lane. Admittedly, Arya has been able to find himself some CS back. Was pretty substantially behind earlier on in the game. And, you know, I think he's got some CS back simply because Dire has been more active on the map, more willing to go help out his bot lane, picked up a kill for Hitso earlier. Flash away from that Fate Seal, but flashing now towards Gu1. Does get out of the Strangleforms, but Arya, all he'll need to do is land one more Q. But with now his toe as well as Taki showing, won't be able to do so. It is Flash, however, lost for Dire.
I think Dire is proving that his fingers are warm, right? He's being able to react to the aggression coming out. That was DFM's like one chance to attack and find a kill. And, you know, the Fate Seal being sent on cooldown means that these grubs in 40 seconds, very hard to contest. You know, nose ults on your mid jungle, very, you're not going to have a lot of presence onto punishing their backline, right? And their entire team is pretty much a backline. If you can't dive in, you're not going to be able to participate in this one. So I think it is the correct call from DFM to just, you know, concede these grubs. They already have 2 and just, you know, play for the bot side completely. We have to see if Team Secret Wales, you know, recognizes that, oh, okay, the enemy team probably thinks they can't contest us anymore. We don't need to overcommit for this objective. Let's make sure that we're not losing play at spot.
Yeah. I think ultimately the thing about the trade of, you know, 2 ults for a flash is that does favor the team that got the flash, but in about a minute or 2 minutes time, right? Once those ults come back, because next time you go for Dire, he's not going to be able to get out. But no longer do we have to care about Dire as Arya is the one being looked at. Histo does need to land one more auto attack, and it's going to be Taki coming in, headbutts that guy, and will be claiming that kill for himself. So instead of going for these grubs immediately, it's actually Histo and Taki who find an angle here onto Arya, get his flash, and actually take him out. So more wins for Team Secret Wales as they do find themselves now at a 2.5k gold advantage, only 12 minutes in.
If you think of the technicality of it, does killing someone with an Alistair W count as a bomber?
I don't think so.
No?
Just counts as headbutting some guy.
I would say it falls into the category of a bomber, but yeah, Arya just trying to flash and create distance for the, you know, Nidalee jump for the extended range to make sure he gets to his team, but Taki was just sitting in the bush the whole time. And it's such an easy kill, and now I'm going to say that is a certified bomber.
Okay, okay. Looks like the trade of grubs will be traded here for the Dragon. We'll have to see how much damage Gu1's actually done. The plant's maybe going to finish it off. So very interested to see. But Hero and Arya now trading down the bot side, and Aegis in inventory means we aren't going to see any of those AD damage items coming out. This is going to be straight full tank Jace. I think it makes sense in this game. Sure, you know, you may look in the past and think, oh, you have Nidalee, you have Corki, we can just fully commit to a sort of tank comp, and I mean poke comp rather, and Jace will still be doing a little bit of damage from afar, but ultimately having a frontliner for those, you know, 3 poke champs and Misfortune will feel pretty good.
Yeah, and also just the extra utility that Jace can provide to his team is going to be very helpful. You know, the speed from the gate, be able to, you know, disengage from the potential Leona Ashe picks is very helpful. Just a lot of tools that Team Secret Whales comp has to, you know, play around with what DFM needs to do. And I think it's pretty, you know, similar for both teams, where if they are on the front foot, their team comp is very strong. But playing from behind, it's just the Ashe ult that DFM has, right? It's just the Alistair combo that Team Secret Whale has. So not a lot of tools to get back into this game, but a lot to, you know, play from ahead. If you do have control of the sidelines, if you do have those flank angles, if you do have the pink wards in river to control chokes.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you brought up about sort of the acceleration gate. Is when you are going this tank Jace, you have much less of a need for it for your Q, and you can actually just use it as utility, you know, like a sort of mini Shirellias on a 10-second cooldown. Actually probably is something that is undermentioned about, you know, a part of Jace's kit that can be used for more than just making his Q do more damage.
Should probably just build a Shirellias and do damage anyway, like, let's be real.
That's what AP champs do. Looking now, Harp going to be headbutt pulverized, but unfortunately his toe will not be able to connect on that spear. Nice dodge there from Harp. Does dodge out of another one. So though, that was not the dragon picked up eventually, so it is Team Secret Whales with the tempo advantage now. It is their turn to look for something on the map, and they're trying to find it here in Guwon's jungle. Damage coming through there from the trap. Dire. I mean, Corki, while not at his 2-item power spike where he really starts to shine, is still actually just stronger than Neone, probably earlier than he should be, being that he picks up the Triforce much earlier than the Blade of the Ruin King has been finished.
These sort of setups are what DFM needs to get back into the game, though, right? When we see the Alistair and Elite in the enemy jungle and Corki hitting the bot lane turret, they need to pull the trigger. They need to throw the Ashe ult, they need to send the Leona flash to make sure that the lockdown is steadily, and find that, you know, chunk or one-shot before the rest of the team collapses, because, you know, blowing the summoner there is such a big deal, and the Ashe ult going wide, that was their shot, right? And now that they've, you know, thrown it and missed it, they need to just leave. Because if they overcommit here, this is very scary that they don't have tools to, you know, punch the backline. Because we were talking about the items in the inventory and how Team Secret Whales is just, you know, that bit stronger right now, but certainly feeling like they're not, you know, fully backing off, giving their dragon over, and, you know, showing the respect to their enemies.
Yeah, a little bit confusing to me. I feel like that was probably an opportunity for Team Secret Whales to actually find a beneficial fight. Once again, the Ashe ult as well as the Solar Flare did go down for the flash of the Nidalee, and maybe trying to find a way to re-engage with Alistair could have been optimal for them, but not able to do so, as well as, you know, Rayfaki teleporting down and maybe Hero not wanting to use his and look for something later on. So the active decision to disengage, give over this first dragon. Ultimately, now that we are, you know, 15.5 minutes or almost 16 minutes in and only one dragon's gone down, the dragon starts to feel like a lot less of a win condition.
Now, something to notice here is the fact that even though Rayfaki TP down to the dragon, Hero didn't go hit top tower. He just pushed the wave, recalled, and ran straight to bot. So now he is on that map so much faster than his lane opponent. He has an item bought, and then Dire TP to top lane. We see that Alistair is in river, dropping vision for him, and we see that his toe is going to walk up, clear his jungle, and be ready to, you know, play around the top tower, because that feed is still on the map right now. The first tower hasn't been taken down. So, you know, the fact that they are on the map so quick and they have the extra bit of tempo is just going to secure them free objectives like this.
Yeah, I do believe they did get first blood, so with that they are now going to have themselves those feat completed. Now admittedly, their champs don't really care about the boots all that much, especially the upgrades. We see Misfortune here, Eddie on the Misfortune picking up his Swifties, looking like he might be heading towards an Essence Reaver as a second item after the Bloodthirster, much similar to Marble. Possibly a meta that
Flash is available.
Two Japanese AD carries have discovered between themselves. Xenoblade will connect, Hero very low, Ashe ult will also land, and the Stranglethorn's used. I mean, Jace is living for now. Hero, please tell me he doesn't get out. He is going to turn around. Oh my god, no! Oh, Hero! He dodges everything! There's no way! Guwon flashes forward, misses the root, and Hero somehow will turn it around. Now, Rayfaki, do you have the same amount of oomph in you? The flash away, yes, he's going to survive. Spear will go wide. Both top laners playing out of their minds to not only survive, but in Hero's case, pick himself up a kill.
That was very well played by Hero. You know, the unending heal, or the unending despair heal plus the little heal he got from grass. I thought it was a mistake that he, you know, changed out of melee form and lost those resistances towards the end. But, you know, letting that extra auto attack to proc the grass, you know, really saved them. And this is the power of Jace, you know, sitting there in the melee form, having the resistances from, you know, that form swap. But, you know, swapping here means he was taking extra damage. So I thought, you know, he was potentially in trouble. But then we see the heal come from the item. He managed to outplay that one.
What a insanely well played 1v1 or 2v1. 3v1 if you want to include the Ash ult that came in and landed on him as well, but manages to survive, take out Guwon, and that is, you know, not necessarily a big swing, but a confidence booster certainly. If you are not only Hero, but the rest of his team. I mean, they were able to go top. Yes, they did not kill Ray Faki, but they did get that inner tower, so a lot of gold given over in terms of that objective, but map pressure as well. It's not even really close in that regard.
Do you see the setup coming around their threshold right now? Looks like they, it could be the potential contest from DFM, but I think it is quite a hard one to, really punish because there is the double flashes on, the main carries.
Teleport heroes coming in from the flank. Guwon, he doesn't have flash, remember, he did just use it. Eddie trying to find the damage over the wall, will be able to do so, and forward will go the rest of the team. Hero makes his way in, they are able to pick up the first kill there. It's Eddie who does get that one. Aria with the soul, oh my goodness, that spear was 1 centimeter away, but the fate sealed Aria! There's no follow-up though, in comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no one to do any damage forward, as Eddie's able to zone them all off, still full HP here on the Misfortune. Aria, not enough time left in that W, does mean that he is not able to find the damage. So close to a triple kill, but so close means so little, as Aria does go forward with that Q3. Again, not able to connect. It is Eddie playing well enough to get out of dodge, and it seems like, despite how well that was played from Aria, it will be the Rift Herald going over in favor of Team Secret Wales as they start to crawl bit by bit further and further ahead.
And can I just say how impressed I am by Team Secret Wales' discipline and just overall, it looks like such a veteran-heavy roster right now. The fact that they are basing so early, prioritizing tempo, setting up for objectives, making sure everything they do is as a team, and engaging at the correct times is just so, such a nice showing for a team that doesn't really have a lot of experience under the belt. And all these players as well are backing it up with their hands. The micro is there. They're stepping up to their opponents and not backing down, not looking nervous. It's just such a nice showing.
Yeah. Mid lane tower still does survive, very low however, and the Rift Herald was eventually picked up, as you do see it there in the inventory of his toe on the Nidalee. So one more wave will be defended. Does feel like DFM are kind of struggling in this game now. They do have, admittedly, a reasonable way back, if they do find a crucial engage, whether it be the Fate Sealed, the Public Execution, even either of the ults from the bot lane, landing onto a key member, they can absolutely take them out, get to them very quickly with their dive champs, and will have the damage.
And they do have scaling in every single role. That's very nice for them, right? They don't feel, too pressured where if this game does somehow go later than it should, that they won't be able to match up to the lane opponents. They don't feel pressured to start an objective randomly. But Team Secret Wales, on the other hand, both objectives being up in the Otacon and the Dragon, can choose where to go. But no flash on the Jace here.
Yeah,
does have two
Jace
items.
Getting looked at. There is 5 people here on him. He does flash forward. He's not going to flash forward, sorry. Jumps forward. Shutdown, however, does go over to Aria. Are they able to turn this around? No harp. And a lot of ults have been used. He's so low now. Taki trying to find his way in. No flash available on this Alistair.
The Fate
he's
Sealed,
trying to go
it.
forward. The Public Execution going to connect here on the Misfortune.
4-man.
Oh my god, it's a 4-man. Aria's found so many great angles with that Fate Sealed. His harp is going to limp on out of there. Aria's still going forward, but the heal coming out of his toe is going to keep up both his AD carry and the Alistair. Only Eddie will be going down for the time being, as Hero died very early on. So many low health bars across the map for DFM, but Ray Faki, the only member to fall.
And I think it's telling that the fact that DFM are, finding these picks. They took out the Jace, so they had the numbers advantage straight away. They used the Solar Flare to cancel the bullet time, cutting out of Eddie, so it's really nice by Harp knowing his role in this fight. But there was only, the Public Execution and the Fate Seal left that they could really threaten the backline with. And Ray Faki did a really good job to turn here, and Aria followed out with the 4-man Fate Sealed, but they just don't really have the items in the inventory right now. The fact that Aria lands a really nice Q flash onto his toe here, but that heal is just so large because Nili has so many items in the inventory right now.
Yeah, and so once again, all that it eventuated into was some gold. It was shutdowns, I believe. Eddie was sporting a shutdown when that occurred, but still, not getting as much out of it as you perhaps want, especially as Aria, who now landed a 3-man Yone ult into a 4-man Yone ult and really hasn't reaped the benefits of it just yet. Of course, is kind of lacking damage, as you mentioned yesterday. With this item build, it does give you a bit more power in the side lane, but when it comes to that team fight, landing a 4-man Fate Sealed doesn't hit quite as hard as it would if you do go that old traditional full crit Yone.
I think it's just the better, you'd say like better competitive build, because the mathematically correct build in competitive generally means that you don't have access to stuff like life steal, extra health, sustain, and these are all really, really important things in a competitive environment, because you're playing against the best players in the world. You're never going to find these wombo combos. You're never going to find someone who doesn't fight back. All right, if you're a full crit unit and you go in, you're going to get one shot if you get, you know, Alistair comboed. If you take like one crit from AD carry. So it is very hard to execute those kind of builds against the best players in the world, and it's just generally better to build, you know, more consistent builds.
Double charge. Oh no. Was it changed? I don't know. Anyway.
No, the first tower just died. He drove past it.
Yeah, no, I know. Usually you get to do the double charge of if you're in it when it dies. Or at least that's how it used to work. Or maybe you have to hit it. Oh, I don't know.
Well, okay, I remember with the old Rift Herald, it was like if it charged and you kill the tower, it would charge again. But
yeah.
I think it might have been removed, and I think Rift Herald does just do more damage on the first charge. Could be completely wrong. Just, you know, I didn't look this up. I'm just basing this off my games so far this season. I haven't seen Rift Herald charge twice anymore.
Right, yeah. Okay, maybe it was removed. In any case, they do get their mid lane tower, so opening up the map a lot, really, for Team Secret Wales means less so. I mean, it's still going to be hard for them to, like, actively walk into the opposing team's jungle because they are the ones that have to be careful of getting caught out more so than the side of DFM. But it now makes it a lot harder for DFM to walk out of their jungle, right? It is pretty hard for you to just face check into an Alistair, into a full tank Jace.
And we have seen the Otacon, the GA Otacon, being left up until the 24th minute. So, you know, now that Team Secret Wales still has the control of the map, right? They have priority in both mid and top if they want it. Obviously committing members to the top side of the map, so they're not going to get priority on mid. But since they have the control, they can just always walk into River and just start this objective. And if they do get that one, Baron spawning in just under a minute means that they have that 5-man team revive.
Yeah,
and it's just so hard to deal with. And I think that DFM, while the objective itself right now from the Voracious Otacon isn't important, they need to contest it because of what it might mean for the Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be using the bullet time to just clear on out that wave. Not as important as the bullet time when you do go this crit Misfortune variant. So we'll still, honestly, I think as the side of Team Secret Wales feel comfortable fighting it if they need to. Obviously you do want to wait until it's back up, but see Enchanted Crystal Arrow going wide, unfortunately. Pretty hard to reliably land that on a Misfortune. Not only just a Misfortune, but one with Swifty boots.
Yeah. And it might even be the wrong target if you think about it.
Yeah, I think so.
It's so hard to land on the Misfortune in general with the strut, with the Swiftness boots. And then even if it does, you just get cleansed. And I think that every single ult that Ash is shooting out right now needs to equal a kill to get back to this game. So there are other members on the team, but we see Harp face checking.
Yeah, Harp's going to go down almost instantly. Does get the aftershock, but it's certainly not in time. Forward will go Arya, but it's going to be Hero flashing over that wall and getting on out of there himself as
full reset.
He did feel a little bit worried. It is a full reset, however, we do see Guwon very, very low. Going to get some health back from at least the Krugs, but I don't know if it'll be enough as they are going to be able to sort of defend this. It is at least a look here on Tutaki, but with the Unbreakable Will, it shouldn't really amount to much. And Dire, in fact, after seeing so much committed, will be going forward. And definitely defending and picking up this Otacon. So, the Voracious Otacon will be picked up once again. It's all we've seen thus far here in the LCP. And resets should come through, and Baron should be the objective.
7 games. 7 Voracious so far. Unfortunate, but I mean, I guess technically it is the more enjoyable one to watch.
Yeah.
Because you do get that revive, which means that people want to do more aggressive stuff. They want to start objectives because they feel the risk is removed. But obviously the Ruinous is the big one that everyone wants, right? You know, all the stats and experience and then the extra 25% on all your epic monsters buffs is just, it's so nice. You don't notice it in game because, you know, it's a passive, but it is just genuinely just, you do get a lot more damage.
You definitely notice it with the Void Grubs. Those things are insane. Anywho, Baron should just be started up. I mean, all you have to worry about is a 50-50 steal, right?
Yeah, and it is just so hard to pull that off on Zara. You don't have that, you know, flash over the wall with the Lee Sin Q or Nidalee execute or like Nunu smite. You are a Zyra. You are just purely relying on that 1200 true damage, and it is just so hard to outsmite a Nidalee who has an execute. I think that Team Secret Wales should feel very confident to just start this one with, you know, minimal vision control right now because they do have the revives, they do have the Smite secure advantage.
Yeah, Hero teleporting
and
in.
he goes the
He's got
TP flank.
Yeah, he's got himself a TP flank here. I think Kakun has to be so careful. Does have flash, does have barrier up for him. And have a look at Hero now. He's in the middle of 3. He does get a nice knockback onto Kakun. He does flash over the wall into that red side pit. And Arya trying to find something. 1, 2, 3, man. Yone, the Fate Sealed is fantastic yet again. Down will go 1 withdrawal. Down will go 2. Taki is limping out of there as Guwon gets taken down to very minimal health. This flash forward now from Dyer. 1 HP left on Harp and the Corki. Not able to pick up that kill, and the Leona will withdraw it as well. Arya going aggressive onto Eddie, but it's not going to be good enough. There is still the withdrawal available for this Misfortune, and that is not the same for the Yone. As 2 kills found to 0 on the other side as, hello everyone, we are back, and it should just be Baron time.
And that is, these team fights, you know, with Team Secret Wales being so far ahead, they still look pretty good for DFM, right? And if they were just, you know, didn't have to worry about the withdrawals coming through, didn't have to worry about, you know, TP flanks, they would just be doing a lot better in this overall game. But I think that they've kind of psyched themselves out when, you know, they lose a member that they don't feel too confident to contest, even though there were resources blown to take down that member who they lost. I think that they're kind of giving their opponents a bit too much respect, and, you know, this is what we're really seeing so far as the punishment. They can't really do anything in these fights. We see constant, you know, 3, 4-man Yonols, and it just not really being executed on overall. But still going to be that trade that favors very heavily towards Team Secret Wales, because they just, you know, doesn't really matter if they die right now. But still 2 flashes being blown on both of their main carries. So if this next Ash arrow does land, it is the only chance for DFM to get back in the game.
Yep. End of the team fight. Pretty simple work there. Now, it still feels like, I don't know who the Ash ult has to land on. I feel like the Ash ult just has to be follow-up this game. Like, are you going to hit a Nidalee? Probably not. We hit a Corki? Probably not. We hit a Misfortune? Probably not. If you do, it gets cleansed. It feels like you're just using it to answer, you know, maybe the hero jumps on you and you use it to buy yourself some time and start kiting him away, because the Ash will be able to kite around the Jace as long as you can make that original gap. Anyway, Arya going to be able to proclaim himself an objective bounty top, but in the meanwhile, it's this Baron buffed up minion wave down the bot side, and Team Secret Wales just committing 5 members all to 1 wave means that it should just be this tower going down. It's a 4v5. They're already stronger. Hero getting between the towers, should be able to get the knock back onto Harp. Xenoblade to try and get himself out. Will be able to do so. The Strangleforce is very good, but unfortunately it is just so much damage coming out of Dyer. Picks up one. The Pulverize is fantastic as 3 people just get knocked up. Ray Faki trying to turn as he can, but Guwon goes golden, as will Hizzo at the same time. But it's Eddie who claims to. Only Arya remains, and he's teleported into the back to try and cut these minion waves as Hero is trying to deal with him at the same time. It's now Baroned up. Arya turns around. Inhib is taken out. The minion waves still exist with the rest of the team. Nexus Tower number 1, Nexus Tower number 2, and Nexus number 1 for Team Secret Wales as they claim their first game in the LCP.
And what a dominant performance. I think in all 6 games that we saw yesterday, it was a back and forward show, right? From, you know, teams who are extremely strong, and Team Secret Wales coming in as a very rookie-heavy roster, just had one of the most, you know, clean, dominating performances from the start to end, and that's such a nice showing, especially for a comp that I was saying in draft is just so hard to execute on, because if you mess up in any lane, you don't offer anything. You know, you're just pure damage. If you don't do damage, you don't offer your team anything, and the fact that all 5 players played so well, the team fights executed so well, is just so nice to see, and it's just, I think this is just more excitement to add overall, right? The fact that more teams keep showing that they're strong, you know. Obviously, a lot of us were just saying, you know, there's like 3 main front runners, but I think it's really cool to see that there are a lot of teams that have strengths. But at the same time, you know, the story of yesterday was 1 game was a stomp, then the next game, it's a response stomp, and then game 3 is about who learned the most from those 2 games and was able to adapt to that.
Yeah, I think game 6 yesterday was a bit of a stomp, but
yeah.
Out of all the games, this was probably the biggest shellacking. I mean, it's a competition between this one and the last game of SoftBank versus Garm yesterday, but this was just a shellacking. I mean, you saw the fights were admittedly pretty close, but they were kind of, I mean, the closest fight was the Voracious fight, and it wasn't close simply because everyone just went back to the Fountain and came back to the team fight and they got Baron, right? So it was a huge overcommittal had Artakan not existed. But because Artakan does exist, it was just, okay, we just go face. If we kill them, and we get the Baron. And that is what eventually happened. I think Team Secret Wales, as you pointed out during the game, was just so clean, right? Their decision-making and like, okay, we can go really aggressive here. And then they chose the correct time to sort of pause back and pull back from that fight and really either minimize their losses or maximize their gains while not losing anything at all. And that's a really, really impressive look for a team that is full with a bunch of rookies.
Yeah, and I think that there were two different points in the game for me where foresight was completely different. I think that the moment we saw Rayfaki TP down to that dragon, and Team Secret were like, okay, just hand it over, even though they were pretty confident they can win that fight. I was like, yeah, give it base, and then we can get first tower pretty comfortably because they haven't reset. We'll come back on map with better buys and just, overall map tempo, and they got those feats. And then in the response to that, later on in the game, we saw that when DFM was trying to contest the Otacon, when Hart walked into a contest and they used that flash Alistair combo, DFM didn't really have the foresight to know that, okay, Alistair doesn't have a combo that's less thrown to our backline. If we give this objective, it's pretty much going to mean Baron and then game later on down the line. So no matter what, we need to contest this. They just decided to, back off, give it, and then we saw what the real prize for Team Secret Wales was as the game went on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to give credit to Dyer. Not only, obviously, did he win that 1v1 against Aria, just for the side selection, but controlled him the entire time. I said it a lot, and I sort of alluded to it a lot in the pre-game, is that Aria has been that X factor for the side of DFM. If you shut him down, they do struggle quite a lot. And I think Dyer did an immaculate job this game at not allowing Aria enough gold to get it. Because if Aria had more gold, if he had a bit of a freer lane, those 3-man ults, those 4-man ults, end up in just Team Secret Wales getting aced. He landed, there was 4 people alive, and he landed his Fate Sealed on all of them. Unfortunately, it didn't matter. He was too far behind. Really well played by Team Secret Wales. We are now going to go to a break. When we're back, we'll see if they can top it off and get a 2-0, or can we see DFM bounce back?
Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. 'Cause how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach ya. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah, you know that I got it. Yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be so objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still to go, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute them. Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 on the horizon. What a showing from Team Secret Wales. Coming in, a lot of unknowns. I think about this team more than any other team in the league. But boy, oh boy, did they have some answers for us, because they looked entirely dominant from start to finish.
Yeah, and I think that I wouldn't really question what they were going to do in draft, because what I saw in game 1, if I saw a team do that, I'm thinking that it's just kind of crazy, because a lot of these champs are just so... It's just a scary thing to do, right? It's not a very consistent way to start off in you know, day 1 or week 1, where you should be concerned about fundamentals being a problem. And, you know, generally what you see from a lot of teams is just ease of execution being the number one thing, and just getting reps on stage, not so much wins being the most important thing. But we saw that Team Secret Wales just pulled out a very, very high ceiling or high execution comp and had so far the best performance of any team.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see what they do in game number 2, because obviously these champs are all now removed. And I think a lot of the success, really, that they found in early game especially came off the back of this Nidalee. And while it wasn't necessarily the Nidalee getting all the kills, she did admittedly get quite a few of them. It was the fact that she is just a champion that can go run into Zyra's jungle, and Zyra doesn't really have an answer. She can snare the Nidalee and then run away. That's kind of all this champ can do. And especially with the lane pressure that she had, because this entire time it was just this Corki pushed up into Arya's tower and like, okay, now we can run around the map. We left the Misfortune just on an island down bot lane. Alistair's roaming around the map the entire time. And it never seemed like we had much of an answer for Harp, right? Like, the Leona could be there, but the follow-up just wasn't the same with this Yone that was permanently on 1 HP, the Zyra that doesn't really have any way to go forward against the Nidalee and against the Corki. So
yeah,
the comp won't be there. There's no Yone. We're going to probably see a mage or something like that out of Arya now, something that's ranged anyway, so you're not going to have the same sort of health deficit that we saw. So what can Team Wales do to try and replicate the success? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And so we might have a more sort of standard, even draft coming out.
I think the main thing for me, when I think of what Team Secret Wales, the highest success for me in that game was the fact that all three of their lanes were just individually winning. And that is just, you know, such a nice thing for a Nidalee, because when you have 2 winning lanes, you're the most OP champ in the game.
Yeah.
You have 3 losing lanes, no one wants to play jungle, right? So I think that if they want to replicate what they showed in game 1, they want to, you know, try draft for these, you know, range versus melee matchups, just skill matchups in general, because they seem to be doing so well in that circumstance. And on the side of DFM, they probably want to draft stuff that has more lane presence, because it was obvious in those fights, if the gold lead wasn't so one-sided, that DFM would be, you know, winning, because I think that they were performing in these fights pretty consistently, but they were just on the back foot from the laning phase and didn't have the resources to match up to their opponents. So DFM needs to just, you know, pick some more dominance in the laning phase and really match up to what was shown from Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, if they can have some more autonomy, really, is what they need. You know, like, instead of just having to react to what's happening, because once again, it was sort of just his toe on the Nidalee, just running the map. If they can start to make some proactive plays themselves, then it might look a bit different. And honestly, it's a lot easier to make the proactive play when you know, like, sort of whatever happens, there's no real punishment coming from the other side, than it is to, okay, it's fairly even, they can make a proactive play, we can make a proactive play. That's when it's hard to make the correct decision, not when no matter what decision you make, it is almost always going to be winning just by nature of how the champs interact in the early stage of the game. And I thought, you know, as we sort of said before the game, it wasn't like a massive sort of comp gap. It's like, if we can survive the early game as DFM, things are going to look very good. And that is kind of what we saw. They didn't survive the early game, and it still looked pretty winnable a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But eventually that sort of didn't weigh out, and, you know, the early game advantage that we did see Team Secret Wales pick up was eventually enough to lead them to a win. So we'll see what happens here in game number 2. Varus will be taken away. No AD carriers were banned last game. Of course, the Misfortune and the Ashe will both be removed now, but the Nocturne, the Viego, and the Skarner will stay.
Yeah, and you know, kind of being forced to ban the Varus because that, you know, Ashe being removed, there isn't that true AD carry response, or, you know, Misfortune, one of the AD carries that can build lifesteal and just really deal with these harassing champions in lane, also being removed. So that one's going to be removed in retrospect, because DFM have another priority that they want to take on that blue side as the first pick, because this was their side selection and this is what they, you know, are drafting for right now. Yeah.
Last ban to now come out, of course, Victor removed. A very strong champion. Has many different builds, very versatile in the way that this champ can play the game nowadays. Kind of crazy to see Victor be, like, just unequivocally the worst control mage in the game. Receives the old visual upgrade and quite a few buffs, and now he is just pretty uncontested best control mage in the game, it feels like. At least most versatile, I think, by a long distance.
It's nicer to know that, you know, he became strong because he actually received buffs, and not like the old Twitch visual update, where people were like, oh yeah, this is a champion, and then he just became the best AD carry in the game, bar none. So, yeah, he's strong because his numbers went up. But I think it's also very exciting to see Vi, because I think that this
is banned almost every game.
Yeah, I think it was 5 of 6 games yesterday was banned, so it did go through one draft. But Vi is just a very exciting champ to watch, because it really changes the dynamic of you know, how you want to draft, because generally you don't want to pick immobile characters like Orianna into it.
Yeah.
But Orianna is a very defensive mage, right? You're not going to have Seraph, so you can eventually itemize for arm guard. There is that, like, window for Vi to win the game against mages, because once they get towards the Zhonyas, you kind of don't pressure them anymore. And they are these carries who just carry the game. So I think it's generally a good response. It's hard to dive through Wukong. He's extremely good appealing, and he also is a very good pair with, you know, if Orianna wants to go forward. But it's just, you kind of have to think about, you know, oh, you know, can't really play Jinx this game. You know, Xayah is a more favorable pick into Vi.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Wukong, Kindred, and Ivern are like 3 of the absolute best picks into Vi. Because once she goes in, if you can see her after she goes in, she is not that resistant, right? Like, she is fairly squishy when it comes to these bruises, especially in comparison to a champ like Wukong that just has a armor passive, you know? Yeah, Vi gets the shield. It's not all that amazing of a shield, I think. Ezreal, very safe against the Vi. She goes in, you can E away, and then all of a sudden she's the one that's kind of in danger. You're never one-shotting anyone. And Orianna as well, I think. Just Wukong does enough to not only allow aggressive plays from the Orianna, you know, put the ball on the Wukong, it's a classic combo, but also the Wukong is good enough to just peel for the Orianna if need be.
Yeah, absolutely. And these kind of games where you have that solo dive threat is when, you know, especially with Fearless being a thing now, so many champs being ruined, this is where champs like Tahm Kench start to come back up into favorability, because if you somehow, you know, do get that 5p Tahm because you can find yourself a good matchup, you only have to eat one ability in the entire game. You don't really have to worry too much, and the fact that you do have an Ezreal who can self-peel, Orianna just feels so much more confident to play up into their team. And she is going to be this main damage threat this game for Team Secret Wales, because you look at Ezreal and I think that it's just so hard to itemize him right now, especially into champs like the K'Sante, who are just so good at absorbing skill shots. And it is so hard to do consistent damage as the Ezreal. He's just, you know, he can do damage. He just will never ever do the same damage as someone else who is a crit-based AD carry. That's his one main strength, is the fact that his uptime is just better than other AD carries, and that is what makes up for his lack of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, there are top lane champs that you can pick into K'Sante. They all feel very volatile. You know, like things like Fiora, which in theory does pretty well into the K'Sante. It offers you a much weaker team fight than the K'Sante will offer you. Also the Elise ban. Something that we were talking about before the game. And obviously kind of less impactful here because the Caitlyn was also banned. But feels like, just looking at the champs, and we saw T1 do it, the Elise support alongside a Caitlyn just feels like a better Caitlyn Lux.
Yeah, you obviously don't have that same 1-3 lane presence that a Lux Caitlyn would, but as I was saying to you, I think it just offers the same, you know, hit CC one-shot with that trap combo, but Elise is just significantly harder to gank and punish than a Lux would be, because you use one melee support, one jungle gank, Lux dies, then all of a sudden champ's useless. Say Elise would be in the same case, but you're really not going to kill an Elise with a gank who has Repel and Flash available, unless they are positioning extremely badly, and no good competitive player is going to be overplaying their hand, genuinely. So I think it just operates so well, like post that level 3 mark, and especially when you do get access to some items, because Elise's base damage is crazy. Yeah. And pair that up with, you know, Caitlyn laying the trap, when you get the, you know, full Piltover damage, the Piltover Peacemaker, it is, yeah, a very good combo.
So Kai'Sa picked does start to suggest that we are trying to dive in. Obviously, the rest of the champs do that, and Rakan again, a very similar champ. We are pretty committed to diving, as the side of DFM at this point in time.
Hold up, though. I am a huge fan of the rock in the top.
Me too.
I think this champion, whenever it is an angle to play it, it is so broken. I think that this game is probably one of the, you know, worst Malphite games. You do not have a true target to take down, because, like, you know, Kai'Sa is so mobile. Your matchup into K'Sante is, you know, fine, but you don't really think of, like, oh, you know, Aurora Kai'Sa, Vi. Like that, I want one of those 3 champions. Yeah. You absolutely can, and I think the combo with Orianna and Wukong is insane. It's just, you know, I think Malphite in general is just a broken champion. He's a tank who does so much damage and has the best engage ult in the game. Yeah.
I do think that his engage ult, while if you land it, it is the best in the game. If you don't land it, you are completely useless. You are just an absolute pinata at that point. You have an attack speed slow and a movement speed slow, and that's it. But we'll see. I mean, again, I think this is one of the worst Malphite games, honestly, because again, you don't even feel like you can stack armor, because there's no real true armor or physical damage champ outside of Vi. You know, like Vi is going to be doing a lot of physical damage. Kai'Sa almost certainly will go that hybrid build, the on-hit hybrid build. Aurora obviously is going to be AP. So what are you really building as a Malphite? You feel like you really want to get armor. You can't really build it this game all that well. But we'll see. I mean, again, it is just a good combo with the Wukong and the Orianna, as you said. And I'm sure he's capable of finding, you know, a couple good ults this game.
Well, you know, personally, I'm a Team Secret Wales fan just for the fact that they just locked in Malphite. Full stop. It's just, I think it's one of those champions that is just underrated and people just don't play because they, you know, when everyone thinks of Malphite, they think of noob champion, right? But we'll have to see, because I also think the skin choice is such a big deal. When you play Malphite, lock in the worst skin. Never play cool skin.
Shamrock.
Yes. We need to see what's that Malphite. We need to see that skin. There's
Shamrock.
Shamrock.
Oh, you win the glacial. No, I swear Shamrock's the best. He's
Yes,
it's just Malphite but green. That skin actually came out in like 2010 as well, or 2009. It's such a beautiful skin.
The polarity between that Malphite skin and the new skins you see today is so funny. Same game.
I mean, oh, not a good Orianna skin. Not my favorite anyway. I like Darkstar.
The shock skin?
Is that the shock skin?
Yeah. I'm a fan of all Orianna skins. I think generally Ori has really good skins. All her skins are cool. Doesn't really have any bad ones. I think I just generally use a new skin every game. I'll be honest.
Okay.
If I lose on a skin, I just get off it straight away. It's cursed. But I do like Team Secret Rails going for that invade, because they do want to get matching lanes right now. They want to make sure that their tank is getting resources. The fact that Ezreal can start on this wave and just stack up that passive and get some lane push. And if Vi is tracked, because they did get that ward on the Raptors level 1, all of a sudden it's much harder to get that potential cheese gank off from a one side.
Okay. Telly. The Aurora versus Orianna matchup, do you think this is going to be sort of the 3 points E for the Aurora? Obviously has the comment, which suggests to me it will be. But Orianna not feeling like a particularly easy target to land Qs on. Just E being a bit more consistent, at least in my opinion.
The nice thing about Aurora is when you put more points in Q, you kind of just, alleviate the lane, because you can just one-shot the wave, sort of. A couple orders onto millions, QE on the wave. You can just, delete it and disappear. Obviously, E is a harder spell. It's a very hard spell to land initially, because, the range isn't insane. Orianna's presence in lane is so long. If you just sit the ball on the range creeps and you just constantly throw it around while you're just back autoing minions, there's just a lot of pressure that you're putting onto your lane opponent while not really doing anything, just because the ball exists. So I definitely think Orianna is very, very favored in these matchups where you just have that range advantage. But, so far, Arya is doing a really good job to make sure the health values are quite even.
Yeah, actually getting himself an advantage now as we'll connect on that E.
Potential lethal here.
There
does have to show respect.
Gonna need to keep his ball close to him. I feel like if you find an E onto the Orianna at this point, you kind of need to... You probably don't die to it, but you'll die to the Comet Scorch, so... Pretty crucial to get that shield up in time. Ooh. Top lane going as you'd expect. Early on, Malphite not really got the ability to ever push in the Cassante.
Yeah, no one's going to be feeling too bad with how this game goes, right? Both tanks are going to enjoy playing against another tank, being able to stack Grasp and just...
Yeah, mini game.
10 CS per minute. But, I think a lot of action is going to be in this mid lane, right?
Oh!
Because, yeah, a lot of pressure going to be coming out of both sides. And the fact that both of them went for a combat summon lane, a lot of times you do see Orianna's just going the phase rush, but Q might connect here. Going to be some harass going.
Q is going to connect, but Histo is here to answer, and Arya finds another good amount of damage there. Guwon's actually going to be able to flash away as Dyer takes another substantial amount of damage. Histo really just going back in to try and find almost a trade back onto Aurora to even things out after, after the immediate teleport back in. Dyer actually sort of moonwalking on all of Arya's abilities and gets himself a very substantial health advantage. Guwon alleviating that pretty well. I think Arya a little bit indebted now to Vi.
Okay. Does land. That's going to be the first blood. This is just the power of the Poppy, right? The trade goes up with the barrier.
Oh, no! Oh, he lands the Q and the Poppy goes in for the second, and Taki gets himself a double kill. What an insanely well-played team fight, or skirmish down on the bot side. Guwon, no flash available. Eddie doesn't either. But Taki standing there will be able to put up that steadfast presence. There's no way in for Guwon, and it is just a clean 2 kills down the bot side.
Insanely well played by the Team Secret Wales ball hand. You already see the Kai'Sa does not have access to the barrier here, so Harp going forward for the trade does get caught on the edge of the tower, and just such a nice Ezreal Q to land that one there. And we see
and this one as well.
Kraken going forward and just doesn't have enough damage through the barrier. And both the Team Secret Wales ball lane is just playing to their limits. And this is what we were talking about. This is the the main part of the Team Secret Wales roster that does have some veterancy under their belt was their bot lane.
Oh my god, it's about to be fun up here. We're about to have Ken Cassante W the Malphite ult. Oh no, not willing to do it. Not willing to do it. I mean, as hero, you probably just don't press R here because your bot lane is completely smurfing.
Is this where you hit the banana combo where you just flash and as well as Malphite and hope he presses W because he's panicking? And then
Maybe.
you slam the R because he's checkmate after that point.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. I feel like maybe if that was the other bot lane that got the kill, you try something.
Ah.
But once your bot lane's ahead, I mean, the only thing that can ever really happen top is like they're just going to trade health bars, right? They're both going to get pretty low, and grass procs are going to be given to one another. But then you both get low. If Malphite presses R and Cassante presses W, you win as the Cassante. Now Dire is very low, no flash, but maybe able to get away. No Harp finds that last auto attack.
And
this is back.
While the grubs are pulled, so it's just going to be the trade of objectives, but you know, the first blood going over to Team Secret Wales means that, you know, that's 1 feet already secured, and then 1 of 3 are for the objectives now.
That's right. 1 foot already in the boots. This tower actually taking quite a lot of damage here. I guess Hart probably proc to demolish on it. It's actually quite a lot of pressure actually given over on this map now to DFM after a fantastically well-found roam out of Harp, and I think smartly as well, setting the Kai'Sa up to this Malphite lane is, you know, with the roaming happening, there's absolutely no world in which Kakun can ever sit at this tower.
This is the really nice thing about, you know, competitive league now. Is pretty much any time your bot lane gets into a position that is bad and you have a tank top lane, just swap. Because if your tank has just farmed his lane the entire time, he's going to have enough resources to just never be dove.
Yeah.
And now DFM has a lane to play through, right? So they're avoiding their bot lane being pressured. Dire all of a sudden doesn't have summoners, and all they have to do is wait for the, you know, that next Auroral to be up, and, you know, pair that up with the Assault and Battery. It's just so hard for Dire to survive that one. So we'll have to see if Team Secret Wales has the, you know, presence of mind to just be around mid to make sure that their mid laner doesn't get taken down.
Oh, his toe is going to use his clone to get over that wall, and immediately will be found out, but Guwon likewise is just getting 1v1 by Taki. Going to get that shield up, and concussive blows helping out with a lot of damage, but I do think Taki's just going to win this. A fantastic hit, but trying to give Hero the kill, and will be doing so as Hero just comes flying down. I mean, he's not going to need his ult in the foreseeable future anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
it's completely fair, I guess. Yeah, you want to get that kill. Absolutely headbutt him. I just want to see this in slow motion. Genuinely.
I think it will.
I would love that if this Malphite just comes out in slow motion. But yeah, the fact that Poppy, the support, is just 1v1ing the jungler, I mean, that just goes to show a lot. But yeah, Taki does have the winged moonblade, I believe, in his inventory, so he's already so strong. But just the absolute, the Malphite ult.
Watching champs like Malphite is always just funny, you know? Like, you get champs like Yasuo and Yo, and they're dashing everywhere doing all this, and Malphite just goes and presses R. Oh, very nice find on the Cyclone. Going to be able to knock up Arya, but is going to get that way out with the World Divide, and his toe won't be able to find the kill yet. Both ults used from these mid laners as Harp comes in. Going to land that Quill, get some health back for Arya. Still, a good trade ultimately. Going to give pressure over to Team Secret Wales as Arya going to be very low, and even lower after the Command Dissonance will connect.
Yeah, and that's just generally a very big win for Team Secret Wales, because that's the Violet on cooldown, that's the Aurora on cooldown. Now all of a sudden, Dire can play as aggressive as he wants in his 1v1, which is, you know, very winning for him, and doesn't have to worry about getting ganked anymore.
Yeah. I mean, Kraken Slayer going to be the first item, I think, out of Kakun in this game. I mean, definitely will be, actually. Otherwise, he'd have that slingshot.
I'm just seeing, you know, a lot of AD carries in competitive so far tending towards the, you know, the combat choice of just Kraken, even though it is nerfed and isn't, I would say, you know, the optimal damage item for a lot of champions. It's just what offers you the most damage at one item.
Yeah.
Right? You know, a lot of champs would just prefer to have like wild arrows to scale, you know, have, you know, more crit to offer, but Kai'Sa is that champion who likes to build on hit. You do have the choice of going for the Shiv if you want to do, you know, quicker tempo, kill waves. Absolutely your choice. And that was the choice in the past, right? Because it offered more stats for the Kai'Sa, and it was...
Plus it had that crazy thing where it would just one-shot an entire team if you killed someone.
Yeah, and it was, you know, that plus a pickaxe equals your Q evolve back in the day, but with the Kraken having, like, I think it was like 5 less AD, it wasn't a choice, really, if you wanted to have your Q evolve as fast as possible. But I think that it is genuinely better in competitive to buy items that get you as strong as possible, but...
Nice flash from Taki does get him out of there,
TP
but
coming out.
Looking like a 5v5 over these Void Grubs. Hero's going to be there. There's no real way to punish him, but Rayfaki is very, very strong indeed himself. Level 9 to level 8
everyone
of
has
the
flash.
opposing top laner, but doubt he will go. Doesn't find a way to use that Pathmaker. Should be able to get back here though. There's only one grub left. Smite not available for his toe as Guwon has to find a way in. It doesn't look like he'll be able to. Forward goes Hero, but he misses completely. A nice ult from Arya. It doesn't matter though, as one will go down. It's Harp first of all. The Cyclone's big. The Cyclone will be finding 3, but his toe might just go down. It's still Kakun in the back that does go down as well. Rayfaki still very strong. Finds a flash forward. It is the Natofu strikes that will find him at least 1 kill, but there's no way to do anything to Eddie. And a double kill does come through for the Wukong. Eddie picks himself up at 2 as well, and it's just the ace. Only 11 minutes in, and we might finally get a Ravenous or whatever it is called. Ruinous.
Ooh.
Ruinous.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Might be on it, but... Okay. To be fair, for Hero, I understand what he's doing, okay? His game plan is... He recognizes the enemy team has 5 flashes, so his job is just to ult the engage, right? Just to stop the Rakan from going in because he knows his carries are stronger. Unfortunately, he missed completely. I thought Rakan flashed it in the actual game, but no, he just missed it.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us. Everyone gets one mistake, right? So it's fine. But yeah, his job there was to completely just mark, you know, the carry. I mean, the engage, so his carries could play that one front to back because, you know, taking stock of the items, even now, both the Orianna and Ezreal are just so strong and powerful. And Wukong in these skirmishes, even though he is, you know, even with the Vi, is going to be stronger because he doesn't have to lock anyone down. You know, he's going to be doing AoE damage. He's going to be just outputting more raw damage, and he just, overall as a champion, his kit is more powerful right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rayfaki did a good job trying to get one back and was able to eventually do so, but still another massive advantage for Team Secret Wales. They do pick up all of those 3 grubs, so it is 1 feat done in terms of that statistic, I guess, and they do get their second one now on the board. In fact, actually, that'll be all 3, I believe.
Yeah, they got 2 dragons plus the 3 grubs just then, so...
Yeah, so they do now have both their feet.
Unless they did miss 1 grub.
I don't believe so. It's 3 apiece, and I don't think they got any of the first one. Anyway,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure they did get it. Either way, they're very close. If not, they've got it.
Yeah. So either they have it right now or they're one off, but we'll find out. Anyway, so 1 minute until Otacon will spawn and decide if it is, you know, that Ruinous or Voracious. So hopefully,
Let's get a battle.
In the next 50 seconds, we have an absolute bloodbath, but yeah, not going to happen. So we'll have to see if, you know, 11 kills and a lot of damage being dealt, because that is, you know, 2 skirmishes so far with a lot of deaths. Is enough.
As well as this mid lane has been very, very aggressive.
Yes.
Right? I'm hoping. Just 1 Ruinous, please.
This is definitely our most action-heavy pre-14-minute game so far. There were, you know, there were cases yesterday that were close to this, but yeah, if it's not this, then there's a lot more that needs to happen.
Yeah. Still, I think Team Secret Wales, taking away from the talk of Otacon, is just pretty comfortably ahead.
Yeah.
Rayfaki gonna go do some proxying. I also like this build from Cassandre more. Like, obviously you're against the tank and you don't really want to build Iceborne against Malphite, but I just feel like the Iceborne feels a little bit fraudulent. You're gonna do a little bit more damage, but you are a lot less survivable. Or durable, I guess is a better word.
Yeah. We are seeing, you know, just a very standard support and jungle walking around from the side of DFM. This is what we saw Team Secret Wales doing so well last game, but we see that this game instead, they're recognizing that the Ezreal is the strongest point of the map right now, and they're making sure that he is played around and is able to push up and, you know, really extend his advantage instead of, you know, the Orianna who just really needs to be protected, not enabled.
Yeah. Well, going aggressive here, and Arya, gets knocked up, but he might just be able to find his way out the E, the flash, and he should be completely fine to get on out of this, but still losing a lot for it. Oh my god, Eddie is so close with that true shot barrage, but close does not matter. Still, the objective up in the top lane. Hero is in between a lot of members, but Eddie here to support him. Forward does go hard. It is going to be that quickness, the grand entrance, everything used out of this Rakan. Not looking like he's going to be able to find a way out, or will he? No, the auto attack comes through. It's Dio who picks up 1 more, and forward will go Guwon, but with no more support, nothing will happen. Eddie, he's being looked at the other side of the map, does get that shift over the wall, and Arya returns. Remember, he just used absolutely everything trying to find his way out, but there is nowhere left to go as Histo will be able to secure himself that one. Taki I have to be worried here. Pathmaker not going to connect, and he is very fast, but flashes over the wall. His toe now looking for Kakun, and there's no way out. No mana, no nothing. Ray Faki, the only one left alive, and this does feel a little hard for him to find the kill. Taki finds a stun. Hero now flashing over the wall, and down will go Kasante. The fight has extended. I wish this happened just 2 minutes earlier. It doesn't, but it's once again Team Secret Wales absolutely running away with the game. Ray Faki eventually does go down and gives over a second now to Hero. And it is Team Secret Wales very well and truly ahead in game number 2.
Genuinely so well played by Team Secret Wales to, you know, execute on the gaps in, or the laps in vision and the gaps in the team connection, because, you know, they're doing such a good job at playing multiple lanes and finding ways to execute. But at the same time, like, why was DFM the ones to go forward with the Rakan engage onto the top lane there? Because they didn't have their, you know, damaged or the crucial members to be able to, you know, take down that Orianna. So we'll have... It's just a question of, you know, why they feel so confident to go back in there. Do they think that they need to fight, or the game is going to get out of control? Because definitely after that, you know, that 5-0 team fight that just went on, or skirmish, it is so hard for DFM to, you know, participate in this game going forward.
Yeah. What a battle this is. Thrilling. It does eventually go down. And now, I mean, feels like Poppy from this position is just so hard to deal with. Just sprinting around the map at 100 miles an hour, and like doesn't die all that quickly, while still not really being all that tanky. And just being a really good counter, honestly, against all 5 members of the opposing team. Shockwave does go wide. It's
one of the best feelings as a support when you can go around the map and ward and do whatever you want, and know that no matter how many people they send at you, you're not under threat.
Yeah.
Because you just have 440 base movement speed, you have your ult to disengage. All their lockdown is, you know, countered by your W pretty much, besides the assault and battery. So Tucky does feel extremely confident, just run around the jungle, sweep wards, drop his own wards, and just not have to really worry about his team also being under threat, because everyone is going to be winning their respective 1v1s very comfortably if you just like pay attention to the strength of the inventories of his teammates, and the fact that even Dyer has his arm guard. So
yeah,
if they do want to go for an overcommit onto him with an engage, he has his own response to that.
Yeah. Things so
Still
far
so Dragon
good.
though.
Yeah, nice steal. Guwon able to put that one up as Taki just tanking up for Eddie here, and I mean, it just doesn't feel that easy to punish, right? Hitzo is going to get altered, but it will be able to get the clone out, and Mayfaki trying to find the damage. We'll do a substantial amount there with the Pathmaker, but before the resistance is gone, we'll be taken out. Eddie, Arcane shifting forward. Arya trying to find some angle, but certainly not the damage available on this Aurora to allow really anything to occur. Dyer just walking forward and doesn't feel pressured at all, just able to continue going. Get the flash, the Q, the dissonance. Even the ground from Taki. Yeah, Shockwave will connect as well. His toe, not able to find that one.
He didn't miss.
No, he didn't.
He didn't miss.
It's just
he dodged
funny.
it. It's fine, guys. All
this
right?
is just the Malphite Classic, though. You know, the whole game. You're
Yes.
playing against 5 champs that have a dash of some variety, and you're Malphite. It's just feeling helpless landing that ability ever.
But very, very surprising. So DFM were able to steal away the dragon. That was a bounty as well, and they denied the point stacking. But then they decide to stay around and commit to this fight where it's never going to be winning for them. Nothing about their team comp or the items that they have is strong right now compared to their opponents in Team Secret Wales, and they were the ones who initiated this. They felt that this was the correct play to do. So, you know, just more questions to add to the, you know, the whole thinking board going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I never really realized it until recently. Oh, hold up, a fight does break out. Histo getting very, very low. We'll be able to get out there with that clone as Kakun does come in with that killer instinct. Still not able to find the damage. There's a lot of abilities used, especially out of this Kaisa and Rakan now both ults down. Kakun, no summoners available. And already behind means, I mean, Eddie's just going to be able to do whatever he really wants to do. Malphite right there next to him, and Taki with that Trailblazer able to truly move around this map at a ridiculous speed. And I was thinking,
we all saw it,
that Swifties are a really good item for the Poppy this game, but somehow you've picked Poppy like against just 5 dash champs. And not only just dash champs, champs that heavily rely on their dashes. You know, the only one that maybe you argue doesn't is Kaisa, but in this team comp specifically very much does, because you want to be able to get to their back line. If all things were even, Vi goes in, you want to be able to follow up on that with your Aurora. and you're just poppy against all of it. So getting up that steadfast presence as much as possible is actually very, very good, and I think for that reason and that reason alone, the cooldown boots are actually pretty good here on Taki's poppy.
Yeah, and generally this is why support is considered the best role to 5P on red side, is because, you know, it's generally the best counter pick available, and that is something you have to think about as, you know, blue side when you're drafting your comp and your style. It's like, what champion in particular can we not deal with?
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes when you have a mobile champions, it's the Jarvan, and sometimes when you have a lot of dash champions, it is the Poppy. And in this case, Taki is just doing such a good job to mark the corridor and make sure it's hard to walk in.
Oh, nice. Q3 coming out of Ray Faki.
Doesn't commit the Poppy Copter though, so it is almost back off cooldown to use that one again.
Yeah.
But
oh, okay, no sums, no ult. Kakun does get found in the backline by Hero, and the fight will break out. Ult comes through, but nowhere near enough damage. There's no follow-up as well. Arya just using that ult to get away. It's a nice takeaway from Ray Faki, maybe able to find one kill onto the Wukong. No, he's going to miss that W. Goes back on in. The slow coming out now of that cheese wheel as Histo does get very low, but still the damage will be there. Eddie continuing on forward as Dyer's 1v2 back here. Arya, if he finds one more ability, maybe able to find the kill, the flash away from that command distance, and should be able to get out there with all the moves to be granted, as well as this blast cone, although it is being matched by this Malphite. Still, I think he's completely okay. Yet another team fight won by Team Secret Wales.
To see if we do get the replay of the Malphite solo bolo, but yeah, the fact that you can just go full tank and, you know, run at the AD carry like this, his health bar isn't moving. Kakun's trying to run back, you know, to his team so he can just participate in this fight, but Hero's not going to allow that because he locked in the best champion in League of Legends, and this fight right here is just, you know, there is just so much strength on the side of Team Secret Wales. There's not really much DFM can do. They don't really have champions who can, you know, sort this game out and scale, so they feel very pressured to contest pretty much every objective, because as this is the, you know, the GA Artican, and especially with that, you know, almost 9,000 gold lead at this point, that is something that you do not want a team to have a revive for as well. Taki's just going to potentially just lock down Arya here. Does have the ulti though, so
yeah, going to be able to find a way. True Shot Barrage going to do a lot of damage. Arya may be able to get the ult out. Doesn't look like for now. He does put it down, but still not able to get out of there. Clone taking a lot of damage, but that does not matter. The flash forward, and this time we do connect on that unstoppable force. Forward goes Guwon, but it's going to be answered by the Zhonyas. He's trying to do anything he can, but that is not a lot. Everyone's still able to withdraw, and everyone's still able to go forward. Eddie is going forward. He might just go down. The barrier's going to stop him. Down will go this tower, however, the Rift Herald is still available and so much damage coming out. There's nothing really that the side of DFM can do to answer it. Recalls will come through. No withdrawals used, and still the team fight win, still the objective. There's a dragon up, but still, I think more importantly, you can just march down middle bar.
Yeah, and this is just that discipline that I was so impressed with from the last game that Team Secret Wales is still showing, you know, a very, very easy team fight win for them here, and the fact that they have 5 revives, they could have kept pushing with that Rift Herald for a second charge, used all their withdrawals and just came back, but the buff lasted, you know, 2.5 minutes, so they recognize that they still have it. The Dragons up. They send the recall straight away after this team fight, and they're back on the map with so much tempo. And that's one of the strongest things about this team that I've seen so far, is how much they value tempo and being first to everything.
Yeah, and so far they have been first to everything in both of these 2 games. Hero, I mean, he knows he's never getting this red buff, but just standing there and being a complete brick wall. Does have the Fimble Winter, an absolute classic at this point now. Dragon number 3, so if there wasn't enough win cons already and just how strong they are, there is another one on the map in 5 more minutes in this Chemtech Soul. Not really the best Soul, in fact, I think statistically the worst.
Yeah, it's it never feels too good to get Chemtech as a Soul, but, you know, a Soul is still a Soul.
Yeah,
it helps a lot. You're never ever going to be like, oh, you know, I got a Dragon Soul, boo-hoo.
Yeah.
Like, it is, you know, a buff, and it helps you a lot. And it's quite easy for Team Secret Wales to see as we look at this engage.
2, both the carries going to be found. It's a really nice shockwave to follow up on that as Hitso completely in there. Still, the spot lane inhib tower will go down. The revives are all still there. It's Ray, Faki, Guwon, and Hart with everything to do, but 5 members strong, all full HP. Taki walking forward will just ignite this Cassante, and so much damage here on Nexus Tower number 1. There's no way in. There's no damage even if they get in. Ray Faki getting completely one-shot. Quickness used, but he's grounded. He can't find a way in. Taki's going to be withdrawn, potentially. No, he's not even, and there's a lot of damage coming out from Cassante. Is it enough? It's a shutdown as the Voracious will go off. Dyer does get taken out for the second time this game, and maybe, just maybe, it's going to be DFM holding on for just that little bit longer.
And I think that with what we've seen from Team Secret Wales, they're not going to overstay here and look for this one, but the TPs are coming through. Double TP from both solo laners. They're going to try collapse, and this is their one chance to get the goal they need to get back to this game.
Massive shutdown available here on both of Hero and Eddie. If they're able to find it, it can be very good. Taki's going to do a lot to try and defend, but it's going to be Aria who picks up one of the shutdowns. That's a second kill. DFM, they're so far behind, but by God, they're fighting back. Could it be a Baron? Cocoon gets that last team fight. So many members alive and everyone dead. Dyer and Hero with everything to do. Both do have teleport. They can get here. They are very strong, and they do have their combo of ultimates. There is a lot for them to do. In fact, they're just going to end. Recalls have to come through. Dyer and Hero, the blue pot has been purchased. Dyer will be able to almost one-shot this tower. Remember, they do revive. If they don't end here, it's a really big tempo advantage for the side of DFM. Ray Farkey staying here onto Dyer. The Baron is going to go down, and I think a potential misplay. Nothing gained. Both teleports lost. Baron picked up for DFM. They are still very, very far behind, but slight amounts of play now found for them to have some chance here in game number 2.
Yeah, so far this is a 2,000 gold swing back towards DFM. This is huge for them that they got the Baron, because now they can delay and buy time. I think if they still run into a straight 5-5 right now, they're going to get crushed. But if they get some control back, the fact that they do have pushing ways with this Baron means that they have, you know, this time to be able to scale and hopefully get enough items to be able to contest the soul point coming up soon.
Absolutely. 2K or 3K after the Baron. That doesn't even include all the shutdowns. They got every shutdown on the map except for Heroes, who is still, you know, I mean, the whole team is still very much ahead. Still, I mean, I think one of the first glimpses of perhaps an overstay that we've ever seen out of Team Secret Wales.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, Dyer had to be on the absolute cusp of being withdrawn instead of killed.
Yeah, it's very hard to track. I do believe, like, when it is running out, you get that screen flash. Just like when you do have the Rift Herald, you get that screen flash when it is running out. So you do get that visual cue that, you know, it is running out, but can't really do anything if you're in the middle of the team fight. Like, you're going to just stop fighting and disappear. And, you know, that was just nice awareness by DFM overall that they, you know, were waiting for... They dropped the inhibitor. They were waiting for it to, you know, run out. And the moment they overstep Siege in the tower, that's when they, you know, pulled the trigger.
3 items now available for Kakun on this Kai'Sa. So, you know, despite the scoreline, is relatively strong, and if given enough uptime, should feel pretty good. Through comes everyone, though, and maybe we've just found Eddie caught out. Just a little bit of sloppy play around that mid lane, and DFM, it is getting a little scary now. This next fight around the Dragon should just be given, although Hero's sitting in the back, looking for the channel. Aria's going to find him.
Oh, not even looking.
Yeah,
just looking at them anyway.
Both of them. I wonder if both of them were just, yeah.
One was in the shop and the other was just looking at the red dots in the bot lane. Fair enough, you know, I would be doing the same thing, and you wouldn't really expect Malphite to be around the corner there. But a huge pickup finding Eddie there, and the fact that he only had to commit, you know, 2 ults. They still have the Rakan ult, they still have the all out, so they do feel strong enough to fight. Obviously, they do want to have their Salt and Battery back up because they need that one to threaten Dyer. He is the, you know, main threat on the enemy team right now, and they can't really just be hitting the Wukong and Malphite in these fights because they are insanely tanky when you look at the inventories.
Yeah, there is Zhonya's available, however. So, got to find a way to try and get that off before the Viol comes through, otherwise it is pretty hard to follow up. You can get it and then try and follow up with Harp and whatnot, but I feel like if you're not CCing the Orianna, you probably just don't have the items available to be able to deal anything to her.
That's genuinely the play you want to do when you're versing Zhonya's as a Vi, is that you just make them stand still in a stasis, and then you follow it up with the Between Worlds, with the, you know, quickness coming out of Rakan, as we do see him on the flank here.
Yeah, looking for something. Comes that Poppycopter. Will he connect? Arya does dash over the wall, so cancelling the ult means that Taki will have it in just 5 more seconds, basically. Guwon's going to find his way into this pit. We are going to have a Spine Spy. Oh my god, Eddie is just CC'd. Eddie trying to find his way out. Ray Farkey lands that Q3. So much damage has come through, though, but Ray Farkey's going to find the shot down. His 2 on the other side of things has taken out Kakun. Both of these AD carries are dead. It's up to both the mid laners now to be that carry force. Ray Farkey trying to do as he might, not able to do it. Everyone's going down now on the side of DFM. They find one back. Both carries now dead for the side of Team Secret Wales, but it is going to be Team Secret Wales who do come up trumps. They have Taki, Histo, and Hero who can now try to close out this game.
DFM played that as well as they could. They did everything. They threw the entire house, the kitchen, and the sink at the enemy team. They took down both carries, but they didn't remember the Malphite, the Wukong, the Poppy, the Super Tanks who were just sitting there and doing an insane amount of damage. See, this is a really good engage. You know, finding Eddie, the Between Worlds was huge here, and they were just outputting so much damage, but the fact that, you know, Kakun has to die to take out the immediate carry, and he's that main, you know, DPS threat with all the uptime. Whereas, you know, Aurora is just sitting there around the outskirts of the team fight, kiting and trying to do damage. And trading carries is, you know, going to be very good for Team Secret Wales because they have 5 Fed members versus DFM only having 1 or 2.
Yeah, and that entire time the Dragons sitting there on 1.5 KHP, no one got it, but Team Secret Wales with the tempo advantage after the team fight win do just get the reset off, and they do now claim themselves the Chemtech Dragon Soul. So if team fights were hard before, they just got made a whole hell of a lot harder, especially when Team Secret Wales are below 50 HP, or 50% HP rather.
But yeah, this gold graph is very telling of the game, right? It has just been Team Secret Wales' dominance from start to finish, very similar to Game 1. But, you know, this time at least we're seeing some signs of weakness from them and DFM fighting back. I think that last game, DFM didn't really do anything from behind. They just felt, you know, pressured out, and they didn't really have the tools to be able to get back in this game. At least, you know, this time they have the point-and-click ult from the Vi and the quickness from the Rakan to be able to find picks onto crucial members. And if this was happening early on in the game where they were finding these, you know, correct executions onto the members, and they would have had the, you know, better fights, you know, some more goal going towards them, it would have been a very different game. But I think that with the lead so far and with the soul being secured, it is very, very hard unless Arya can potentially get a death cap here on this base. You know, getting back into this one, because even that they do kill the carries, they don't really have the tools and inventory to get through this Wukong or Malphite right now.
Yeah, absolutely not. All the damage coming down on half. He's going to get locked up. That is one very, very dead Rakan. So with that attention now towards this Baron, it is a 4v5 if the side of DFM choose to try and contest it. Nothing really used for that kill, just a bunch of basic abilities.
Yeah, just not even committing a single ult to find that kill. That was very effortless for them, but Harp has to put himself in bad positions, right? They have no other way to go check the Baron. They have no other way to get a flank. That's the sad thing about when you are behind in League. You have to, you know, take so many risks to be able to get back to the game, and that's why you generally look like you're inting consistently when you are, you know, caught off, out of guard, caught out of position. You know, not really much else you can do. But this is Team Secret Wales recognizing, you know, okay, as long as we just take out this Rakan, there's no threat into our backline now, because there is no follow-up to really take us out when that Vial is just nullified.
Yeah. Now siege down the top side. Obviously the only wave that is pushed substantially enough to be able to try and threaten the tower. Still not able to get it on at least the first wave, but still got this cannon minion attacking and no real way to deal with it. Kakun not really got the damage there with those Void Seekers to truly threaten Team Secret Wales away. Taki being looked at, a lot being used, but Kakun goes forward and now he's just caught out. Nice kill though found by Arya. There's a lot of damage coming through. Hero finds himself in the back line. Will be able to take out that Kaiser eventually, and Eddie is completely untouched. Through the wall will go Ray Faki. He does claim himself one, but on the other side of the team fight, it's these carries, Dyer and Eddie. They're going crazy. Guwon will be able to make himself out. Only Guwon and Ray Faki will remain, but no ultimates, and 2 carries with the biggest rock you've seen in the entire world still available. This should be the last tower taken out. In fact, that's actually a respawned tower. Guwon will be taken out now. It's pretty simplistic from here. 22 seconds until the respawn of this Kaiser, and Ray Faki with no ult doesn't really have the ability to do anything, and down will go the Nexus. It is going to be Team Secret Wales that take the first series of the night, 2-0.
I think Hero tanking the tower there was the first time I saw his passive break in at least 10 minutes. He was just that tanky the entire game. Didn't really, you know, he wasn't really farming. He just got 2 items, started grouping. He was only like 190 CS when the game ended there, so didn't really care after he got his points. Like, carries, go take all the gold. I've already achieved, you know, Exodia. I am full build.
Yeah.
He was crucial in these team fights, honestly. And we were talking about how Malphite wasn't really going to be pressuring so hard into their team because they had a lot of tools to deal with the Malphite coming into them, but they're not really, you know, immobile auto attack focused champions. But he proved that he was the rock in the top that game. It was something to absolutely be feared. And even though his carries went down, him and the Wukong were the, you know, the X factors in those team fights.
Yeah. Well, I do agree. I think it's a bit contextual to the fact that at one stage of this game, I believe Team Secret Wales were up like 14k gold.
Yep.
So I think it's a little bit different when, you know, the wallet gap is possibly the, I just think definitely the biggest wallet gap we've seen so far. And even after that, there were team fights where things went wrong. The Voracious ran out, and then all of a sudden, DFM find 4 kills, get the Baron as well, and then, the game didn't feel like it was ever truly lost. It was like, okay, we do have to still play this game like we want to win. We can't get too overexcited with it because we did just lose a lot of gold, and if we do that another time, then all of a sudden this is on a bit of a knife's edge. Still, they did clean it up after that point, and things looked a lot better. And as you said, I think Hero was a key member in these team fights because sure, the Wukong would go down and Poppy would go down pretty quickly. Malphite was always there to be able to protect the carries as best as he could, and I think that was what led to especially that last team fight win.
Yeah, and I think that so far Team Secret Wales has been the most cohesive team that we've seen play, and I think that Dyer had both games, he played extremely well, because I think that the main pain point for Team Secret Wales was going to be Ari in the mid lane, and he did such a good job to shut him down, and I think his team did such a good job to enable him. Both times where I was saying that he was susceptible to being ganked now, had no summoners, it was extremely easy for like a Vi or Khan to just walk mid and find that kill on Doriana, but his team was the one to attack first. They, blew those resources, and all of a sudden he was able to take over the game. And it's so important when you pick these, carry matchups, these, susceptible matchups that you enable them to, be able to play the game. And I would say for me overall, I think my MVP this series would have been, it'd be between Dyer and Taki for me.
Yeah.
I think both of them played extremely well, but not to take away from the rest of the roster of Team Secret Wales. They were all extremely impressive, and I can't wait to see them play against, one of the top teams in the league, because I think that DFM definitely looked like they were struggling here. They have extremely good players, but it didn't look like they were cohesive or on the same page. They just need to, go back to the drawing board and really think about what they want to do, because it looked like they, didn't really know how to respond to the aggression coming out of Team Secret Wales at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ultimately, at least in this series that we had tonight, it was Team Secret Wales that kind of just all played better than their counterparts, and I think that's what led to such a dominant performance and a 2-0 win. We are, however, going to go to a break. Once we're back, it is going to be the first look at the new Talon Esports and Oceania, baby! We got Chiefs Esports as well. We'll see you very, very shortly.
So dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach ya. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach ya. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah, you know that I got yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh I let freedom ring. No freedom without the sacrifice. Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop, won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh I let freedom ring.
crossing city limits. When I hit the road, feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You ain't got to be patient. I won't leave you waiting. I won't ever leave you lonely. As long as I got you right by me. And I'll give you my love. Promise I'll be everything you ever need. You know that's right, baby. Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse it. When you throwing that back, I guess that's basic.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse it. When you throwing that back, I guess that's basic.
Look, yeah, I've been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it hurt. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 If you want it quick, then speed it up. If you want it down, then let it drop. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the
Welcome back, everybody. It's the big one for all the O's fans, and it's a big one for the fans of Talon, who have been so dominant in our region. It is Talon Esports going up against Chief Esports. The first look at both our teams, and I think for many around the world, you look at this Talon roster, just starting off the season, and you have to have them as the favorites.
Yeah, it is the star-studded roster of the LCP, and it's the one that, to my mind, as soon as the region was announced, like, that is the front runner to get in straight away. They are such a storied org. They're a team who has, you know, taken the best of the best in the world to 5 games. That is such an impressive feat, honestly.
Yeah.
And there's not really much you can say about League of Legends in general and not mention talent.
Yeah.
So the fact that they are in this league and contending with, you know, the Chiefs, who is, you know, our favorite team, it's just very exciting to see that, you know, Chiefs get to go against such a good team as their first match.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they've got players like Caster on it who did play for the Flash Wolves earlier on, and Betty as well did it very much the same. And so I mean, these are just historical players throughout the years. Obviously, they are PSG talent from last year. They're no longer with PSG, but it is still the same organization that are behind them, which is Talon Esports. So, I mean, out of the entirety of the PCS, I think there was only one split that they didn't win. That is all. They were just so dominant. They have always put together a really good team. They have Corgi as their coach, who is another historical coach, one of the best in the world. He's won Worlds before. It's a very daunting task to have these guys as your first opponents, but if there's anything that you know about OS is they are always the scrappy underdog. There has not been a single season of League of Legends where you look at Oceania and you think, they have the upper hand here. They've always been the underdogs. They're always going to be comfortable being the underdogs, and I think now is the time to prove that they can truly make a name for themselves.
And I think that it's fair to say that Talon and Chiefs in their own respective, domestic regions have quite the same story.
Yeah.
They've always just been these extremely dominant powerhouses in their own region. They've always just been considered one of the best orgs, one of the orgs that always wins everything. And, now that, the Chiefs, our Oceanic team have taken that step up into, a much more serious competition, we'll have to see if, after everything, with OS in general saying that, if we were to get these resources, we were able to get the geolocation where we can scrim better teams and just have better practice in general, that we would be able to compete with the best, the best of the best in the wildcard regions, because it always felt like with what we had, we were performing at the same level as, orgs, or not orgs, but just regions in general that had so much more than us.
Yeah.
So it is, very cool to see that first game, that first matchup, with the practice that they've had, because, I know for a fact the Chiefs already been here for multiple weeks, even a month almost, that they've got practice in, they're comfortable, and it's, honestly time for them to prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, obviously, doing a little bit of a discussion around their roster, I think it's important to mention that obviously we do have the Oceanic representation in the coaching staff, as well as by Panther and Lemus.
Yeah.
But they've also got some PCS representation in Jimmy, and that guy has played over in the NA Academy. He did really well over there. He's played in the PCS the last 2 years, and for the entirety of the PCS, he has pretty much been a top 3, if not top 2 mid laner. He has been very successful. He's the mid laner now for Chief Esports, and you are, or at least I am, very confident that he will be coming in here. He's obviously still at home. It's not like he's had to go overseas and move to Taiwan.
Yeah.
That is his hometown, so out of everyone in this in this roster, he is going to be the most comfortable in his current position. They also have Luon, who played for SK last split in LEC, and I'll let you talk about it a little bit more because you have a little bit more knowledge on it. But from what I hear, he was just one of the most successful bot lanes over there.
Yeah, just the duo of Rahel and Luon on SK was the reason why that team had so much success. It was very rare to see their bot lane not win or go even with pretty much every single team they were versing. And Luon was just so good at, these engaged supports. And I think that he did so well under the, the leadership of Swiffer, the coach of SK. So he just looked like he improved immensely over the time he was there, and I was surprised to see that he didn't, get the re-sign or get another team in the LEC. So to see him on the Chiefs now alongside Lemus, because I think that Oceania has always had really good AD carries, but it's very rare for us to find a support who was able to just stand out and be as good as the international competition.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to see that Luon is now come over and paired up with Lemus. So if finally an AD carry has what he needs to perform, it is, the time.
Yeah. And I'm going to ask you again, because you've actually played alongside this man for quite a while. Man, obviously he's had a career after and before you, but what do you have to say about this player? Because he is now obviously the Chiefs jungler. He played for the Chiefs alongside you as well, and you had a pretty historic run together. What do you think about him as a player? What do you think he brings to this roster? And obviously, he is the honorary OCE representative. He's not technically an OCE resident, but he's played in the region for quite a while, both on Direwolves and Chiefs, and now he's come back to the Chiefs, and he's always looked pretty good.
I would say for Mia, one of his biggest strengths was that his understanding of the other lanes was extremely high for a jungler. I think a lot of the time you just see junglers not really understand, how a matchup should be played out and when he is needed. I think Mia just had a really good read on that, and he was generally very level-headed when I played with him, and he was that voice of reason, and when he was strong, he knew how to carry games. And that is so important that, coming to international competition, coming to a new environment, playing on LAN, you are comfortable. And he is, someone who is able to do that alongside, Bio, who is another player who is just so successful when it comes to international competition. You think back to MSI when he was solo killing Broken Blade in a counter pick. Like, that was crazy, and he was performing so well. And, back to how he's playing domestically, didn't really have the strength, and he just, sort of played out of his mind. So every time I think of, Bio when he goes international, I think that he's a really good player, and the fact that the rest of the roster for the Chiefs is just nothing really stands out to me about a clear weakness, right? It's just the fact that when you look at Talon, they are just so scary, and they do have, we're just losing lane to the micro problems, and that is very, very hard to fix, right? If it's, you're just losing because you're getting out macroed, you got out drafted, or they're just better at playing this certain team style comp, that's something you can improve on. But when it just comes down to, the first 3 levels, we're already losing, it's like, oh, this feels terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously we've talked about Chiefs for quite a while now. We have to mention Talon because, again, they are just the most storied org coming from the PCS. They have been so successful. They go international and they take BLG to 3 games to 5 games at MSI. This is a team that you can never, ever count out, even against the teams that, BLG was considered the best team going into MSI, the best team going into Worlds, arguably alongside the likes of Gen G. And Talon being able to really give it to them and like, be a genuine threat, almost eliminate them from the tournament. And yes, they have lost Maple. Maple is who they've lost. They've also lost Junja for Kasa. Very different players, but that is the 2 changes that have happened. Kasa coming in instead of Junja, I don't think there's a clear better player between the 2. Very different players. Junja, very happy to be on Maokai, very happy to be on Sejuani, the likes of those, whereas Kasa kind of likes to be the dominant sort of jungler. He wants to be in your face, have resources, and be able to carry it. That's how he's kind of played his whole career, and he looks very good doing it. He's good on the likes of the Lee Sin, finding activity on the map for your team. So I think that's going to be very good, because last year when Kasa struggled was because he was spending pretty much the whole year babysitting. He was having to just babysit around, Gory, who was playing very well, but just he's very, very resource intensive. Now he's got Fofo, and I think Fofo coming back from the LPL, he's had a very good career over there. He obviously started in the LMS and whatnot. Coming back now to the LCP, I think just straight nameplate, he is probably the mid laner of the league. I think it's really hard to bet against him. Just man to man, this guy is insane at the game. He's always been considered one of the best, if not the best mid laner alongside Maple, and now Maple's gone. Who is going to be able to stand up to him? Jimmy's got to try and prove he can. Jimmy did well against Maple a lot of the time, but I feel like Fofo might just be a little bit of a different beast.
Yeah, Fofo is an absolute beast. Even watching him when he was playing the LPL, I remember in particular his Akali is insane. So it is something that the Chiefs need to have in the back of the head, that giving him an angle to play that champion is a very scary thing. And he is such a... It's hard to, not really think about his laning phase as well. And the fact that he was doing so well against, the best mid laners in the world in the LPL is, really telling of what it's going to look like going into this matchup. But to speak more on Kasa, I think he is just such a good player, and pretty hard to not say he's a world-class jungler.
For sure.
But, Mia also had his stint in the LCK playing alongside, Chovy and Deft, and the fact that he was versing the best junglers in the world at that time. So it's not like he's a fish out of water, right?
Yeah.
He is experienced playing against the best junglers in the world. He knows what to expect and what to be ready for and how to play the game. And this is definitely one of those situations where you play your matchup, right? This is the kind of thing where you can't, look at nameplates and really worry about the fact that you could be outclassed. You just need to, believe in yourself and what the effort you put in, and, really focus on what the League of Legends game is.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, the rest of we've started with Kasa and Fofo, who are very good.
Yeah.
But the core of Talon still exists. The Arja, the Betty, and of course Woody. Betty, I mean, you kind of see it in the highlight video when we start the show. He's kind of the main character of the league now.
Yeah.
He's, Maple was before. Maple was sort of the leader of the league. Now Betty is kind of that legacy player that stayed around, that has continued to be very good. And I mean, we are going to take a quick break because there are technical issues on the stage. But before we go, I'm just so excited. It will not be long, hopefully. So we will see you very shortly.
crossing city limits. When I hit the road, feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You ain't got to be patient. I won't leave you waiting. I won't ever leave you lonely. As long as I got you right by me. And I'll give you my love. Promise I'll be everything you ever need. You know that's right, baby. Say don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. I'm second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse. Why you doing that bad? I guess that's basic.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse. Why you doing that bad? I guess that's basic.
Look, yeah, I've been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it hurt. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy
The timer lies. We are back. This camera. We are back. We are so back. Very shortly, hopefully getting into our 1v1. It's going to be a top lane matchup yet again, very much like our first series. BioPanther up against Arja. I've 1v1 BioPanther a few times.
Okay.
I did not beat him. Not a single time.
As expected?
It should be expected. You'd hope so.
So
arguably the best top laner that OS has had, at least definitely for a long while, should probably beat a washed up caster.
Yeah, instilling confidence in all of us that he beat you in the 1v1.
Yeah.
As he should. So that means that he should win this.
RJ might be better than me. There's a good chance. There's a good chance that the guy that can lane against the best tops in the world is better than I am.
You're being humble.
Yeah, maybe. Excited to see nonetheless. Honestly, BioPanther, a very smart player.
Yeah, that's how I would generally think of him as a player. I think that he is someone who is, he gets his way, he thinks his way out of bad situations and he thinks his way into good situations. Not so much he uses his hands to win those kind of things. You know, he'll just stink you in his lanes a lot of the time. Very rarely we see Bio being the one to stand up and take these like burger flip 1v1s, but he is someone who can, just absolutely dominate a lane through pure, superior macro.
Yes. And we actually saw that when he came to the PCS last year, when he was going up against Yi Zhang, who was kind of the most dominant laner that the PCS had. He was in a losing matchup in the Cassante vs Gwen and just somehow manages to find the solo kill. And that is things we've sort of come to expect from BioPanther for some reason is, okay, give this guy a bad matchup and he just still wins it. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens here. Khalid. See, I think Khalid is arguably the strongest 1v1 champion in the pool. That champion, like, you think he's down and out, and he certainly is almost never.
We'll see, because this should be on paper a close match. It's two melee champs, so they're just going to stat stick each other, and we'll see who's able to do it. Because like Mordekaiser is an extremely strong champion. Obviously, we hope to see the Conqueror this time, right? So the phase rush. I think the combat runes are so important in the 1v1, and we'll have to see, because in these melee matchups, summoners are so important. Right, because if you do get the exhaust versus something like a Kled, and you use that well around like the Q2 pop, the 4th order on the W, it reduces so much damage. But obviously the most common summons we've seen so far is the Ignite Barrier. This makes the most sense, and knowing that it is blind pick, as melee champs you might even go for Snowball because you don't really know what you're versing and you can't really play around that. You just want to cover your weaknesses.
Yeah. I mean, exhaust is just a strong 1v1 rune anyway. It is both mirrored the Ignite Barrier.
Yeah.
It is a very strong room combo, and I think, less so for Khalid, I think Khalid against range champs is pretty good at getting onto them anyway.
Yeah.
Especially the melee champs that are available in the Noxus pool. Maybe Israel's the hardest to get on, but then if you ease away, you feel pretty comfortable at just using your second dash, and Khalid's back on him. RJ, though, a very capable Mordekaiser player. He's played it time and time again, especially last split where we, at the very beginning of the year, started seeing Skarner come top, and the counter to it was generally the Mordekaiser. RJ always very good at that champion in that matchup. BioPanther, though, will be landing the chain, even dodging away, and oh my god, it's a mogging.
Yeah, that's just a very, very successful first trade from Bio, right? And hopefully something we're going to see going to that first game. But you see that Arja's already gone for a very defensive start in his items. He knows that if this goes to level 6, the advantage is going to swing towards him extremely hard because, the Mordekaiser ult is very strong for the 1v1s, whereas the Kled ult is just not going to offer anything.
Yeah.
Just a little headbutt, not going to do anything in the 1v1. Maybe good for disengaging. The fact you can immune CC with it is very underrated.
It can give you a good tempo advantage getting back to lane.
Yes.
Is something that's very good. We saw, like, last year, a lot of Pantheon, and the ult was almost always used just to get a good cheetah recall off and ult back to lane, and then you find yourself an advantage that way. Because the towers are very squishy. So the tower win condition, though we haven't seen one yet, actually was a very common way to win last year.
And this might be one of our slower 1v1s. Playing two melee champs against each other when the waves is going to continue to bounce. Don't really expect much to happen because Arja is respecting the strength of the Kled, knowing he can't win that straight up 1v1 all in here. And just going to play around the spells. The fact that Bio did miss his EQ here allows Arja just walk up, have a bit more presence in lane now, knowing that he has that cooldown window to actually thin out this wave and make sure he doesn't get denied when he crashes into the tower.
Yeah. Very good start to the game here for BioPanther on the Kled. Doesn't feel like RJ has a whole lot of play against him. We'll get a lot of health back. BioPanther is struggling to get the wave in, however.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those situations where he can never really crash the wave, because every time he clears it, I'm just going to pull it to the side, pop the W, and just tank that wave with the shield. And the fact that the minions spawn so quickly and arrive back to the neutral point in the lane, is just going to allow him to continue to freeze, and it's just allowing to scale.
Yeah, ultimate now available for RG, meaning he will have access to stealing some of the cleared stats, and I think BioPanther wisely realizing that it might just be time to go.
Still going to be a wave pushing towards Arju though, so there's going to be minions that Bio is losing. Had a good start, but wasn't really able to capitalize it. And the fact he is going for the Tiamat means that it's not the biggest combat power item you could possibly buy there. This is more towards, killing that wave.
Yes.
And just crashing into tower and maybe playing for a different win condition than the first 2 kills.
Yeah. Wave now heavily coming back to BioPanther. Arju not going to be able to find a recall. There's no way BioPanther would allow for that. We get so much gold off these minions. Imagine if this was in Summoner's Rift.
It's like the Swift play equivalent. Right?
Yeah.
Fortunately, don't have a nose yet. Still got our normal games. Very sad. But yeah, a lot of gold you do get from these minions, and that's such a big thing. If Bio can continually just crash this wave and secure himself better bases and win through tempo, like we said he would probably look to do on the Summoner's Rift as well, he's certainly a win condition he can play around.
It's always Klid's an interesting one, I feel like, in this 1v1, right? Not many players have probably put many reps into Klid. I don't remember a single time where Klid was particularly meta in League of Legends.
I do.
You do?
I do. When the greatest League of Legends team won Worlds. FPX.
Oh.
The Doing Big Goat. It has unironically been a pocket pick of a lot of very famous top laners in Oceania. So it's been around for a long time and been something that when champs like Aatrox become meta, or I remember the set Gwen meta, like Swiper himself was playing a lot of Kled, so people always thought about it and he was successful on it, and they made other people play the Kled, like Bio. So this is one of his pocket picks that he does have.
Yeah, recall coming through from RJ. I mean, BioPanther, I feel like, should just be pushing forward. It looks like we might actually get our first ever sudden death. Which, I mean, BioPanther is just so far ahead in gold.
Ooh.
It is going to be the Thornmail coming through.
Oh, that is... That is a very scary item for Biodiverse. That kind of nullifies, like, all the kill pressure he has onto Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Yeah, but he can just go for a very aggressive trade and then heal up off the next minion wave. You know, the Fiora gameplay pattern. Where you just do a trade that is horrendous, but you live on 200 HP, and then the next minion wave comes and you're back to full HP, and that guy still has lost all of his health.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing is, as long as the wave continues to sit where it is, he's never going to be able to find that kind of trade. Right? See how much damage he's able to do through the Stormmail. But yeah, in return, the fact that RJ is still able to do the same, if not more damage, just very telling of like the base damage that Mordekaiser has with levels.
Okay. I mean, we are almost certainly going to sudden death. Well, actually, through he'll go. Actually gets dragged under the tower. The ult does come out of RG here. Very low will be BioPanther going, but he does get into that mini Klid form. He has barrier as well. Will he be able to get the remount? No, he won't. Ignite has been put down by RJ, but now with no grievous wounds, BioPanther should feel completely fine. Healing right back up. Skull going to come back up for him as well very, very shortly. Misses the shotgun.
This is exactly what he needs to do though, right? As you were saying, he went for that very one-sided trade that's going to favor Arja at the beginning, but as long as he sustains up, it's going to be completely fine. But maybe he wants to get a recall off for the just before the sudden death comes through, but decides to not go for it, and Arja's going to do the same here.
Yeah. You do, once the sudden death appears, there will be a ring appear, and you still have about a minute until it starts closing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we still have time to see what Bio does want to buy next. I assume Arja's just going to try get tabbies. Could even just go for a bit of AP, so we'll have to see what he does want to get. Bio's probably going to recall after this one if he is, does realize that he does have that time. If not, then yeah, that's just a bit of information he doesn't really have, and that's going to be Arja, who has been around these 1v1s for so long, having that bit of extra information.
Yeah, Arja, I believe, actually playing the majority of Talon's 1v1s up until the end where Betty started to do it.
It's closing now, so the window's gone.
Yeah. No longer will there be able to be any recalls. BioPanther does start with a fairly sizable health advantage, as well as Mordekaiser not having ult. I think, obviously,
yeah,
Mordekaiser has a combat ult, Biopanther has a mobility ult, and so in the 1v1s, when you are both missing ults, that means generally how these champions' patterns work is you tend to favor the champ that doesn't require an ult to play in combat, and RJ will certainly not get it back in time. Biopanther, I mean, topping up, but actually it's just kind of allowing RJ to, as Biopanther is pretty much full HP that whole time. Big shield coming through, Bio needs to stay in this minion wave. He gets more healing off that Ravenous Hydra. It's a nice amount of damage coming through from RJ. Barrier still exists for both of these players. Barrier does go down from RJ, but the remount coming through. Bio is so close to being able to get it. He's so low, he still hits the barrier though. Can he find the kill? It's so close, but the shield comes back and RJ takes it. Talon will get side selection. What a close battle.
What a very down-to-the-wire 1v1, but that was just genuinely what you really expect when you have the Thorn Mail against, an item that doesn't really have as much combat power, right? Kind of did nullify Biopanther's game plan with, sustaining and, winning through that the CS or like even a bit of an economy lead with all the tempo he was creating from pushing those waves. But yeah, both of them didn't go for that last recall before the sudden death, which was surprising because they did have quite a decent amount of gold. There was 3 or 4 waves that they did manage to farm up. 200 gold per cannon minute is a lot of money. And they both felt confident that they could win that 1v1.
Yeah, and I think you have to have favored the Clid if he actually got the recall off.
Yeah,
because ultimately he had a lot more gold than RJ.
Yeah.
Just by, again, just sort of using the tempo, RJ wasn't able to get every CS under tower, as you kind of will struggle a lot more as Mordekaiser than the Ravenous Hydra Clid. And so a lot of combat power was missing that he could have potentially had. And I think that comes down to literally just the experience of playing these 1v1s.
Yeah.
RJ spending a year doing it, Biopanther, this is his first ever time.
Not much you can really say. I think that it was close. It was nice to see that not every 1v1 has to end at 1-2 minutes. It did go down to the sudden death, which is cool to see. And maybe there's even a meta because the ring completely closes, right?
Yes.
And you do start burning it. Maybe there's even a meta because everyone knows from Arena there is those really annoying or certain play styles where you just play for the burn.
Yeah.
You play to just out sustain during the the fog.
Yeah. Poppy used to be pretty popular in that regard because you'd just live and then try and find the Poppy ult and you'd win off that. Yeah. Not a Noxus champ though, I don't believe.
No.
So won't be seeing that. But either way, PSG, or Talon rather actually now, did select blue side. So it is their opinion as well as pretty much everyone so far that blue side is the preference going into at least the first game. And while the results don't necessarily show it, I think it makes sense. Although it does still, if you haven't worked out what is the true Apex champions, I think it is just still easier to play the champ select from the red side.
I think that the reason why teams like picking blue side is because you sort of know that one of your opponent's bans needs to be Skarner or Ashe. So, you're kind of thinking that you have more bans than them because if they leave up one of these champions, you're going to take it. So there's, Ashe, Skarner, Vi, all being really dominant, being banned a lot. And while we haven't really seen them show up in the LCP yet, we've seen what they've been doing overseas. And then just knowing that your opponent has to ban these champions, if not all of them, it just allows you a lot more freedom in draft.
Yeah, there is always the don't ban either of them as the red side, and then you just get whichever one they don't take. And, I think looking back to last year, that is something that Talon would often do. So Corgi still being the same coach as they had last year might actually opt to just do that. And obviously, I don't know that he will, and maybe on week number 1 isn't the time to do it. But you can always look for that. If you think that, okay, we give Betty Ashe or we give Casa Skarner and the game just becomes a whole lot easier for us, you can opt to do that.
Yeah, I think giving away Skarner is probably the biggest mistake Chiefs could make. I think that something that, as a region, we've always struggled with is these champions who don't really fall off, right? Ose has done well when we can, mitigate that early game and enter the team fight phase. I think that it's a tall order to say that they're going to win in laning phase, right? So if you give the enemy who on paper should be better than you in laning phase, the scaling team fight, it's so hard to play. So I think that giving over Skarner is probably the biggest mistake that Chiefs could do here, and they really need to make sure that one is removed.
Okay. Well, I mean, ultimately we'll get to find out what will Paul do with his draft.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
What's he cooking?
I'm excited. I got a bunch of friends in the Chiefs, and I'm excited to see how they do. I think it's a little bit unfortunate for them that they do have to start by going up against who is probably the favourites for the region, at least at the beginning of the season. We are going to go to a quick break while everything gets all sorted out for the game ahead of us, so please do stick around because this is sure to be an exciting one. We're back. We're back, and we're back and better than ever.
We're back.
I believe it is time. Words, voices in my head have been telling me that in about a minute's time we'll be going into Champ Select. Must be nervous, I feel like, for both these teams for different reasons.
Yeah, I think, unironically, this could be a slight advantage towards Oceania, just because...
There he is.
When you think
That's
about
Aura.
the pause meta, right? Oceania has been thriving in this for years, okay? Like, we have done through technical issues, internet issues, like whatever. So, like, all of this pausing, it's kind of like comfort zone for the Oceanic players, so I think that's a slight advantage.
Counterpoint. My last 2 years on the PCS, there were hour-and-a-half long pauses. Not that regularly, but they did occur enough. I think both teams are well prepared. But Jimmy, and he was through those. He dealt with those.
Yeah. Also, now that we're getting like the rundown of the players, we see that we've got the hoodie jersey combo.
Yeah.
So like Chiefs are definitely dripped out. They got the drip gap. But then you kind of like peek over the other side, and you see that Caster has a house on his wrist, casually. So
yeah,
I think it's a tough one to contest that.
True. We do have the jersey synergy on the hand of Chiefs, but yeah, on the hand of Caster is a whole different beast, really.
Midas's touch.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, I am a big fan of the new Chiefs jersey. Brendy, if you're listening, you know where to find me. Thank you.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this O's team can put together, but to see what Talon look like, because they are a different roster.
Yeah.
They are not going to look the same, because if they came in with the same 5, then it's just like, okay, well, this team probably is just going to dominate. Because they were dominating domestically, they went internationally, and almost took series off the people that were considered the favorites to win MSI.
Yeah, and so far from, our 3 favorites, or like top teams, we haven't really, or 2 favorite top teams, we haven't really seen the clean games, the very clean performances that we saw from Team Secret Wales in our last series. And our expectations for talent are extremely high. So, obviously anything clean of a very clean performance would be sort of disappointing for them.
Yeah.
I guess. But also I am very, very excited for Chiefs to come out and play against such a high caliber team.
Absolutely.
Because they have nothing to lose and everything to prove at this point. And I think that finally, with all the resources being provided to them and the fact they get such good scrims and such good practice, were they able to level up?
I think importantly too, if, like going in and not necessarily a doomer mindset, but like, you always have to come in and be like, okay, Chiefs aren't the favorite here. If they put up a fight, then it gives you questions on how good are the Chiefs, relative to everyone in the league versus maybe Talon have too high expectations on them, right? And it gives you the sort of question mark, similar to the question marks we had yesterday after both our series there, right? Like how good a CFO versus how good a Vikings, and the same, for Garm and SoftBank. So I think, if this is a close game in any regard, it gives you a lot of confidence for the Chiefs. So I don't know. I'm just very excited. I think this could go either way, although you have to be expecting a certain favorite.
Yeah, and definitely I want it to go a certain way, right? Like, as the biased caster inside me wants it to, the Chiefs to perform. Because that would give, a region that has not really seen a lot of hope in a long time something to be happy about. And, something to a lot of the, domestic players still in Oceania to aim for, right? Because, that is that slot in the LCP that you can strive for, and you can go join a major region if you become good enough. Like, that is something very cool that aspiring players can aim for. And that is just not something that OS has had in a very long time.
Yep. Lots of happy faces on the Chiefs. Feeling like, they are feeling confident.
Yeah.
Bad news. There is unfortunately more technical delays. I do have good news about it, though, is that it is not to do with the players or the teams themselves. So once the technical delays over at the stage are fixed up, then we should just be able to get into game and have it as smooth as our first series. But we will go to a quick break once again, and hopefully once we're back, everything will be all sorted, and we'll be able to get straight into game. This time it is hit. I believe we've been told 30 seconds till champ select, which is a very confident
That's a call.
message. Yes.
That's a call. And when you hear a call, you follow the call.
That's right.
Like run.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
Listen to your shot caller.
Thank you, everyone, by the way, for staying with us. I know it is frustrating, but obviously with the new stadium and whatnot, there becomes new challenges, and they're all getting worked out. And you know, finding them out earlier on in the split is a lot better than finding them out at a very crucial time in a playoff game or like a finals. So hopefully, you know, these are all learnt, and going forward, everything becomes a lot smoother. But talking about smooth, Big Pole's got a big job to do here in the Champion Select. What do you think that Chiefs coming in, you know, their first game, what do you think they should look for?
I think it's really important that the Chiefs draft to a point where they're comfortable, right? And I think that it is sort of disrespectful if they draft, you know, a very high ceiling early game comp and assume that they can get away with it against such a good team like Talon. So I hope that we see Chiefs aim towards a very, you know, scaling comp that can also perform in the early game, right? You know, we don't want to just see the Chiefs lock in these very, very aggressive champs. And we're ready, the Skirmish being removed and us being in champ select.
We're here!
2 wins.
Champion Select! It is going to be the Nocturne and the Yone. First bans by the side of Talon. On the other side, you know, the Chiefs, they will be taking away the Skana. They will be taking away the Callista next. One more ban to come through now for Talon, and I mean, you have to assume the Ashe would be the last ban on the side of Chiefs, but obviously have to wait and find out.
Yeah, so with the Callista being removed and the Ashe and the Varus being, you know, that handshake right now that we are seeing being the match, or the champions that really match each other, Talon does have the choice to, you know, leave them both up. So if you ban one, then we get one free. But at this point, with the, you know, Talon being the favorable bot lane, they should be quite confident to just trade these 80 carries and play on the other side. Even if they do want to forego that and you go for the, you know, the misfortune with the Bloodthirster Rush, which you seem having so much success into these like harass lanes and just purely outscale them, there's another option that is on the board still.
Absolutely, Renata going to be banned away, so that takes away the potential of the Varus first pick with the Renata appearing. That's a good way to attack the Varus, I think. There's not that many champs that you would compare to the Renata Varus in terms of that pairing. It's going to be Arja taking his Rumble. Very, very, very solid Rumble player. This does open up for her to be able to click AD, and you know, Casa, it does feel like when you see a champ like this, you're going to be a little bit more facilitatory.
And you know, thinking on Bias Pool, I don't think he has any champion that is specifically good into Rumble. It's always just been a sort of nullifier for him. You know, in old times past, you would think of like Cho'Gath being a really good matchup into the Rumble because you can just, you know, match that level 1 power with the Vorpal spikes at the start and you just push your lane and then eventually just become so tanky that Rumble can't really do anything to you. So that is a potential tank option that Bio has played in the past, but also another one that is a good matchup to Rumble is the Galio.
Yeah.
We've seen that one have a lot of success overseas and pop up with that, you know, tank build into the full AP. And I think it's just a very good matchup, and there's also a triple flex right now.
Yes, absolutely. It can go in any lane. Top, mid, or support, but we'll see where it does end up going. I think, again, on the red side, getting a really early flex pick is just really, really powerful. Because it does, you know, now on the blue side, generally you get to answer one counter pick, but if you don't reveal where this Galio is going, you struggle to find a counter pick, and you can just move it off to a different lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that Talon is probably just going to respond with, yeah, the jungle here, because I think picking both your AD carry and, you know, mid, if they weren't go for like the Corki Ashe, would show, you know, too much of their hand and allow Chiefs to ban out champions that would, you know, make up for their weaknesses. So, you know, this is just generally very standard driving from both teams, just responding to what they're seeing. And I like that Chiefs have got a strong champion in the Varus, something that allows them to have presence in the early game, but also a good counter pick in the Galio.
Ooh, and Viego going to be picked up here for Mare. Not the worst game thus far, but it's not the greatest either. I mean, it struggles to interact with the Corki. Of course, against the Sejuani, isolated does do reasonably okay, but the Sejuani not often looking to just 1v1. Generally using that power of having a melee, I guess, top in this case, to find those skirmishes.
Very, very strong pick with the Galio and Varus. Like, that's double lockdown, so it's very easy to just, you know, take out one member with the Chains of Corruption, pair that with the Taunt, or, you know, just any champions that they pick in the 4-5 to really enable this Viego. I think that seeing that it is being picked on the third kind of tells what sort of play style the Chiefs have been dealing with recently, and I think that might mean Mia has been very carry focused or carry centric this team, and they might be playing around him to enable him in these fights, because if he possesses either the Rumble or Sejuani, you know, turning into a melee champ is a fun time, right? You're not going to get one shot, and there's still going to be a potential melee support coming through for the side of Talon, so it's another potential positive possession that he could get.
For sure. And it also doesn't feel too bad when you transform into a AD carry that has a dash as well.
Yes.
Because you can just transform immediately, use that Valkyrie, and then start doing damage before transforming back. Obviously, AD carries without dashes, it becomes very, very volatile and scary to actually utilize the transform. But we'll see. It is the Poppy Nico ban, so another couple of good pairings that we do often see with the Varus taking away. Ashe just taken away. I mean, it's something that lanes well against the Varus. This Corki could still go bot, but realizing that there's no real reason to give over the Ashe unnecessarily, you just take it away.
Do decide to pick the Rel, so they want to hold that, you know, mid-top flex.
Yep.
Obviously, this Galio can always just be slotted into the Rumble lane, but if there is a potential good matchup in the mid lane, assuming that, you know, Corki is still holding that flex, then just allows Chiefs to have more options, because Bio definitely has more potential tanks he could play into what is being shown right now, and it just allows them to have more options so far. So I think Rel is a good champion because it is a good peel champion as well as an engaged champion. A lot of people underrate the Magnet Storm as how much lockdown it can do when champions dive forward.
Yep.
And it's just another tool to enable Viego to, you know, find those resets, because once he does, he can take over the fight.
Now that is possibly the best champion in the game that could have been locked by Talon.
Yep.
We have 3 melees that kind of like going forward in general. I mean, they can absolutely sort of peel back, but the Braum does a lot here. Really need to kind of find a range champ now, I feel like. If you just handshake another melee, things get really, really rough. So they are just going to slot that Galio up in the top lane. And it's going to be Jimmy now piloting this Ahri. It's something he's always been able to pilot very, very well. So you do have confidence in him, in his lane, at least. But I am very worried as skirmishes start to happen, how we're going to deal with the Sejuani Braum, because that combo just by itself is incredibly difficult to deal with.
I think I'm very happy with what Chiefs have drafted. It's exactly what I wanted. You know, they have a lot of early game presence, but they have scaling available, right? Also, depending on what build Lemus goes to, he's going to have a lot more presence going forward. I think that it's probably going to be one of those poke games, because you want to have you know, you want to cycle those ults. I think that the most important thing in this game is going to be the Chains of Corruption.
Yep.
When you look at Braum, he is a champion that is very good at peeling and skirmishing, but with the amount of lockdown that is available for the side of Chiefs, if a charm does land, that's going to be a taunt, there's going to be a possession, that's going to be a lot of follow-up coming forward. So it is still quite possible they do find those resets, and that's all that really matters. Getting Mia his resets is how they're going to win these fights. And if you look at the side of Talon and what comp they've put together, they have strong laners. They have a really, really good bot side answer to what the Chiefs have brought forward. And the Sejuani Braum, when you pair them together, are just so cohesive.
Yep.
But the only downside is they don't have melee champs to enable that besides the Rumble.
For sure. But, I mean, I feel like with the Braum and just the CC that comes out, almost Braum is just going to be able to help Sejuani enough if the right environment is found. Bit of a soul read here. Chiefs, everyone laughing a lot and Mir non-stop talking. I think he has said something ridiculous, knowing this guy.
Yes, absolutely he has.
And honestly, having someone like that in a team environment is pretty good. I think especially after the amount of delays, being able to, you know, have a smile on your face and go in here feeling pretty happy is a good sign for the Chiefs. Obviously getting a little bit psychoanalysis here, but nonetheless, I don't think either comp is particularly lost just off the get-go. I do think the tools that Talon have make this game a lot easier for them. They're dealing with an immobile Varus that has to be that real damage threat to get the reset for Mare, it feels like. And RJ on the Rumble especially, alongside, you know, if they're able to find any lockdown onto the Varus, it's probably just going to be a miserable time. It is going to be the on-hit Varus as well, this game.
Yeah, and I do like that Chiefs are going for the lane swap, because, you know, Galio functions a lot better with less gold than Rumble does. Rumble also being that sole AP threat for the enemy team means that if he has, you know, no items, he's not going to do a lot of AP damage, so it's easy to itemize against the enemy team's damage profile. And I also think that the Ezreal Braum is going to be a lot stronger in the first couple of levels than the Varus Rel will be, right? Varus can't, you know, solo win that 1v2, and Rel isn't really going to find any angles to get lethal onto the Ezreal, because this is the on-hit Varus, so he loses a little bit of early game presence.
Yep.
And we might just see, you know, Bayer do exactly what we saw yesterday, where leeches level 2 off mid and then just goes to the side to pressure for the dive, because Rumble can't really do anything in the tower dive, right? He's very susceptible being dove, but, you know, a level 2 Galio has outplay pressure under tower, right? If you do go for the taunt, if you do go for the E, you have more tools to play around.
Yeah, and just helping navigate the level 1 as well against Corki is actually very helpful for Jimmian, because that's kind of the hardest part of the lane for the Ari into the Corki, it feels like to me, where you know, you have a little bit of trade back with the Electrocute and whatnot, but nothing truly competes with the Gettle Gun and auto attacks that Corki has, Conqueror stacking up and whatnot. Bio, though, he's not going to be allowed to get down to his
TP to
tower for
lane.
now, and eventually we'll just use the TP, as Luon is also going to come down here to join him. Does miss all the XP, unfortunately, as Betty drops a little bit of a disrespect Jarvan laughing emote.
So hopefully we see Luon sweep out this ward here that was placed. He just walks over it, so they don't know that this is warded. So Talon have full information of what is happening right now, and that was really good foresight by Betty to drop that lane ward, because, you know, we already see Woody walking towards top to protect his top laner from getting potentially dove, because, you know, assuming this was going to be that 3-man to top, they could absolutely take out Arja. But now that they know that Luna's bot, Arja's already stepping up so aggressively, because this is just a 1v1 to him now, right?
Yeah.
Lemus feels, you know, he's getting zoned off the wave as the strong side, which is very hard to deal with. And the fact that he's playing so aggressive is like, oh, what? Like, how does he know? All right. So hopefully Chiefs are able to, you know, make sense of this one and fix this up, because this is just really well played by Talon to find out a little bit of information and execute on it pretty much perfectly.
Okay. All things normalizing slightly, at least. No CS or no gold advantage truly found by either team just yet. And again, similar to what we saw yesterday when it was the Corki targeted and falling a bit behind, I feel like you always love that, yes, your Galio isn't doing so well in terms of gold, but someone that requires gold is also not doing that well here at this time in RJ on the Rumble. I will say Fofo, however, is kind of, again, that real true damage threat as the game extends, and he is doing completely fine here for the side of Talon.
They do see Sejuani now. Lemus has both summoners, so we'll be able to buy enough time to get towards Luon, hopefully.
Doesn't use the flash. It might just be going down. I think not flashing, possibly just dying anyway if Casa answers it, so ultimately, just a bit too far pushed up, will be unfortunately found out there and be taken out.
Yeah, just feeling a bit too safe with the vision hit that he had. You know, if he doesn't flash Q, of course he's going to die, but maybe just offering too much respect that he was going to be predicted. And if he does go down and blow his summoner, then that is just his early game completely over. But at least the fact that he does preserve his both his summoners, he can just walk back to lane and play aggressive when he has a bit more vision control and more members around him.
Yeah. Still, not the end of the world. It is a fairly reasonable amount of gold that has been picked up here for the side of Talon, as all of a sudden you're seeing the gold total down the bottom.
O's pause, baby.
There you go.
Wouldn't be an O's game without a pause at least, but you know, taking stock of the game state right now, it's obviously Talon favored. They've done really good to work out what was happening in this lane swap and get a tiny advantage from it, and Casa and Betty in particular, with what they did with the ward and capitalizing on the vision and the fact that he piled up to, you know, drop a ward on the golems and then find a potential gank. Really abusing the base timers and how long it takes to get back to lane, even with the home guards being in Season 15. They did a really good job to get any advantage that they could, and we'll have to see like what they're able to do with that, because really, really good teams like Talon can, you know, use that 600 gold lead and just turn that into a game win, right? Yep. And that's the scary thing for Cheese. So have to see when those level 6s do start coming through, when the Ari and the Viego do come online, and then the Varus, if they're able to turn that one around, because I think this grub fight will probably be a very, very big deal for both teams, because, you know, Talon feel as the team in control with the tempo, with the control, that should be theirs, especially with you know, the pairings of the Sejuani and the Braum skirmishing. But Chiefs feel like a level 6 fight is something that they should be taking.
Fofo perhaps with some cold hands. Very aggressive on the hand warmer.
Definitely looks like this year is a bit chilly and everyone's got warming up to do.
That was possibly the most aggressive usage of a hand warmer I've ever seen.
Personally, I agree. Yeah, that was some very...
Maybe he's just really angry. He had to 2v1.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I think ultimately the good thing here is that both teams will scale. So as long as we don't continue to bleed more and more as on the side of Chiefs, they can just be completely fine. It is one death. The one death shouldn't be too impactful to the game state. Obviously, no objectives have been taken from that death. It is just a bit of downtime for the Varus. He'll be a bit behind in XP and gold, and that should be all that really happens. He kept his sums as well.
Yeah, and Bio was definitely the big winner of all of this. You know, he was left alone to 1v1, so he's getting a lot of experience. You know, was denied some golden experience from those first couple of ways that he had to TP to, but he was left alone to 1v1 to Ezreal, and that's a completely fine matchup for him. So he's picked himself up a bit more gold than he should have been used to, but at the same time, so is Arjo, right? That whole time he was getting full experience, so was the Ezreal on the side of Talon, and yeah, obviously they're going to come out of this lane swap looking a bit better. But, you know, Chief's still in a completely fine spot, and it's really all about level 6 and finding kills with, you know, the Ariel, the Varus ult.
Yeah, and I also think the power spike for the Varus is actually a little bit earlier than both the Ezreal and the Corki. You get to the Blade the Ruined King, and you are a stronger champ than Ezreal or Corki with the Triforce, because you still have to rely on landing these skill shots, whereas as the Varus, as long as you're safe and being peeled for, you can just kind of stand and deliver. And he has sort of the parts around the map that can allow for that. You know, the Rao can be there to peel. You can also have Viego as a very good peel champ. Just by use of the one sort of ability he has to use to peel, it is very effective. Especially, you root up someone and Varus can quickly shred through those health bars, especially with the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about the Chiefs comp is they don't need as much resources as the Talon comp to come online. You know, levels are important for them. Their power spikes are generally cheaper, and they can fight back, right? Even if they do fall down a bit more gold than they are right now, they still have the ability to get back to the game because they drafted tools in every single role, and that's what I was really looking for from the Chiefs. You know, I wanted them to have agency and autonomy to play the game against a team like Talon, because if you just, you know, draft the comp like we saw come out of Team Secret Wales, that their game 1 where they just had, you know, just pure damage in every role and one tool to be able to do anything, it is very hard besides gapping your lane opponent to do anything. So it's good to see that Chiefs put in the respect to such a good team and they drafted a lot of autonomy to play the game. And, you know, hopefully they have the hands to back it up.
Yeah, Casa has clearly said something hilarious as hilarity has ensued on the side of Talon. They're all just laughing. They're having a real good time. Also, Sejuani got the gold. Now, they still did get 1 progress towards the feat, though, so that's the counter-argument. Yes, the gold's not as impactful on Sejuani as anyone else, and it's also less than it used to be. However, they are closer to just getting that innate bonus of having, even without upgrading the boots, better boots.
Yeah. Some extra drip on the feet.
Yeah.
Overall, very drippy game. And it's good to see the players able to, you know, communicate with each other during the pauses, because sometimes in these pauses when it's not really as extended as we are seeing, that you can't really speak to each other for the integrity reasons. But, you know, everyone's laughing and smiling still, so they're enjoying themselves and they're keeping the vibes up. You know, vibe check, don't have to hearth out, which is good.
Yeah. I think maybe you're allowed to talk now as long as it's not directly about the game. I think. Because they are all clearly talking, so they're talking about something, but I think as long as you're not talking about the game...
Yeah.
Unless, like, imagine if the meta just becomes some of these guys are just creating new ways of talking about the game.
Okay, well, it's been a while since I played, but from what I remember back in the day, it was when you're paused for a certain amount of time, you're allowed to start speaking again.
Okay.
But, yeah, at the beginning, it's just like, silence.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
Ooh, lots of stare checks.
Okay. Oh, cameraman 1. Oh, alright, cameraman is not winning this one. You could just see how locked in RJ was at the very beginning.
Ooh.
Who was also Lived? Lived was the O's player when he came over in 2023. That the whole thing was every time the camera was on him, it was just a straight stare down. I don't think he lost. Good for camera time. That's for sure.
Shout out Lived.
The Chiefs are just laughing the whole time. Like, and I understand it too.
Lock in, guys, stop laughing.
Knowing Mea, this guy will just be saying the most outlandish content the whole time. Like, actually, this guy is so funny.
Yeah, no, I definitely remember playing alongside him in 2022. He is hilarious, and it's not even that like he's saying stuff particularly funny. It's just so stupid that it makes you laugh.
Yeah. Oh, he's a character.
Yeah.
I wonder how much. Like, obviously, it's you can have like the litmus test, right? Where you're seeing someone and how well they're playing versus how well they were back in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder, just objectively, how much better he's become. You know, he got to spend a lot of time over in the NA Academy on Team Liquid Academy.
Yep.
And that's under like some mega players, you know, like Impact and Core JJ and these massive names, and even, you know, it might not be the same role. The fact you get to spend time under them and sort of like, you know, learn even if it's how to operate in a team environment or whatever it may be, it's got to be very helpful for your career. You know, he played with Chovy as well. You know, this guy's got a pretty massive lineup of names that he's played alongside.
And Shock.
Yeah, and Shock.
That's a big one.
Yeah, the best mid laner OS has ever seen.
Yeah, arguably, but yeah. I think that Mia's definitely improved as a player. You know, a lot of people could say that like his highest high as a pro player was in 2022 when he won that very strong undefeated split back to, you know, a previously almost undefeated split. But I think that it's very hard to say that you would be a better player back then than you are now. Just everyone who plays League just improves over time. Yeah. And I think that, as you were saying, being under Core JJ at Impact, you learn how to operate as a person as well as in a team environment, which is generally more valuable than how to play League of Legends, because how to help your teammates and how to improve as a team is going to help you a lot more throughout this regular season than how you can jungle better, right?
Yeah.
And those are all very, very core things that you can learn from pretty much only the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the pause doesn't extend too much longer. We haven't had word on what it is, but I do hope to get back in. Obviously, Talon, I think especially out of the two teams, want to get back in, considering they did just pick themselves up quite a reasonable early advantage.
Yeah.
It has to be said, this game has become a lot easier for them now, especially because you're in this lane swap state. You're really looking for your Varus to be getting a lot of gold, while on the other side of the map, you know, the Israel or perhaps the Corki, depending how the layout happens, should be getting the same amount of gold. So when your Varus is the person that gets targeted and actually goes down from an overextension in their given lane, it doesn't bode the best. And so I think Talon probably have a lot of momentum right now that they're trying to just crack on and get this one back running.
Yeah. And on paper, it's pretty easy to say that you would look at Talon's team comp and say that they would just outscale, right? Just because the Corki in particular, there isn't a true answer to that as you get on into the game. And, you know, a 6-item Corki can you just walk up and auto pretty much anyone on the side of Chiefs, and it will hurt a lot. But I think on the same time, Chiefs champions, while they don't generally scale as well as what we're seeing from Talon, they work so well together that if a charm does land on anyone from the side of Talon, that should be enough follow-up to get that reset. And I think the team comp from Chiefs outscales. You know, individual champions on the side of Talon, I think that they do outscale their counterparts. I think that Rumble late game is extremely underrated, especially the fact that Arja went for the Conqueror.
Yeah.
And I think that is a significantly better rune when you cannot, you know, just rely on your comment to just win you the lane against these tanks. You're able to go to the Conqueror, you can go for the more aggressive, you know, Magic Bruiser build, and you can find the side lane against these tanks. And that's just a very underrated thing that a lot of players don't really think about, because they just care about winning that 1-3 in laning phase.
For sure. I do feel like now, though, where every game almost is a lane swap, you probably are just always going to go for the scaling rune, because, like, you're against the lane swap and you've got an Arcane Comet, whoop-de-doo. Like we basically just are going into game without a rune. Because, like, even on that page, like, it's not only the Comet, right? You also just take the Scorch. Nimbus Cloak is always going to be effective. You know, that's always going to be a decent rune, no matter what stage of the game you are. But you're just losing out on so much power. Whereas if you go to the what is it called? Precision tree. You do get a lot of scaling in there. You know, you can take things like cut down, so later on you're actually doing a lot more damage to tanks, and obviously the Conqueror stacking up, giving you a bit of healing, giving you a bit of extra damage. It does seem to me like that's probably just the option people should be going for. You know, some champs don't have the option. You're just, okay, we're going Grasp, and Grasp is pretty much my only option. You could argue that, you know, champs like Cassante that do take Grasp can go Aftershock, being that I'm not going to get many Grasp procs. You know, I'm going to spend a lot of time against the 2v1. May as well go the Aftershock because it's just a more immediate power burst at the start of a team fight. But I think with basically going back to lane swaps being strong again, you probably just have to start thinking, okay, laning runes are just non-existent as top laners. Let's just start taking the sort of scaling one every single game.
Yeah, and I was actually I was doing a lot of research when the season changed over, especially on like 80 carries and like what they were building, and I saw that, because generally when you think of 80 carries, you think, you know, 1 attack speed shard, 1 adaptive shard, and, you know, scaling a flat health depending on whatever. And you would think that would be like the best win rate wise in terms of runes. But you know, apparently the highest win rate for 80 carries right now is to go attack speed, double health, scaling shards.
Okay.
Just because you just outstat your opponent with, you know, health being so much stronger than just flat damage right now. So when you do hit that point where your health does scale up, and the fact there is no true, like, you know, Giant Slay passive we were saying anymore.
Yeah.
You just outstat your opponent, and because you have so much base health, you feel strong. But we're back in game, fortunately for us. And
I mean, I guess it makes sense. It feels like on most champs, the raw AD or the raw adaptive force means a lot less than health.
Yeah,
to be honest,
it's definitely, you know, favored towards the champions who don't really want to fight the first couple of levels, right? You know, if you're a Draven and you go double health scaling, you're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
You definitely want to play it on champs that scale, and you can really, you know, mitigate a lot of the tough points in the game.
Yeah, makes sense to me. All right, back to the game. 300 gold is the advantage for Talon, of course, picking up that first kill. And I think ultimately the important thing is Lemus isn't actually down any gold on his counterpart. You know, 100 gold isn't really anything to write home about, especially when, as we said, he will have the stronger one-item spike.
This is also going to be a very hard contest for the Chiefs if they do want to go for this. I suspect they're going to give this one because as we saw, Fofo was able to force Jimmy into base 1v1. Jimmy doesn't have access to the TP. The fact that Talon already has their trio on the top side of the map to contest this one, and Arja also has TP advantage because we saw Bai had the TP to that bot tower to collect that one. So just a very hard to contest objective overall, and we see that that's 3 grubs going over to Talon, and you know, with the first blood, that's 1 feat down. This is also 1 of 3 steps towards the objective bounty feat, and the epic monster feat, sorry. And you know, it's just Talon playing a very slow, methodical game, just collecting what they can.
Yeah. And although the roster changed, that's how they've always kind of played. They're not often the team that is, oh, wow, we're 10 minutes in and they are up 5k gold. It does happen from time to time, but in general, they're pretty happy to go to 25 minutes, be entirely even, and then just hands check you in a team fight and win. You know, obviously pressuring around objectives and whatnot, they're very good at doing that, but they're very happy to just not fight. If they get the, you know, the tempo advantage, they can take the objective and then just walk away. And I think, you know, that's probably something that can be said about the players, but also Corgi as a coach, who is, as we said earlier, still there.
And this is the point in the game where Chiefs start to come online. So we see the level 6 available for Lemus. We see Jimmy already with level 7, so he's got access to quite a lot of damage and he's ult, and a lot of lockdown for the Chiefs. But you also have to look at the inventories and the fact that Fofo already has Merc Treads. So a lot of the kill threat onto him is kind of nullified with, you know, Charm won't last as long, Chains of Corruption won't last as long, the lockdown from, or the stun from Luan won't last as long. Just a lot of nullification coming through with this purchase in particular, and a very common Corki build because you don't need to really build damage to speed up his wave clear and his scaling. While it does delay his Triforce a bit, it guarantees that he's going to have a very comfortable time in this laning phase.
Yeah, it will mean, however, that Jimmy, and as long as nothing egregious happens, is a lot closer to Malignance, assuming he goes for that build, than Fofo will be towards that Triforce.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of Merc Treads costing, what is it, like
1,300.
Yeah, 400 more than Lucidity, right? So that's just basically, you know, he's up 400 gold right now, but essentially it just evens them out in raw power.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is, no matter what items Jimmy can get, he's always going to lose 1v1. That's just the story of Ahri. Ahri's never been a champion that you pick to win your 1v1. You can out the poke, but Mir might get locked down here.
Yeah, it's going to. A lot of damage coming through. Biopanther will be able to use that hero's entrance, and we're trying to turn around here onto RJ Mir, getting extremely low. He's not going to have any way out, but he does get the reset, the flash away, not going to be able to secure himself any pathway out. Jimmy, though, getting the reset, trying to find his way onto Casa. One more Spirit Rush, the flash away. He does get stunned up, but it's going to be a double kill. Casa now extremely fed on the ball as he's 3-1. Fofo chasing down Biopanther is going to get taunted up, and with
Valkyrie's
that, Bio
out.
might just be able to find one way out. Oh, my lord, he's so low, and Fofo will just flash to get that last kill. It's a skirmish win in favor of Talon, as 4-2 is now the score.
Yep, 2-3 in favor of Talon here. This is such a close skirmish. If you pay attention to how Chiefs played this one, you know, they were ready to respond to this one, and they went all in onto RG, and just unfortunately, Mir wasn't able to get that possession in time. If it was, he would have healed a little bit, done a little bit more damage, and it would have been the difference maker here. Even with Jimin going onto Caster here, the fact that he cancelled the Spirit Rush with his Q, and that damage was just not there to get him the reset. And, you know, the fact that Bio was able to play this one out, he was going to die no matter what, because first had access to the Valkyrie and the Flash, but the fact he was able to blow the Flash here is just a small win he could get on the exit here. But 3 kills going over, or 2 kills going over to Caster and 1 to Fofo is really not terrible when you think about it. You know, gold going to Sejuani, you don't really mind that. If you do get that reset onto Mir, that's a strong pig that you do turn into, but it's a harder champ to kill, right? That's going to be the front line. If the front line's tanky and you can't get that reset, that's also, you know, one downside for Chiefs have to constantly play around.
He has opted into the Zeeks. So the last Sejuanis we saw, both went Heartsteel.
Yeah.
This time instead getting the Zeeks, meaning his spike is a lot earlier in terms of he is essentially spiking right now. Gives him a bit more sticking power as well if he needs it. But more importantly, yeah, he's just going to have that spike much quicker.
Yeah.
Which I think is important because they are ahead in trying to get the objective feat. We'll see though. We'll come that ult. We see the Zeke's already being used. Luon's in a world of trouble. Nice Magnet Storm lands onto 3, but there's nothing really that the side of Chiefs can do to turn this around. There is a Spirit Rush available, and Jimmy is going to have to use it to get on out of there. Void Grubs now will almost certainly go in favor of Talon.
This is something that Talon recognized that, you know, Chiefs really didn't. When everyone is so farm, there is no one's tanking the game. So you can throw your Sejuani ult at anyone you want, and it is you're going to put them on almost lethal, or they will die.
Yeah.
If Luon was able to live there, you know, either he has to flash out or recall on an extreme low amount of health, there's still going to be a free objective going over to Talon, and that's, you know, 6 scrubs in the pocket, I believe. And that's just, you know, another one of the epic monster feat being picked up, and all of a sudden they're one away from getting the entire thing if they want to, you know, even play for a tower, because they just have genuinely so much tempo and map control right now. They are so strong, and the only thing that I can see right now being a very, you know, strong point for the Chiefs is Bio. When you pay attention to the inventories and how strong he is compared to Arja on the Rumble, he is the difference maker. He can be strong in these skirmishes, but, you know, looking at the rest of the carries on the side of Talon, it's like, I'm pretty sure Fofo's very close to a Triforce winning bases here. It's just a very scary amount of power that the rest of the Talon members have.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with the Talon lineup as things stand currently, but not all hope is lost, of course. There is still scaling available, and to be fair, a lot of the champions on the side of Chiefs can actually do quite a lot with quite a little.
And, you know, the stronger that Talon get, the stronger the Viego possessors become. So if you get one good reset, it will chain, because, you know, you turn into the Sejuani, you are going to be insanely strong. You turn into, you know, a Rumble when you have Stack Conqueror, you're going to be very strong. There is just genuinely no bad possessors for me in this game. As you were saying, you know, double mobile 80 carry, so he's not going to be out of position when he does possess these members. And there is not genuinely good lockdown on the side of Talon. So when that ball does start rolling, it will continue rolling. It's just, can they get to that point?
Some proactivity coming through from Chiefs still, as they are not feeling too out of it. They do look to pick themselves up their second dragon. So in terms of the objective feat, we are all matched up. Caster up in the top side alongside Fofo, trying to pressure Biopanther, and we do see both supports coming up here as well. Biopanther does have a lot of wave clear.
It's going to be a hard dive. Bio almost has access to his flash as well. I believe it is up now, so if they do want to go for this dive with 3, potentially 4, the TP is available there for Arja.
Luon is here, and this should be called off as soon as they do see that, and it will be. So nice response out of Luon to be there and support Biopanther up in the top side. Nothing comes of that, and they do get themselves just a completely free dragon.
Yeah, which is very good for the Chiefs, right? Because now that soul point is delayed by 4 dragons, which is a lot of time that you bought for yourself. So that is also a win condition going towards the side of Chiefs. You know, this is the Ocean Soul, which is an extremely good soul to have, especially for their comp. So that gives them something to play to. But, you know, obviously this next 7 minutes up until when Artican spawns is going to be very important, because there's going to be the Rift Herald, which should, you know, probably go to Talon with the amount of control they have, which equals, you know, mid tower probably dying. And then eventually with map control, Talon might be able to just, you know, delay the map long enough to just do the Artican before Baron spawns, and that will probably be that deciding fight.
Do we have Malignants? Yes, we do. So Triforce picked up by Fofo, and I mean, not too surprising considering how many kills he was able to pick up. And just kill participation really up in that top side skirmish. And so matching the item timer of Jimmy in here on the Ahri. Still, it is a big pickup for the Ahri. It means that your uptime on actually being able to look at things around the map is a lot higher.
Yeah.
Almost feels like, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people here have played against an Ahri with Malignants. It kind of feels like that ultimate is just never on cooldown anymore. A lot of people here, Jimmy able to flash, I mean, not flash, but rush out of the Sejuani ultimate. And we'll have her ult up much earlier than the Sejuani, but a lot of damage should be occurring now to this bottom tower. Teleport there to answer if Jimmy's feeling pretty confident.
Definitely going to be, you know, the same outcome that Talon won either way. This bot tower was going to be, you know, taken or chipped away at. We see Jimmy committing the TP to be able to defend that one, but that is the Sejuani ult being down, so the rest of the Chief members feel a bit more confident to step up, because that is the main engage tool for Talon, and when that one is down, you know, they don't feel so scared. And you know, Mia does have the Triforce in his inventory, so he is ready to fight if they can find something. But it is quite hard for the Chiefs who don't have any river control. They don't have any vision control in the enemy jungle, even though we saw multiple members from Talon in the bot side of the map pressuring Jimian. There was no response to go invade on the top side. It's hard for Luon to, you know, get in behind and find some engages onto these members.
Fofo feeling very confident, walking quite far up, but as soon as he sees the Galio, especially with the taunt pulled, he's just going to be happy to Valkyrie away, and nothing to be found there. Has a pretty big shutdown if they are able to get that and claim it. I think particularly onto Mir or Lemus would be very important.
Yeah, ideally, you know, Chiefs just want to find a flank somehow. If they're coming front on, it's so easy for Woody to be able to, you know, be that body blocker to deal with what is happening, and without you know, a Galliot being positioned behind to threaten, you know, mobile carries, it's quite hard to get onto them. But Riftel is being pulled, and Chiefs are showing up to this one.
Yeah, trying to find a fight here. It is Biddy pretty low here on the mana. Nice Glacial Prison's going to come out, and then so much damage coming through. It is a smite away from Caster, but in comes their hero's entrance. That's one reset, and now Mir all of a sudden becomes this very, very strong Sejuani. Archer's going to have to flash away. He has overheated. Can they find the lockdown? Yes, they will. Lemus 1 HP, but he does survive. That's a second reset. Mir all of a sudden now is this rumble, and now Chiefs, they feel completely fine. 2 kills found. They get on out of there. What an amazing play found by this roster.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. The Rift Trail does go with the Talon, but these tanks aren't particularly tanky because there is just so much lockdowns. We go on the replay, we can see exactly how this one plays out. We see that Talon with the one with control. They also have front to back here. They throw the CD onto Luon, but the Galio comes down, the stun comes down, the Magnet Storm comes locked down. There is so much lockdown on the caster, by the time he can flash out, he's already dead. And Mia, once he finds that reset, is able to do so much damage and snowball this one out. Talon instantly recognized, oh, we cannot stay here. We cannot be around. If that charm did hit from Jimian onto Woody, there would have been another kill going over to Mia and another reset. And he's starting to scale, and that's just the most important thing for the Chiefs right now. Their comp works so well as a cohesive unit, especially into, you know, the melee members of Talon.
2-1 and 2 on the Viego, up a lot of CS here in the jungle. Not too surprising considering the champions in terms of the CS aspect, but still, Chiefs, they were quite far behind in gold. Now, evening it up just a little, only 1.5k gold really does separate the two rosters, so we'll see. I mean, a lot of this gold onto Mir. It is Fofo on the other side of things. If Fofo goes down, then so much of the power on the side of Talon does get removed. This should be middle tower, however, getting felled. A very, very sad tower to lose as the Dragon will spawn. Smite used, but should have a second charge. Does. No hero's entrance. I don't know if Chiefs are going to want to fight this.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Chiefs are, you know, wanting to go towards the top side and play for that tower. We see that Archer's already like over-rotated, so he's not going to have the equalizer to clear the wave out. And this should just be, you know, either this tower getting chipped down on this wave or going down completely, but Go is already low, so Jimian's going to be able to pick this one up pretty comfortably. And this is very good for Jimian because he wasn't really finding a lot of, you know, alone time in these side lanes. He was getting pressured by the Corki in the 1v1, which he can't really match up to, and he was also getting pressured by the group of 3 roaming around from Talon. So good to see that he does have some free time, is able to, you know, get some more gold for himself, because he is the main consistent engage tool for the side of Chiefs, right? The RE charm over the wall, you know, with that Spirit Rush is going to be how Chiefs consistently find picks onto the front line.
Yeah.
It's very easy to just respect Varus. You see Varus, he's like, okay, just play outside his range. You see Rel play outside, you know, the flash range. But, you know, Ari has very creative angles. And I think that Jimian has a lot of responsibility this game to, you know, find the angles for his team.
Yeah. See, while this all goes on, it was the feet picked up by Talon, and they were able to secure themselves a number of towers. 3 towers picked up in the same play. Only the one answer back, really, for Jimian up on the top side. Did, as you said, pick himself up quite a lot of farm, but still it is Fofo just bit by bit edging further and further away.
Still, a big saving grace as well for the Chiefs is the fact that Arja, as the sole AP threat, isn't too strong right now.
Yep.
He, you know, does have pretty similar items in terms of Biopanther on the Galio, but Bio doesn't need items to perform, right? His champion's always going to do the same thing. But Artican spawning, and the fact that Talon already has so much control around the top side now.
Nice little chunk onto Fofo, but is able to answer back in kind. Pretty even after a little confuffle. Luon, though, he is really being patient.
It's like a love heart. Look at that.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome meal.
Thanks, Mia. Not going to be able to find the angle. Was very patient, but unfortunately the patience doesn't pay off.
2 items completed for both carries of Talon and Lemus. So, you know, they're all online. This is what you would consider the, you know, main power spike for the Corki and the Ezreal. And the, you know, Varus is also someone who does so well with 2 items, but his uptime compared to Talon's carries is obviously very reliant on his team. You know, getting the CC, getting the lockdown that he needs, because he cannot walk up to either the Ezreal or Corki and match the amount of damage they're going to do, because they're going to be they're all about upfront bursts. Varus is about consistent uptime. So if he walks up and tries to do anything without his team locking down the members for him, he was going to be the one getting out traded.
Jimmy teleporting in. Gonna have to be very careful of this Glacial Prison. Oh, he's not. He's gonna get stunned up. That is Jimmy and flashing away, actually. Just being able to get out in time.
Didn't have the Merc treads, but yeah, it didn't last quite long enough. And that's 2 ults going down from the side of Talon. Don't feel too confident to start this one up, but they also, there is no vision for Chiefs to be able to walk in and check this one. They see that they're here now, so they know that, oh, the objective isn't pulled. Feel a bit more confident, and see if Chiefs want to be the ones to step up and be a bit more aggressive now, because the double ult advantage is quite a big deal, because those are the main peel and engage threats that will be going on to the Chiefs.
Yeah. Kind of incredible that he got out. You almost wonder just how many times he pressed the flash button in the midst of that stun. You know? Because he would have been spamming that.
Key's just broken.
Mia coming up here this time to try and protect Jimmy a little bit more. He has been the target of a lot of these sort of 3-man roams and left out to the wolves a little bit in many ways. I think one concerning thing for the Chiefs here is just, as the game progresses, everyone aside from Mia is just going down bit by bit further and further in terms of their CS.
Yeah, well, we do see pretty much everyone is catching 6 minions at a time.
Yeah,
it's the fact that Talon are the ones doing it first, so they have time to go, you know, farm jungle camps, to, you know, go assist. That's the main thing, but it's a Glacial Prison landing.
Yeah, Biopanther's going to eat that one up there for his jungler, as the one going to have to jump over that wall. Jimmy does still have access to that Spirit Rush, takes a sizable amount of damage from the Sejuani flail, but luckily for him, we'll have some honey fruits there to gobble up for himself. Now Deathbush awaits for the Chiefs if they do choose to try and walk in and get vision around this Baron pit. Obviously no Baron spawn yet in season 2025. No really a concern, it's just more the Artican, which seemingly we peer at our mini-map is going to be started up.
And it definitely feels like Chiefs are trying to figure out the way to solve this puzzle, right? Because it's just Talon walking around with the Sejuani ult cooldown and flinging it and hopefully finding a kill or a flash. They're constantly getting advantages, and Chiefs aren't really being able to respond. And it's very hard for them to just walk in front to back and absorb all this poke that's going to be coming out.
Yeah, very good amount of damage coming out of Betty now. You see Luon does not find his way in, but Woody puts up the door and is trying to block off everyone. The equalizer is very good, but Mir does manage to get himself a reset. He's become this Braum, not perhaps the champ he wants to be necessarily, but the reset is good enough. He gets himself back in, takes a lot of damage though. Betty still offloading so many of these Mystic shots and finding all of them. Jimmy not quite going to land that charm as Arzi does flash away. The caster though very low. It is still these carries, all 3 of them still up and still offloading everything they need to do. It is going to be the Glacial Fissure missed as Mir does just go around. He's not going to be able to find anything as Betty is just marking him completely. Biopanther trying to keep his carries alive, but Arji walks forward and claims himself one. Artican will be the objective that is going to be the reward for Talon as the voracious Artican is secured.
And yeah, Chiefs just don't have enough tools to, you know, find the resets they need. The only real trigger they had there was the, you know, flash engage coming out of Luon. Once that one was down, you know, because, you know, Biopanther was forced to blow his flash early, there was no re-engage going forward, and all they really had was Jimmy and any Spirit Rush charges. As you see how hard it was to find his initial kill, they blew 2 big ultis, and the fact that Rumble wasn't even doing anything to the side of Chiefs here. Arja wasn't able to walk in this fight at all. The one saving grace Chiefs had right now was if Jimmy was able to find this reset onto the Rumble here on the side, that was going to be a reset for Mia. But they couldn't walk forward. They don't have threat onto the carries. Everyone has flash still. You know, Ezreal has flash cleanse, Corki has flash, and Castle has his flash himself. But the fact he went so low here, and Mia wasn't able to find this kill because Betty was just chasing him down the whole time.
Yeah.
So he was just zoned out, and it was so hard for anyone on Chiefs to do damage.
It is Biopanther and Mia that do eventually go down. Betty, always a fantastic Ezreal player, and certainly showing it here. I mean, the hardest part of that was everyone just got completely shut down by Betty. No one was able to walk in. Everyone was taken down to about half HP. And now Baron with the Voracious Artican will be the reward for the side of Talon. Now the problem is, because you're not contesting, they're now going to have Baron and the Artican. Mir is going to show up, does have ultimate available to himself, and will dodge out of the Glacial Fissure.
Definitely do not want to flip this one.
Yeah, they're really not looking to flip it. Jimmy getting jumped on by Fofo and so much damage being offloaded. Just managed to get out. But now it's Mir. It's his turn to be focused. He does not get a reset if he does kill the Corki, but will not be looking to do so and is just running away. Although...
Didn't have access to the flash there, so could not get into the pit with a, ult flash. But, honestly, well played by Talon. They held that one on 3,000 health for so long, and...
Lima should be able to get that one. Okay, at least
their consolation prize is 100 gold.
Yep. Does go over to Mir, I believe. Forward will go now Talon. I mean, a lot of abilities being used. The Hero's Entrance is going to do a good job of trying to peel for the rest of the team, but Jimmy does go down. It's also going to lead to Mir dying up on the top side. Triple kill coming through for RG. All it really took, the Voracious, the Baron, and walked forward. And I believe 26 minutes in, this should be all she wrote. I mean, we do just have the Voracious still up. Luon as well as Lemus going to try their best to defend here, but ultimately Talon don't really have to do anything. Kill this next minion wave, hit the Nexus Tower. 24 seconds is the next respawn as both Jimmy and Mir who will come up, but 4v2 doesn't feel particularly possible. Luon does go in. Lemus is just completely one-shot by Fofo, and that is the game.
Yeah, it was just pretty much easy as that. This is the power of, delaying the Artican until the Baron spawns. Is once you have that buff and the Baron is up, it is next to impossible to contest because you were never going to win that fight. And that is just what Talon did. They just had generally so much control. They played a very slow, a slow, methodical game, as you were saying. That's what Talon likes to do. And they were just taking every objective. And I think that once again, we're seeing a Corki in mid lane do so well in the 1v1. The fact that he forced, Jimmy in 2 base just before the scrub spawn, and they were, unable to contest them. I think those windows is when the Chiefs need to fight. When they hit that level 6, that was their time to get back into the game. Having to concede objectives and trade against a team that has such strong scaling in the Corki was quite hard to deal with.
For sure. I think it was, as you sort of said, just bit by bit, edging further and further and further ahead. It's more so even just as sort of nothing's happening, right? Cast is just walking around trying to throw an ult at a lane. Betty is just slowly growing a CS lead from about 5 and then 10, and then we see it's like 30. And it doesn't feel like anything has necessarily happened to cause it. It's just better map play. They're just walking around the map at better times, finding better angles. I think Luon did a good job at trying to keep people alive as he roamed to and from different lanes. For example, top side where Biopanther would have just died if Luon not be there, and was able to show up in time and find the way to keep his top laner alive. But going and looking towards game number 2, I think it's just tidying up the map play. I don't feel like anyone necessarily got gapped. Like Jimmy was very far behind. That was kind of off the back of a skirmish that was a very near miss, and one Sejuani Arctic Assault was kind of the difference maker in that, and Fofo got very fed, and game became very difficult for Jimmy, and after that I don't think, other than that, much happened other than just random map movements.
Yeah, I think the comp was fine. I think that the main thing I want to see for Chiefs going to game 2 was, I feel like they were sort of in their own heads, giving maybe too much respect, and I want to see that Mia and Luon link up a bit more, because I don't think we really saw Viego and Rel working together in that game at all. I think that Luon was kind of forced to run around the map and cover dives, protect his weak side, and it didn't really feel like they were ever trading when we saw that Talon would, commit to his side, especially in the bot lane when Jimmy was pressured to force his ult out. Never saw trade happening on the top side, which is something that's just pretty general use that you see in League of Legends.
Yeah.
And also, I think it was the first time we saw, is it Bloodletter's Curse? The new...
Oh, did RJ have it? I didn't even look.
Yes, he had it as his second item. I think it was the first time we've seen that being built, so it's it
makes sense.
Yeah, nice item to have, but it is, he is playing solo AP, so obviously you do want to go as much damage as possible, but is that like Black Cleaver for AP champs?
Yeah.
Right? And it's just, he is frontline. He needs a bit more health to be able to survive, denying that reset, and that's what he had.
Yeah, and I mean, this was kind of the play that broke his open right up in that topside jungle. It was just very difficult to play for, especially Jimmy, and after that point, because he was just very far behind it, and honestly, Talon just recognized that and kept going to his lane, throwing a Sejuani ult and making sure he could never get backhand. But game number 1 is done and dusted. Talon, probably the front runners for the league, just on paper, do claim their first game win in this series. Let's see if they can bounce back and get their second game across the line, or will Chiefs have what it takes?
fine when tides are high. Moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's passing by can only rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. Holding pace when times are fast. Soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. One man's luck makes one man sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go, they come and go, 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 come and go, go.
Move it, shake it till you make it, you know I'm a star. Crave it, chase it, I'm gon' make it, baby, I'll go far. Crush it, kill it, you can bell it, my tab's on the bar. Crush it, kill it, you can bell it, my tab's on the bar. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Shake it. Touch it, own it, I can tone it, yes, I raise the bar. Want it, feel it, know you need it, like a shiny car. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it, I'm on your radar. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it, I'm on your radar. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Shake it.
got you figured out. It's something that you got, babe. It has me going wild. It's the way you say my name, the way you touch my face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way you say your name, the way you touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was.
And we are back. It's game number 2 on the horizon. TLN, of course, leading the series now 1-0. And I mean, it was ultimately dominant, but not in the fact that they're just stomping through the game. It's just they are getting a lot of things on the map while nothing is really being achieved in response. 3 towers for just the one is a good example of maybe there was something else we could find, or maybe there was a way we could defend one of these objectives. But going ahead, these are things that can be fixed up, and hopefully, you know, realizing the mistakes going into game number 2, we can fix those up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it was, you know, saving grace that we really cared about was the fact that no one was really getting gapped on the micro level, right? This was just Talon winning through sheer macro, and the fact that Chiefs weren't really responding. I don't think Talon were doing anything in particular that was outstanding, right? They were just cohesive.
Yeah.
They were doing stuff as a team, and they were just, you know, doing the fundamentals well. There was just no response from the Chiefs. There was never a trade that was happening on the map, because a lot of times this was... We never saw either team go through mid, right? So there was never the contest on mid wave. Both teams just left the Ezreal and Varus alone to farm those waves, and that's why Betty just became so strong, because they had so much priority on the sides, and he was just always the first meeting mid wave, 1v1 against the Varus. And if both teams are playing through sides, there needs to be a trade division. There needs to be something in response when you have numbers advantage, and that's what we were not seeing from the Chiefs that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those are things that are actually pretty quickly fixable. You know, like it just takes a reminder. You go to the backstage and big poll there just tells you, hey guys, next time you see 3 people bot, you go ward their top side, or you go look for a dive on their top side, or whatever it may be. It is things that you can actually quickly turn around and look to change going ahead into game number 2. Spirits high still. Mea still laughing at everything. Almost looked like there was a micro issue there with Jimmy and his cup. Those are never positive to look at. There's been quite a few technical issues because of people dropping water on their keyboards.
Hey, is Spill It just not on stage?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
very scary one. But I'm pretty sure every single player has like a backup set. So, you know, worst comes to worst, it's a 2-minute swap out.
There's Lemus. Pretty quiet game from him, but that again just was
Yeah.
how the game was played. He's just sitting there hitting a mid-wave as Israel hits the other mid-wave and call it a day. Job done.
That's definitely why I thought the lethality Varus was going to just operate better into that comp. You know, while you would say the on-hit Varus, you do have stuff to hit. Like, someone has to kill that Sejuani. I think that it's just really hard for him to do damage in general because you're versing Corki and Ezreal who outrange you. And you never can really walk up and auto-attack against a Braum ult, Sejuani ult, Rumble ult, double carries who outrange you because you'll just die. So I thought that, you know, the most important thing in that game was throwing out ults, getting resets for Mia, and, you know, landing any poke that you could. So, that, you know, that's why I was leaning towards lethality being the better option there.
Yeah, for sure. I also think that, and it's not something we're going to have to worry about in game mode 2, but the Braum was just the best champion in that game because ultimately you wanted to get resets for Mia, and for that he has to kind of go forward a little bit because the team comp we saw coming out of Talon wasn't a team comp that they have to full commit to anything, right? They just throw out a Sejuani ult and then put a Rumble ult on top of it, and Corki and Ezreal are just free hitting from very, very far away. The way to get the resets is kind of you going forward. Someone goes in, Luon, you know, on the rail going in, having Biopanther come in with their hero's entrance and trying to find a reset that way. Braum, while not shutting down that entirely, you know, Raul still will get in there. There's no way for him to instantly cancel unless he lands a pretty fantastic ult. It still just shuts down any following damage. The Galio's never going to be the champ that gets the kill.
Yeah.
It's never going to be the Raul that gets the kill. It has to be somehow the Varus finding the damage and somehow the Ahri finding the damage that will be able to get that reset. And Braum just shuts down most of the damage that those two champs can find unless you just find yourself at a ridiculous flank.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think that their 4-5 bans were the Alistar and the Poppy.
So, no, their 4-5 was Ashe Alistar.
Okay, yeah, I think the Alistar in particular is one that was a really good removal because, you know, that champ is just going to pop ult and that's a reset denial. That's something that you have to play around as well.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you know, Braum's good at protecting his teammates. Alistar is just going to deny you that reset altogether, which is also just as important for how their comp was operating.
For sure.
So that was a good call out by them. But I'm also curious about what mid lane is going to look like in this game because a lot of the champions that you would normally see in that game 1 are still available, right? You know, like the Yone, the Victor still being there, champs that have tended to just be first reban going into that second draft phase. Oh, second game is curious that they're still up. We'll have to see if, you know, Jimin does want to go towards something where he's going to be on the back foot or something where he has a bit more lane control and a bit more poke in the Victor.
It does feel like Victor is the stronger champ than Ahri right now. Like, definitely just how items work and how Victor works. You know, he's also a reset champ now.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't pair that well with the Viego necessarily. Unless you are against a comp that wants to run into you, then yeah, perfectly fine with the Viego. But in this case, they were having to be the aggressors to get those resets. Victor, not the greatest run-forward champion. And so I see why they wanted the Ahri, but I think, again, as you sort of said, it's probably better to just pick the, what at least for me is the objectively stronger champion.
Yeah, and I also think that if we do see Jimin going towards something like the Yone or the Victor, Fofo's going to be very comfortable playing Akali into either of those. It's a very good matchup. And he's very, very comfortable on that champion. So we'll have to see if even Talon do want to pick that one because, you know, Sejuani being out of the pool now, there's not a lot of jungles
And
that
Braum.
are going to be, you know, pairing with Akali particularly well if, you know, we see the Vi and the Nocturne hitting the ban phase again. You know, have to see what they really want to go for because, you know, Talon is a really flexible team.
For sure.
They can do pretty much anything they want. They can, the nice thing about that team in particular is they can just swap and play any comp around any player on that team. That is such a huge strength to have. A lot of rosters that you're used to seeing are like, okay, we can only draft around our bot lane. We can only really draft around our top lane. And, you know, they kind of pigeonholed into that. And the best teams in the world can obviously just play through all three lanes.
Yeah, and yeah, as you said, Talon's certainly a team that can do that. You just look at the names, you know. And maybe Archie, you don't look at his name and be like, this guy is an absolute carry. At least domestically, he is. He just, man to man, he goes up against his laner. He is generally favored. I don't think in this specific matchup you'd want to make RG the true carry threat because I think Biopanther is just such a good sort of denial player. You know, like it doesn't matter what matchups he's given. As we sort of said at the top of the day, it's like he's given a bad matchup, he will still come out ahead at minimum even. And we kind of saw at that game, obviously lane swaps come in and carry top laners aren't really as much of a thing now because of lane swapping. and Bessa being really the one example I can think of. As we do now head into draft, keeping in mind, of course, all the champions last game will not be playable.
Still pretty much exact same bans we saw. This time Ash is hitting the ban phase in the first 3. Talon giving the respect that I think it deserves. It is just such a strong champion in competitive in general. Not even damage-wise or laning phase-wise, I just think the Hawk Shot is such a OP spell. The fact that you can just see where the jungler is on that first clear means that if you're generally a decent jungler, you know where they're going to be for that next, couple clears. And then if you don't, it's back up again. And then just the fact that you have such a long range engage is very underrated. But Bessa hitting the ban phase in the first 3 is something.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Talon did ban the K'Sante last game, and I think with the Bessa banned, K'Sante becomes a lot better, because I feel like, at least currently, the only champ that K'Sante kind of struggles with throughout the duration of the game is the Bessa. Eventually it just gets to the point where it does not matter, Bessa runs at you and will just kill you. And so I feel like the Bessa ban means that Talon almost feels forced to take away the K'Sante. We are going to go for the Jace. I guess most likely we'll be going towards Biopanther. Victor does remain open. I would kind of like to see that picked up by either of the mid laners.
And this is actually a very niche, but OG counter into Jace in particular. Victor was just a champion who just demolished Jace in lane. It was so hard for Jace to deal with this champion because you were just outranged and you could never ever jump on him.
Yeah, he just puts down the gravity field.
Yeah, and it was just, generally you would just match him at all points of the game and bully him out. But with Jace being that tank in this, that tank build, and it's also just being a double flex store, Jace is absolutely a champion, you can still play mid. It's just a very nice first pick for the Chiefs to have, but, handing over Misfortune, who has just been, I think is quite underrated as an AD carry right now, because you're such a strong laner, you scale so well, and you have multiple build options, and the fact that Betty is such a good laner, and how Talon likes to just leave him to his own devices, allow him to just scale, and he will just absolutely just hit that 11, 12 CS per minute mark, be so over leveled and just rock up to a 5 or 3 items and carry. That's exactly what he wants to do on this Misfortune, but giving over the Victor is also very scary. But
nice.
This is what I would thought would happen in reverse.
Yeah.
Generally, I thought, what we're seeing from Talon is what Chiefs would have liked to play, but I do like what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, Jimian is also a very capable Akali player. He's also, shown to prefer to play the melee champions a lot of the time. Yone as well, and Silas Akali are also all in his repertoire, so gonna get to see him on the Akali, and as you said, it is a decent matchup into the Victor. Sure, the first few levels suck, and we might even see the Victor go the Grasp, Q-Max, Q-Evolve strat that you were talking of. But still, definitely a very capable Akali player is Jimian. I always worry about Vi, because Vi, and we kind of saw it in our first game of the night, if you do fall behind, it feels really rough to be the Vi.
Yeah.
You kind of are a go-in champ, and that's all you have. There are, the pieces around. Jace with his full tank build is also a go-in champ. Akali as well. But I don't think such a bad answer in terms of the Victor. Victor does pretty well against the assassins in general, just because he does provide quite a lot of safety for himself with, the shield, the movement speed, as well as slowing on every ability and even a stun in his kit to put on himself if he needs to.
And the 4-5 bans for the Chiefs are extremely important. There's a lot of champs they need to think about. Obviously, the Poppy is a crucial one. This is probably one that they do want to get rid of with this next ban. But, getting rid of the Gragas is, question 1 for me. Because it is a good peel champion.
Yeah.
And it is a, it's just a tank that's going to appear in the top lane. But could be a potential, champ that they are banning away because they want to play something like an Alistar in the bot lane as well. But yeah, Poppy is definitely a very scary one because it does just deny the dive. The fact that you can just ult them out. Even something like a Tahm Kench could work really well for Talon. The fact that there isn't, multiple lockdown tools, there's just that one, and if you just eat and reposition your carry, they're going to be very happy with what's happening in that team fight.
Yeah, and as you said, I think this has to be Poppy. It's just too hard to operate against Poppy with what we're seeing so far. RG as well, he's always liked the Poppy. As soon as it's pickable, does pick it. So Maokai is the answer. I guess another champ that is able to deny a lot.
Oh, there we go.
There we go, okay.
So it's just a hover. Poppy being gone is like it's just the big one to me.
Yeah.
That is just the champion that can just press W, press R, remove 1 or 2 members from a team fight, and your carries will just be better than the enemy carries because they're playing assassins and you're not, right? So I have to see what the rest of Chiefs' team comp is, because they've left their bot lane for 4-5, so they do possibly get that double counter pick here. 1 support and 1 AD carry being removed, but it does look like this might just be, the classic Taiwanese, like Udo Top, you know, the PCS Superstar champion.
Arja is insane at this champ,
Yeah.
by the way. No, it is not the PCS Super. It is literally, over the last 2 years, every single top laner has tried to play Udyr, and nobody came close to looking like Arja does on this champ. It is actually insane the work this guy gets done. There was one game in particular I remember, he literally won all 3 lanes before 5 minutes. The things this guy gets done on this champ. And now teleport is unlocked to the point you can actually teleport anywhere. I like this bot lane. I think it is, although, you know, you feel like Misfortune is pretty safe, she'll get to the point of the game where she does have the Bloodthirster and whatnot. I feel like, regardless of that, it is just going to be very difficult to position against Caitlyn Nico.
Yeah, and there was, you know, quite a lot of pairings to go with the Caitlyn. We're talking about the Elise being one of them as well. The Lux is being a champion who is available. I really like Nico as a champion that pairs with Dive, right? Because it's very underrated how strong of a laner Nico is, and the fact you still operate so well in team fights.
Yeah.
You know, if you do find that Flash Pop Blossom onto the carries, you pair that up with the Vi. Now, all of a sudden, Mia isn't playing a solo dive champion. Or solo lockdown champion. He has more CC to follow up. And also, if Luan does play as well, or he is a bit sneaky with who he is turning into, he can be the primary engage for his team.
Yeah. And oftentimes that is what we see from Nico. It is like one of the very few, you know, now it's played more support, but certainly in the past, mid laners that was actually able to play as that primary engage champion. And so getting to see Luan on it, who, as you said in the past, has looked like a crazy good engage champion, is very exciting because typically, you know, out of your engage champs, you don't have the most lane pressure. Sometimes it's just engage versus engage, and, you know, it's pretty even in terms of that lane pressure. But this game, he certainly should be very dominant in the lane, but then also get to see, you know, if he's ahead, if he's got items, how much can he get done on a champ that now will do damage and also will provide the engage.
Now, obvious win conditions for the Chiefs is just making sure that bot lane doesn't get ganked. In that straight up 2v2, they're going to do a lot of damage to the Talon bot lane, matchup-wise. If they... I think that also something that is really scary for them to think about was, you know, how Kasa is good at pathing and can find these, you know, creative gank windows or gank timings. If he does get, you know, a summoner or a flash blown bot lane, it's very hard for them to operate against Nautilus. And, you know, that kind of downside does snowball. And if Caitlyn does fall behind, very hard to be a strong champion, right? Same thing with what's going to happen in mid lane. If this does, you know, end up being the Q-Max Victor, especially, you know, with him having Grasp here, it is a very strong 1v1 tool, and if Jimin is just left alone because Mia has to spend so much time with his bot lane, it's very hard for him not to be forced out of lane multiple times, right?
Yeah.
And since Victor will just end up being so tanky if he does, you know, want to go for the Leandry's Rush, or, you know, a bit more greedy with Lost Chapter item, he's still going to be very, very comfortable in this 1v1. So Chiefs are kind of... There's a lot for them to do in this early game, but if it works out, they're going to get in the mid game and just roll over this Talon team.
Yeah. So let's see... What do we want from our lanes? It seems like Talon want to initiate a lane swap. We have Udyr just running out mid right now. I think they're waiting to answer.
So we did see Talon has dropped 3 wards.
Okay,
in the jungle,
they did
right?
want a lane swap. Yes, they see the bot lane of Chiefs hit down bot, and they respect it, and they put the Misfortune and Nautilus up top to deal with Biopanther. Admittedly, both of these top laners are perfectly capable of surviving the 2v1 and still being able to pick up CS for themselves. Phoenix stance for the Udyr gets a lot done, and then just being a ranged champion for Biopanther.
There's another gate start Jace, so, you know, you can be a bit more greedy with how close you get to the minion wave. But, you know, looking at these 2 bot lanes, you know, I think it's very obvious one of them is good at diving, right? And one of them is good at harassing. So probably not going to see Chiefs playing for that dive onto Arja unless he does take an insane amount of damage. But, you know, if this matchup is left the 1v1, you're going to see how much damage Victor is just able to do with the constant grasp procs, the shield bash procs. The base damage of, you know, just the Q and the auto attack is insanely high.
Yeah. Be a lot of damage coming down onto Arja now, and also have a Peacemaker to get the final touch there. Teleporting back up top now will Biopanther. Not level 2 though, that is a little scary.
He should be 1 minion off here, but Jimmy getting extremely low, pops the potion here.
Oh, this is not a good look for the Akali. You know, the infinite never die in lane second win Doran Shield not as strong as it once was.
The one good thing about Akali in a situation like this is she has an insanely high HP per 5.
Yeah.
So you can just stay around and just pair that up with the Doran shield and your second win. You're going to sustain a lot. We already see Fofo halfway through his mana pool. Obviously going to be able to get a lot more harass down before he goes in, but still not enough to quite force Jimin out of lane.
Do you know, I know this simply because I play one of the champs. Do you know what 2 champs in the game have the highest HP per 5?
I would like to say something obvious, like it's a top laner. But then at the same time, I know supports have freakishly crazy stats. So... Actually, is it Mundo?
No.
No. I need a hint.
Do you want me to tell you?
I need a hint. After this, there's a dive.
There is a dive, Jimmy, and he just used the
flash.
Shroud too. He's just going to have to flash away. Or Shuriken to start. Will Woody follow through? He takes a tail shot, and with Mia coming up now, there is no real potential for the dive. So Jimmy is respecting. He does go down a few minions in terms of the gold. I'm not sure if he lost XP because of the extended range, but not feeling all that terrible. Down 8 CS, it is something that you do expect in this matchup. The Akali, struggles in the lane, but once skirmishes start happening, is favored.
Yeah. You're just pretty much playing to survive until first base, and then Akali starts winning a lot of these matchups into mages around level 5 and level 7 because you only have to commit 2 Qs to kill the range creeps, and it will just get better when you get more points into your Q, right? Because you can start, Eing backwards, Q, passive Q, prop the electrocute, and the fact that it's really hard for a mage to trade back is the saving grace. So just buying time until then.
Yeah. Still though, Fofo doing a really good job of harassing. No, not much mana left for him, but still.
So, what's my hint?
One's a top laner.
One's a top laner?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Cho'Gath?
Nah.
Yeah, okay, it's probably not Cho'Gath because he's passive, but there's 2 main champs.
Alright, it's Cassante and Vi. Those are the 2 highest HP per 5 champs.
Okay.
Because I looked, because I remember, like obviously I play Cassante, and it just felt like no matter what, like as long as I don't literally die, I could sit at my tower and I just heal back. They don't even have to hit me. And then I had a look, and yeah, it's Vi and Cassante. Vi is a weird one to me, personally, but
yes, as a jungler, doesn't make sense. Okay, what about? I knew this one a while ago. It could be different now, but which champion has the highest base AD level 1 in the game?
Pantheon?
No.
Oh, I forgot. I think I used to know this. I'm not sure.
It's the tree.
Ivan. Oh,
no,
yes.
Maokai.
Oh, Maokai.
Yeah,
oh.
and I think Taric was also up there as well. But this was a long time ago.
Okay. Interesting. And the more you know. You can't say the tree. There's 2.
He's a bush.
No, he's a tree. Bushes don't have, like, long brown legs.
True. But this is the Chiefs being proactive on the grubs here, being the first to the objective, which is a good thing to see, right? This is what we wanted. We wanted them to be proactive, be the first to attack, and they got 2 grubs, right? So even if they don't...
He does still have Smite available as we see the fight breaking out. Woody is going to have to flash away, but Flash was burned by Luon too. Chaos Storm comes out, not really finding anyone. Lemus is going to have to flash away as he was caught in a peculiar position. Still, ultimately, 3 grubs is picked up there by the Chiefs. Not all bad, though, for Talon, as they did pick up the Dragon beforehand. I think Chiefs ultimately being a little bit too slow to that objective did lead to this contest that came out. And, I mean, it was an even trade to begin with. Lemus eventually did lose his flash.
Yeah, and Jimin is the big loser of this entire situation because he lost so much health trying to commit to that skirmish. That's exactly what he wants, though. He wants to be Akali participating in their skirmishes. He is level 6 and he does have the alternator, so he does a lot of damage. But because he lost so much health, now all of a sudden when he should start feeling confident to win lane, it's very hard for him to do anything.
Panther does have flash available, will be able to get under the tower, but Ozzy's there to follow. The Tiger Form damage is immense, and that will be first blood going over to the side of Talon, and Udyr will be the one to claim his bounty.
Haven't seen a jungler be a higher level than a top lane in a very long time. That's just the lane swap meta for you. You know, it's very hard to get resources as a top laner, but yeah, Fofo forcing Jimmy into recall already. Nice thing about Season 15 is you do get a lot of movement speed back to lane, so this is a cannon wave, and Jimmy probably not going to miss anything at all. Is very good for him, but just slow CS leads accumulating in pretty much every single lane that we're seeing so far.
He was trying to dodge the bullet time by going sideways, but it was still in the cone, so Takes a lot more damage than he would have probably wanted. Wild arrows, perhaps, here for Lemus.
Yeah, I think that when you... the only time you really want to build that item is when you can get a BF sword in your first base.
Yes,
because no one wants to be building a slingshot. That's just the worst item in the game. But we'll also have to see, you know, if it is what he wants to rush, because it does put you in that power dip. And I think that is a very scary thing to do against Talon in particular, because this is probably going to be the kind of game where you need to fight and have as much strength as possible, especially looking at the rest of their team and how everyone wants to go on. But, you know, with the base and the next components that he is buying, it does look like it's going to be that option.
Yeah. Certainly does. I don't think necessarily too bad of an option.
Yeah,
all things
definitely.
considered. Jimmy in is going to get hooked, but gets his shroud down, and so won't really be punished all that much. In fact, feels pretty decent about it. Very quick reactions to have got that shroud down, otherwise he certainly would have died or at least lost flash.
Definitely a, you know, another quiet game.
Yes.
I think this is just the comfort for Talon, right? And Chiefs just, it's very hard to force the issue right now because Talon isn't really putting themselves in any positions to, you know, be ganked. And if they are, it's because there is someone behind them. And it's just very hard so far for, you know, Mir to find any action, even though he does have access to that Assault and Battery. Woody's not a target, really. Absolutely can, you know, get blown up if they commit everything to him, but I think Chiefs really want this first Vial to go into a crucial target.
Yeah, and they are looking. Mir will not be detected up here. Biddy, though, does have flash, does have barrier available to him. Doesn't feel particularly possible, and Mir will be spotted as he tries to leave. Things go down on him, and so with that, should feel pretty comfortable as caster to pretty much do whatever he wants. Maybe himself looking for a top gank.
See if they are going to respect just like Talon did, and they are able to navigate this one, which is really good. But that next set of grubs is going to be spawning soon, and this is the time that Jimmy really needs to be able to fight, right? He, you know, as long as he is just left in this 1v1, he's never going to be able to find the time to Ornn and get that 1v1 power that he really excels at right now, because the lead just keeps growing. Fofo just has that item gap. And even though his champion has come online, he needs it to be no skirmish, right? He needs to pair it with the rest of his team, and Chief's just not feeling like that's the time right now.
Yeah, Luan did start channeling the back, and just a lot of pressure, really. Just complete control over the top. I mean, sorry, the middle and bottom lane at the time. Means that, yeah, Chiefs are just going to give it up. Maybe look for a contest around the Dragon. Get themselves one on the board as a possibility for them. Infernal Dragon it is going to be.
See Mir, yeah. So he was around the Dragon Pit, but we see that Lemus is just piling straight back to top side. So I think they want to trade this one and try get, you know, some damage onto the top tower. But you already see Betty running back to top lane. He's going to spot Jimmy in.
Oh,
sorry, he's going to spot Lemus on the stop wave, and you know that one does go wide. There could have been a potential kill or an insane amount of damage going down onto Fofo. But I think, yeah, if Chiefs just keep matching, it's going to be, you know, the same story of what we're seeing so far. I don't think they're going to make a mistake that allows Mir to, you know, do something crucial, but if they do have some vision on this Dragon and they see that caster does pop up down bot side, they can potentially play for a dive.
Yeah, we do see Mir up there. Yeah, Jimmy in very much suffering here. Still, he is maintaining the CS deficit. Not falling down any further. Caster will be spotted on the pink ward. And with that, Betty is going to have to sprint the opposite direction of his tower. Not even getting time to get the bullet time off to clear the next wave.
Only one play going down so far, and Betty's going to feel very comfortable just to walk back on the tower with Woody being here. And, you know, Fofo having his teleport to respond, but Bio...
Hopefully he is tanking enough to get on out of there, and Tiger stance damage is so absurd.
And the fact he probably only has 1 point in as well is just very telling of how much base damage Udyr has. And he's doing exactly what he needs to in this game. You know, they just picked Udyr to get priority, be a low resource, high impact champion in his 1v1, and just, you know, scale and nullify his opponent.
Firebrand did manage to get a recall off and teleport on back to this lane, so he's feeling okay. Still, I think on the side of Chiefs, you know, not a whole lot of actions happened. There's been 1 kill. couple of dragons, but still they have found themselves now at 1.5k deficit, essentially, as well as, I think more importantly, XP. Biopanther we see here down against his lane opponent, almost an entire level.
That's one item being completed for all 4 carries and both junglers. So everyone's going to feel a lot more stronger and a lot more confident to start fighting stuff. I think that Chiefs are probably waiting for their 1-item power spikes before they start, you know, properly attacking. Have to see what they want to play, what they want to start attacking around though, because I don't think they're going to find just, you know, a random fight over just a cannon minion in mid lane, right? It's going to be around an objective. See, you know, Lima's going towards mid lane, which is going to put Jimmy in the side lane, and I think that in his 1v1, should start feeling confident that he can, you know, take Fofo if he does overextend, right?
For sure. And especially for now, you know, you see the mid lane difference in power. Jimmy has a Storm Surge versus an Archangel Staff. Like, Fofo, yes, he has an item. It's kind of fraudulent for the time being. Most of the power of that item obviously coming once you get the full stacks, get the shield, and the additional damage that comes along with it. Red buff, though, being looked at by Talon. There is no response to be had for the side of Chiefs, and so despite the power trough that you would kind of say Fofo's going through at the moment.
That's Kali ult being blown, though.
Yeah, but it is Flash as the response for Fofo.
Yeah, so it's the same story as you were saying last time, right? You only really can call that a win when your ult comes back up.
Yes.
Because you have that big time window before the Flash is available there, but you know, Chiefs once again not pulling the trigger when they're getting invaded, right? And I think one of the big reasons why is we see that Arj is still holding his TP. So the fact that he was proxying there, he can just run off that wave and teleport down to that fight and have numbers advantage, while Bio is going to be stuck top. And even if he gets a tower, it's just not going to be a favorable trade for a fight that would be lost by Talon, because lost by Chiefs. Because if Chiefs lose this next fight, then you're all of a sudden, you know, on the back foot even more than you are right now. And especially with champions who really, really need to get the ball rolling, it's just not a position you want to be in against, you know, a Victor who has the Archangel's passive coming up soon. And the fact he's going to be building, you know, potential more health in the Cosmic and ill defense items in the future just means that if you fall behind and you lack the damage, he's never going to die.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not a whole lot happening, but it does feel like Talon is slowly but surely getting further and further ahead, right? The Dragons stand out to me as kind of what is shaping up to be the major win con, as they will have the ability to pick up another one in the near future.
And just even the strength in the top lanes right now, it's just extremely one-sided in the inventory. So to see how much Bio can get in, it's just going to be looking like components. So not going to be on the matchup to the power, but at least his teleport is coming up soon, so he can participate in a fight just like RG can with that TP. But Talon, once again, with the priority in 3 lanes, with the tempo, and it's just Chiefs being the ones having to walk in and try to get any control back.
Shield now going to spawn. Ace in the hole, not doing all that much damage. Biopanther though coming in. Nico Pop Blossom does land on 2. Caster as well as Woody were the targets, but down will go Luon, down will go Mare. And Alimus, he tries to get away from Betty, but the movement speed, the red buff is just too much. The flash away with the Nimbus Cloak might be good. The barrier, he's trying to answer back with some damage as Jimmy, and now on the other side of the team fight is stuck between 4 people. He is trying to get away. Obviously the perfect execution to try and get out the top side, but now it's Biopanther and Jimmy, and they're in between 4 people. Betty not going to show his face up here. How are Talon going to navigate it?
Jimmy has to try to deny this wave from crashing. They're just running through the tower right now.
Yeah, Caster getting low. Will Jimmy be able to find the kill? It doesn't seem like it. No, he will not. And it's another 2 going down. And just like that, it was 0-1 and it's 0-6. Talon majorly in the lead.
Yeah, and this is just Talon slowly over a long period of time, just, you know, kind of forcing the issue where they're trying Chiefs are trying so hard to find any avenue to get engaged. And now they finally think that they have numbers advantage. They try to go in, but you know, just the bullet time coming out of Betty, just so much damage to Mia, and the fact that all this lockdown that we were talking about coming out of the Vi and the Nico was used onto the front line, not even the threats. And now Betty and Fofo are just completely unleashed, and Limus, who has all these summoners available, still just gets run down by Betty, and it's just an easy pickup for him.
Yeah. This is the sad part, where the inevitable is about to happen.
Yeah, this is just it's not really much they can do. Honestly, not even the best players in the world are going to get out of this one, all right? This was just, unfortunately, the outcome of a bad, a bad play already. And I think that this is a very, very tough point for the Chiefs to get back into the game. They are, almost relying on Talon to misstep and make an error, which is just such a tall order for Chiefs because, you know, Talon is just too good to make an error like that.
Yeah, and I think right now, with how strong Victor is, you really need to take him down. And a lot of the weight's going to be on Luon's shoulders now, because Mir can not really ult him. He's got, you know, the Seerus as a defensive item, but more importantly, he now does have the Seeker's Arm Guard. Does feel a little bit rough as a Chiefs supporter. As well as, I mean, just so much gold in favor of every single member of Talon. One dragon as well.
Yeah, and it's also very hard to tell the overall skill of these teams, right? Because Talon is sort of just winning by, you know, not really doing anything. They pick champions, they farmed well, they traded well, and through that advantage, they just won the game, right? Or they won for the previous game, and this game they have created an advantage. And it's hard to tell unless someone truly pushes Talon, you know, what they're going to do under pressure. Because Chiefs right now definitely just look like they are unsure of what to do, right? They definitely had the tools to be able to, you know, create advantages in the early game, but they just felt like they couldn't because Talon just really wasn't showing any openings. And that's the, you know, downfall of these champions. While they can be so strong, like the Vi and Akali in a pairing, they don't really get killed compared to their counterparts who are going to be, you know, a ranged champ against melee champ. Or, you know, sometimes just a better skirmishing jungler. It's hard to participate in these mid-game team fights when you're just getting, you know, wallet gapped.
Yeah, I think a lot of it also just stemmed off the fact that Talon were better with their level 1. I think the level 1 really played a massive part in this game. Obviously, on the side of Chiefs, you want your Jace to be into the Udyr, you want your bot lane to be into the enemy team's bot lane. But with just how much pressure, you know, Woody and the rest of the boys strolling into that bottom side jungle, and Arthur just sitting top. Hold up, a fight breaks out. Bullet time is just absolutely wailing down. Jimmy ain't going to die at the end there. Chaos Storm is not upgraded yet, but it's doing a lot of damage. RG running forward. Woody lands a max range hook. Lemus is going to be forced to barrier, and out will go Biopanther, Mare, and Lemus, but still another 2 kills found. Arakan could possibly be on the menu in the near future as it does spawn down on that bottom side.
Yeah, it's just going to be, you know, a reset coming out of Talon. They're going to show the respect, the fact that they don't want to stay too long and mess up their tempo. And that's something that we've seen from teams who have been having so much success in these games and having such dominating performances, is that they're always on top of their tempo. They're always the, you know, first to reset after a play. They're always the first to come back on map. And showing up to objectives first and having control is genuinely more important than having stronger items. Because you have the first move, you have the first engage, and just really well played by Talon to realize, like, hold on, there's too many melee minions there. They find such a clean engage, and, you know, pairing them up with the bullet time, which is just so good into the dive comp, if it is not on Betty, does so much damage to the Chiefs.
Yeah. I think it feels like for the majority of this game, Chiefs were playing not to lose a lot, and, you know, finally realizing we need to do something. Luon tries to turn into a minion, and unfortunately, somehow, Talon just knew. I'm never one that would know. I would have been getting ulted by that guy and dying. But yeah, pretty rough game state to be in. For sure, as everyone really ahead by 1k at minimum outside of the support role, but it's never a good look when your Nautilus is further ahead in gold than the Nico. So much damage coming down. Artican will be picked up. Voracious will be the Artican yet again.
This is, you know, one of the things where Bai is doing the correct thing, right? He is trading on the other side of the map because he knows all 5 members are going to commit towards that objective. It's curious to why the rest of Chiefs aren't around there, dropping vision, getting any control, because at least then when, you know, Talon are forced to base and respond to the wave that is, you know, pushing on top side, you know where they are, and you have the ability to make a play, because you're never going to be able to stop this siege. You have next to no wave clear besides, you know, Lemus, and it's very easy for how fed Talon, or how fed the Talon members are. They can just walk up hit this tower. They don't really mind if Lemus autos them once or twice.
Yeah.
So we just, you know, once again seeing that there's not really a response to a play that is coming out of Talon, and, you know, giving the respect to the, oh, we can't contest this objective. We need to make sure that we have some semblance of control on this map, so at least we have an avenue to make a play through. Because if Chiefs did win a fight right now, they're absolutely back in the game, regardless of how strong the Talon members are. They just need to create that window to allow themselves to have that opportunity.
Yeah. So far, though, teleport coming in for Fofo, and they are still with the Voracious Artican, so at least for the foreseeable future, no fight should be happening. can Chiefs avoid it? It's going to be the Dragon Soul going over. Mountain Soul making things very, very difficult for a team composition that just wants to go in. Possibly the worst Dragon Soul it could have been in this game specifically. Limus sees a lot of people coming near him and will get slowed and eventually take quite a sizable amount of damage. Jimmy as well. I mean, nothing he can really do to this Udyr as RJ just continues on forward, and look at the health bar mount.
I'm praying. I don't want to see Udyr come back, especially with these items. He is such a oppressive champion, genuinely. And if you know, if you can just do the classic unending spare Thimble Winter combo, it's just like, oh, every champ's OP with these items. But
Mir looking for something here up the top side. Fofo going to get locked down. Actually doesn't get the Zhonya's off in time, and Jimmy trying to find Betty on the back line is doing a sizable amount of damage, but it's going to be Fofo withdrawing. 2 people now withdrawing. Voracious still up and available as Casa comes on in. Woody takes a sizable amount of damage from Limus, but still will be completely okay in the back line. Chiefs, they do defend the tower. They do lose Mare, but importantly, they take off a couple of those Voracious. Azir now back in the fray. He teleports back on in, and now, I mean, there's just not the resources or damage available for the side of Chiefs. Ultimates are down, and still Talon, they're cracking this base. Nexus will be the next look, potentially, as inhibs are going to be taken out. RJ not taking any damage whatsoever. Jimmy trying his best. He's going to get the Shuriken out before he gets stunned up, but it just feels like everything's inevitably going to go down. Hook in from Woody. They're looking now onto Biopanther. He is tanky. Woody gets very low flashes on out. Biopanther tries to do the same. He's not able to do so, but he is living. He is living bit by bit. The health is going down, but the Mountain Soul, Betty forward. Fofo flashes in, and Betty is now in there. Nexus. Still no deaths on the side of Chiefs. Talon are all still up. The Voracious is at long last going to go down. Still no ults available. Luon very close to having his up, as is Mir. Nexus Tower number 1 does go down, half HP on the second one. Talon are so strong. Arjik happy to just walk up. Biopanther once again going to get hooked. He's going to get stunned, rooted up and down. Will go this Jace. Who can be next though? Is Mir trying to find any damage he can. It's not going to be enough. PSG take down 2, they take down 3. All that remains is a Nexus, and Talon will claim their first match in the LCP.
And just such a dominating performance in the second game. Just the slow choke out, the slow methodical win once again by Talon to take down Chiefs. This game felt like there was the ability for Chiefs to do something in the early game, but as time went on, the gold lead just slowly grew and grew and grew from just, you know, the lack of action from Chiefs and the fact that Talon was just eating, absorbing more resources. And that gold lead just equals these little advantages, and against really good teams, this all of a sudden, if you're down 500, 600 gold against one of the best players in the world, you know, that is insurmountable.
Yeah.
That means you're going to lose the next team fight because you're down, you know, a potential crucial item that is so important. And as we saw, you know, when that fight around the second grubs was coming up, it was just so one-sided from such a small lead.
Yeah. I think ultimately it did feel to me like a lot of this game, and I said it during the game as well, that Chiefs were looking like they're playing to not lose instead of like playing to win, right? They were the team with the tools to go forward a lot of the time. And weren't able to find a way to pull the trigger, and whether that's just how Talon's able to control vision, and obviously, as I also said during the game, the level 1 was a massive read by Talon, getting so much vision and getting the best lane matchups they possibly could, because Udyr, similar to how Galio functions, is going to do a lot more with a lot less. Jace is not, he doesn't have the resistances or the kit to be a really good sort of tank without getting the Fimbulwinter online. He really does need access to that shielding for it to be a true tank champion. Not able to get there, unfortunately, and that does mean that we do see Chiefs going down in their first game. Not all down, though, because Talon, as we said pretty much this entire broadcast, is kind of the team we expect to be our front runner, at least for the first stage here in the first strike.
Yeah, and I think the good thing for Chiefs is there is a lot of clear learning points from that game. As you were mentioning, both games really were lane swap gaps. I think game 1, Betty did a really good job with that ward to find out where Luon was, and that allowed Arja to, you know, play more aggressive than he should have on the weak side of the map. And then game 2, that invade to just get all that vision and to, you know, deny that, you know, strength of the Caitlyn Nika in the 2v2 was such a big thing for Talon, and the fact that Chiefs just didn't really feel like they could, you know, stack and defend their jungle or, you know, even put their bot lane in a position to be hidden from that vision or sweep out wards after they left was just, you know, the really big thing that decided that early game. And losing the early game, losing the control as, you know, such a early game, you know, tempo heavy comp like the Chiefs had was just what really sealed the deal for them.
Yeah. I think it's a very bad look when Nautilus has done more damage than Nico in the support position.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just gets to the point where there's literally not enough damage to kill Woody. There was not enough damage to kill the Nautilus support. And there's a big problem when that's the case, because you've kind of got to get through the Nautilus to have access to the rest of the team. Not being able to do so does not bode well, but well played to the side of Talon. I think ultimately they did show themselves as just the clearly superior team today, and it is to be expected. I want to ask you very quickly though, who would you have as your MVP for this series? Because I mean, my initial thoughts is just Fofo. I think he played so consistently well, and he was a champ that was given resources and did exceedingly well with them.
I would say it's very hard not to look at Fofo. The rest of Talon, to me, it didn't really, no one really stand out. No one played bad. Everyone played extremely well, but no one stood out. I think that Fofo on the Corking game 1 shut down Jimin on the Ahri, and Ahri was the map opener for the side of Chiefs, and in this game did such a good job in the 1v1 against the Kali as he should on the Victor. And the fact that Jimin was on low health so many times around crucial team fights, and the fact he could never all in and had that mid control allowed Casa and the Nautilus just walk in and do whatever they want, and that was just so much control for the side of Talon. And more control you had, the more denial you have, and the less control that Chiefs had and absolutely needed to be able to find picks.
Yeah, I think obviously while not included when you talk about MVPs, I think it can't be understated how well Corgi did at sort of recognizing how to play against the drafts. I think he did a very good job at setting his team up for success in terms of the champions picked and how to lead the team to play the game.
Yeah.
But we do, exciting news, especially for the English broadcast, have an interview coming up with one young Bio Panther. I don't know how this works, so hopefully we hear him soon. There he is! That's my boy! How are we doing, Bio Panther? How are we feeling to be over in Taiwan and play your first game on stage?
I felt like overall it was pretty good. Okay, the first game was really good. I just think that our second game, our swaps kind of made my life really hard. But at the end of the day, it's small victories. So I just see this as learning. But
yeah, absolutely. And I want to ask a question as well about less about the sort of the game we just played, but about the 1v1s, because obviously you went up against Arja, and he actually obviously spent an entire year pretty much playing all of the Talon 1v1s last year, and so you went up against him, and I think he just had a better understanding on sort of how the circle and stuff works. Did you take any sort of learnings away from it from this experience?
Oh, that was my first time doing it. So I literally didn't know when the ring actually came. So the thing is that after the level 3 trade, he was playing AFK, and I was like, oh hell no, he's literally just doing nothing. So then I was just playing for 100 CS, and then I was 4 or 5 CS off, and I was like, maybe I should have just ultied through the ring, try to get the last wave and try and get the win. But in general, it was just actually really fun, because I didn't expect him to lock in Mordekaiser. That's why I kind of locked in Kled, but it was a rough matchup in general. So it's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And how does it feel for you now to be on the stage? Obviously you've been over in Taiwan for a few weeks, you've been scrimming and getting to know your team and getting synergized with them. But having this first experience, you've gone up against who a lot of people would have as the front runners for taking this tournament. And so obviously, you can kind of look at this and take it as a learning experience. But for yourself, just personally, is it sort of, an accomplishment to you?
Well, for me, it's just I just want to show that we still have a chance against these teams. I don't think any of these teams are unbeatable. I do think that our game 1 was really close. I just think that we just need to get together as a team and kind of synergize better, and we just kind of have to just put in the practice and put in the work. So I'm just excited, honestly. It's not the end of the season, so it's just the start.
And from me, Bio, I have 2 main questions I want to ask. The main one for me is, you got to play against Talon, which is such a good team, such a storied org, and I think that obviously, your game 1 was going pretty well. And do you think it was more so that you guys felt that your cohesion and it was more so on you of why you lost these games, or the fact that Talon just felt so dominating and it was just so hard to find avenues to do something?
I just think that they just made the play first, especially in the first game when they chucked the Sejuani ult mid. If we just did the engage first, we kind of just would have wiped them. So it's just about pulling the trigger and not having any regrets and just going in. So I just think in general it's just most of the game is pretty even. It's just whichever team kind of just makes the decisive play first just will take over. So it's just kind of getting the confidence and just making the play.
Yeah, I completely agree. That is definitely what it looked like to me. And for my final question, since you have been around in Oceania for so long and you've really gone through like the whole circus of gaming house, no gaming house, online, and now you're finally over in Taiwan. You've acquired all the Exodia pieces that Oceania has always talked about. Needing to be able to go to that next level. And like, do you think that now that we have the location, the scrim partners, the better solo queue, that you finally feel like you're unlocked as a player and as a team, and you guys can really take it to that next level?
I just think this is just like the best opportunity that we'll ever get. So I just think in general, most of the time, OS will just like play in the region, go overseas, and then just get ranched or like have a good like experience when like in 2021 with Iceland. But outside of that, it's just that I think in my experience, this whole thing is just OS is like one shot, and I just want to give it my all. So like this kind of means everything to me because like I've been playing for so long, and I do want to just show that OS does have like a chance and has like a heart behind it. So I'm just always here for it.
And yeah, we will absolutely always be cheering for you guys back from home, and I hope that you guys are able to produce good results, because it is obvious that you guys are putting in the work and the effort is there, and to me, like as a player and as a watcher, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have one more thing that I want to ask you, an opportunity for you as well. Obviously, you have a lot of supporters back home, including us too, and many other people, even around the world. Do you have anything you'd like to say to those fans of yourself and of your Chiefs?
Well, for me, I just want to say thank you to my family, to my mum, my brother. I want to shout out to my partner, Denise. I want to shout out to all my fans that always just like support me throughout this whole thing, because this means the world to me. And I'm trying my best to just show that OS has a chance, and I just want to make it like the best of it. So, because I don't know how long I'm going to keep playing. So, in my opinion, this is like a big like hurrah for me. So, I'm just going to focus up and show the best I can.
Awesome. It's been awesome to talk to you, BioPanther, obviously, as a friend of yours and as a supporter. It's great to see you competing here in the LCP, and I hope to see you guys as an org and as an individual thrive. And yeah, all the best.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me turn down my volume very quickly. I was very scared of what was about to happen, but it was awesome to talk to BioPanther. I think, under the circumstances, a bit sad, but it's a good opportunity to talk to someone from OS. And I think, himself and Lemus, both two icons of the scene. Great to hear from them and give them an opportunity to speak of their mind and tell the story of what this means to them. And so, wish all the best, of course, to them. Wish all the best to all of our teams, but of course, coming that we are from Oceania. Just glad to be able to talk to them. But of course, that does do us now for the second night of the LCP. We do have another night of action. Of course, we have a repeat of the first night in terms of the teams up against different players, or different teams, rather. Mixing up my words. A lot going on right now. But no, thank you very, very much for joining us, guys. It's been a pleasure to bring you these games. Once again, sorry for the tech issues. I'm sure it's all going to get worked out very, very shortly. But for now, we'll see you all later and see you tomorrow.